The protagonist swears he knows this feeling better than anything, the gut-dropping moment when life just ends. Then the young man slowly opened his eyes. He stood in a huge hall with one door planted dead center, and the young man started scanning everything because he had no clue where he was. He insists he's absolutely dead, then blurted that maybe he's just a slave, but that can't be right. Right then, he spots a rainbow ball sitting nearby. He couldn't resist the mystery, so he reached out and tapped the ball. He froze in shock, clapped his hands over his ears, and let out a blood-curdling scream. It hurt so badly it was unbearable. He crumpled to the floor from the agony, gasping hard. Then, out of nowhere, two massive wings burst open on his back. He dropped to his knees, swore he understood it all. Then, right on cue, he blurted out, "Menu." A glowing system window slammed into view right in front of him. He finally blurted out who he was. Yuki, an archdemon, level 1, class, Demon Lord, with unique skills like man-eye and language understanding, plus an item box and a level 1 analysis, and even a title, Demon Lord from Another World. Yuki studies every word on that page like it's a battlefield map, because now his race is Archdemon, which means he's not human anymore. His luck is brutally low, but his dexterity? That part is unmatched. He was right. This wasn't just a new place, it was a whole other world. And now he's standing here as the Demon Lord. The boy cringed and covered his face like, so yeah, I basically died in my old life. And then boom, he was reborn in this world as the Demon Lord. In this world, dungeons are scattered across every corner, and the Demon Lord? That's just what people call the dungeon masters who run them. No matter how you slice it, that dungeon is alive, especially one that just popped up, because it's been protected week after week, and yeah, it's still easy to smash, with its core packed to the brim with a mountain of mana. That's why crowds of monsters and people flood the dungeon, desperate to seize it and drag it away. To keep those monsters at bay and crank up the dungeon's odds of survival, something was summoned that could control it, and that's him, the Demon Lord. If the dungeon gets destroyed, the Demon Lord will die with it, no exceptions. And it goes both ways. Using what they learned from this, they built a menu like the games so he could work with them without missing a step. Now the dungeon and the protagonist are tied to the same heartbeat, so the higher his analysis skill climbs, the more secrets he can suddenly see. And that item box is only as big as the mana he can pour into it. And yeah, the ability to understand languages clicks perfectly with the name too. I've got mana, and it comes with a basic racial skill. It lets me spot the enemy's mana, clear as day. The hero realizes this skill is totally useless now. There's no one left to fight for it. Still, every one of his powers is maxed out at level 10, so he grits his teeth and heads straight to the DP catalog. A window popped open in front of him, letting him buy all kinds of stuff. What shocked him was that it was real, and his dungeon points could buy it all, right here. And on top of that, the gacha system was running too, because he could even summon monsters. This jolted the hero with a flash of déjà vu. Then curiosity hit hard as he stared at his own reflection. In the mirror, his wings made 0 sense, and that one red eye made it worse. The whole world felt wrong, like it had turned hostile. And after everything, this orb gave him a second shot at living, so it'll protect him with his life on the line. The core of the dungeon is his second heart. The next morning, the hero woke up and realized his wings could fold back into him the moment he lay down. So he didn't risk it, kept them out, and used his skill item box to stash his bedding away. He headed straight to the DP catalog and grabbed some bread for breakfast. And since almost everything in the store can be bought with DP, he's pretty sure he won't hit any problems getting food. Then it hits him. Now the real mission is racking up dungeon points, and he's dying to test the gacha options. First, figure out how to earn dungeon points, because the dungeon suddenly starts spawning other monsters that aren't summoned by the dungeon master. When the dungeon master wipes out intruders in the dungeon, it gulps down the corpses, monsters, and anything else that could be food, then heals itself, self-healing. After taking it all in, the protagonist slammed the papers down and decided today was the day he stepped outside. Bursting out of the cave, he froze mid-step. Then his jaw dropped as a breathtaking landscape unfolded in front of him. He relied on his keen analysis, spotted the white fly agaric that turns into an explosive disaster when you eat it, then grabbed the herb shelmy, one of the strongest medicinal plants out there, because the hero dreams of flying into the sky someday. And just like that, his carefree wanderings slammed to a halt. Because a single strike from a truly terrifying dragon could end his life, Yuki freezes in shock, staring at a colossal white dragon looming in front of him. Yuki, staring at the dragon, tried to smooth things over and talk peacefully, but the dragon wasn't buying it. He demanded the whole class of the peace violators, and the protagonist is left reeling, stunned that the dragon can actually speak. He tried to steady his nerves by telling himself, even dragons should come with a status bar, because this is his second life, and no puny weak dragon is going to wreck him, especially with skill analysis at the ready. Then the hero learns the truth. The thing in front of him isn't just any dragon, it's an ancient dragon by race, and a high dragon by class. The dragon's level is 987, but Yuki's sits at level 1, just so the boy's head spins, wondering what kind of wild game this is. Then the dragon, calling him by name, demands his power. Yuki blurts out he has no clue about ranks, but he's sure of one thing: he's a demon. People say when a human gets terrifyingly scared, they go eerily calm, no shaking, no cracking, and Yuki is staring at it all with a face he's never worn before. And yeah, the hero is panicking hard. The dragon didn't care how strong that demon was. He'd banish anyone who dared break his peace, until this young man stepped in, blocked him cold, and offered a deal. The creature demanded why the man kept quiet, and Yuki snapped that his power couldn't take him down, but that didn't mean he'd sign up for a death like that. Then the demon leaned in. So what do you want to trade me for my belly? The hero shoved a bar of chocolate into his hands. The dragon sniffed the object, then snapped, "What is this magical smell?" And the young man burst out laughing, saying the creature was obviously hooked on sweets, because he could swear there was honey on it, just like that yellow bear in a red shirt from the book. The dragon demanded to know if a bear like that even existed, because it wouldn't smash a bee's nest just to satisfy hunger. So the young man stared at this poor, helpless beast and realized it couldn't lie, then decided to take action. He popped open the chocolate and let the creature take a bite. Then the dragon's eyes went wide in shock. The dragon raved that this sweetness was pure bliss, 100 times better than honey, then swore its aroma and that melting smooth rush on his tongue were so heavenly he realized in full that a delicacy like this even existed in the world. Yuki lifted his hand and offered her this. If she promised to spare his life and leave the cave he called home, she'd get to let him eat this chocolate anytime he wanted. It was a solid deal. The dragon eyed the proposal, then leaned in and demanded to know one thing. Could he binge on as much as he wanted? The hero snapped back that he couldn't cook enough to feed her massive frame, and the dragon leaned in, demanding she explain what mutual benefit even meant. The protagonist said that meant they both win, and honestly, he couldn't imagine anyone else in the world handing him a chocolate bar. The dragon finally nodded and let him live. Suddenly, the giant dragon spun around and locked eyes with the girl. Because the girl was completely naked, the hero snapped his gaze away. Then she demanded, "What's happening?" And he stumbled out that he was just shocked she could even look like a real human. She grinned and said it wasn't hard for her to take human form. And honestly, he doesn't need to overthink it. He's already promised her, so now he's got to deliver the chocolate. He nodded, told her to shut up, and yanked off his shirt, then snapped, "Put it on first, or I don't know where I'll be able to look." The dragon nodded in total agreement, fully grasping that in this form it wouldn't dare attack her. He dragged her back to his place, and then, right when the moment hit, he realized he had to grab some clean clothes for her. The girl figured he'd just gotten the only chambers in that dungeon, which basically meant the whole class had shown up way too recently. Then the hero confirmed it. It only appeared yesterday, and while he didn't fully know how, he also said there were no parents who'd ever given him birth. She told him demons hatch where magic gathers thickest, then they shape themselves like other living things, always with a glowing core at the center. And the power the demon lord is born with, that became the dungeon's core, the thing that lets him rule it. The whole area around it is drenched in maso too. He had no idea demons could be that weird, and the girl insisted it was a good thing their time even had demon classes, kids born from parents, and then she shrugged. told him to drop it all and just hand her the chocolate. He pulled out the chocolate and told her to dig into her order, and the girl snatched it up, grinning, saying she couldn't wait 1 second for that delicious sweetness. She even told him, "Don't call me just a dragon." Her name was Leficios, so the hero swung in and said, "All right, I'll call you Lefi." But when she pressed him again, he shrugged and cut it down because her name was just too long. Then she finally pointed back at him and said, "You can call me Yuki." She said no one had ever called her that before, then turned to him and admitted he was a downright strange demon, because most demons, they're brutal, cocky, and pure scoundrels. Leafy decides crushing a few dungeons will beat the boredom, and that's when she meets a weird demon, so strange that he offers her a deal. Yuki swore it was close enough, because if she hadn't been a total sweet tooth, he might have dropped dead on day 2 after reincarnation, all thanks to her boredom. She told him it already happened, and begged him not to get the wrong idea. Fresh off licking every bit of chocolate from her fingers, the young lady grinned and said she loved this place. So yeah, she was staying here to live. The guy just stared in shock. Then Leafy said these chambers were way better than the ones she'd destroyed, and somehow way cozier too, because she'd been craving a new nest, and the old one got so uncomfortable she couldn't stand it. Yuki's nerves kicked in, so he urged her to stop jumping to conclusions, because he had no clue if she even liked what he said, and he pushed her to think it through instead. Leficios closed the distance, pressed her hand to his chest, and demanded, "So you really can't stay?" Tears welled up in her eyes. With everything bearing down on him, the hero finally buckled and agreed. It was the second day since he rose as the Demon Lord. Inside his dungeon, a higher demon is already crashing the party like he owns the place. Leafy crashed out on a mattress laid right on the floor. After getting reborn out of nowhere, Yuki decided to jump into something big, because now he's staring at a whole pile of new mysteries he can barely wait to uncover. Today I'm showing you how the dungeon menu actually works. First, he took one look at that cave and declared it the dungeon area. Space started stretching outward like it was alive, and the hero couldn't help but stare in shock. So he could feel the air shift as the place kept stretching. He pushed to grow this dungeon bigger and bigger, but then the DP ran out and he couldn't expand it anymore. He remembered exactly how to rack up points off the intruder, so when Leafy got tagged as the intruder, he couldn't help but cash in and score extra points from her. He decided to summon a monster, so first, he hunted through the catalog to snag the cheapest one he could find. Once he hit the right buttons, the whole world burst to life with glowing light, and the young man nearly jumped from pure shock. Then, bam, the very first monster surged onto the scene, and it was a slime. Yuki froze when he recognized the same legendary slime from every story he'd ever read. Then he couldn't resist, and started poking and stroking it like a total daredevil. He couldn't stop gushing, so adorable it hurt, and then the guy went and named her Shii. The young man dug up info on Shia and found out she was a slime race with no class, stuck at level 1, but when he saw her luck stat was higher than his, the hero's jaw basically dropped. The boy crumpled to his knees, despair crashing over him as he realized his luck was even worse than the slime's. Then she strode up to the hero and gently touched his leg, while the boy insisted he was just trying to cheer him up. The protagonist yanked Shii into his arms and hugged him tight, gushing that he was a sweet little creature and that he wanted to make him his own child. Then, out of nowhere, the young man heard something that instantly snapped his focus. Out of nowhere, a level 32 Cerberus tore onto the scene. The young man snapped to it. An intruder was in the house, so she planted herself in front, and he lunged forward, ready to shield the master with his life. The young man couldn't believe his opponent was being so generous, because even if the other guy was high level, his Pokemon was still low level, and with his brains and raw skill, they'd knock him right back down to reality. But Cerberus was already tearing into them. He slammed her against the wall, and the hero sprinted in, screaming, furious that this monster had the nerve to mess with his cuteness. He slammed Cerberus in the head and obliterated it clean off. The hero stumbled, drenched in blood from head to toe. The broken remains of Cerberus sprawled in front of him, and the young man just couldn't make sense of it. Turns out there's a whopping 30-level gap in strength, and that's got him thinking, wait, are my stats actually crazy high? So yeah, right after that, he levels up. The hero unlocked a brand new martial arts skill. Maybe it happened because he landed Yaka's strike, but his luck stats just wouldn't budge. Even if his stats are crazy high, the dragons are on a whole other level. Still, none of it even comes close to the super monster. But the hero snapped out of it and realized this wasn't the moment for that. He sprinted straight to Shia. He slid down the wall, exhaling hard with relief the second he realized she was fine. Turns out it was that regeneration skill working its magic, and even the slime insisted she was okay. At least, that's what the hero wanted to believe. The boy forced himself to steady his breath, because Chi was his pet, and making it battle monsters was just wrong. Pets aren't meant to fight, they're meant to be loved, and he told himself it'd be enough if only he was the one taking on the monsters. The hero sat there, locked in and studying his stuff in the system, while Leifai was busy poking at Shii. The guy spun around and locked eyes with the girl. He begged her to teach him magic, and since he was trapped in another world anyway, he thought, why not chase the spellwork he'd been craving with his whole heart first? Yuki blurts out that he wants Leifai to teach him magic, thinking his high magic stats mean he can cast a spell right away, until reality punches him in the face, and Leifai explains why he acted so weird from the start. He thinks it's a piece of cake because he's staring at his current status, and if I'm remembering right, he's got analytical skill too. The hero leaned in and asked if she could do it too. Eeyore grinned and said yes, then added that once someone mastered this handy skill, they could learn any kind of life. When they first met, he just couldn't wrap his head around it. How could she not recognize the demon lord he was? The girl blurted out, "You really mean it? Every single insect I spot?" And the young man nodded, straight-faced. Leifai insisted she still wanted chocolate. The protagonist shot back that at this pace, she'd end up with cavities, and the young lady laughed it off, claiming an ancient dragon like her can't be hit with something that messes with her traits. He was stunned that Carrie being here would drag his status down, so he hurled something at her, and she snapped it out of the air, saying it wasn't chocolate. Then she shot back, "So what is it?" A pack of cookies sat there, and Yuki told her to rip the clear plastic open before she even touched them. So she clutched the cookies in her hands and asked, dead serious, if he was sure these little lumps of clay were actually edible. Then she bit in. She blushed, grinning as she said it was insanely delicious. So sweet, so crispy, and it practically melts in your mouth. Moving on from her old place and landing here was the smartest call. Those feather beds feel like heaven, and the man is seriously captivating. The hero even nudged her with his stats, boasting that his magic is sky high. Leifai claimed he's every bit as strong, maybe even stronger, than any monster lurking in the southern part of this forest, even if plenty of creatures out there can still stomp harder than most. Still, it's way less than her own 12 Delta, so the girl hungrily gobbled up every last cookie. And right after that, she nodded and said she'd teach him magic, so the main character slid her a whole pack of cookies as payment. This proud dragon is about to forge the greatest magician in the world, so she grips the boy's hands first and makes him feel the mana of this world running through him. The whole world flared to life around them, and the guy's jaw dropped in pure shock. Something courses through him, right from Leifai's hand, flooding his body until it reaches his left side. That's mana, he thinks, and it's nothing like the stuff drifting in the dungeon air. Leifai's mana hits like a dirty, muddy stream. The girl clocked that the guy was totally fine, and the hero nearly choked at how she could call it okay. She then blurted out that she'd just forced his mana awake with her own, and if he hadn't been able to handle her sauna, his head would have blown apart ages ago. He pictured it for 1 second, and panic detonated in his chest. He snapped at her, asking what she was thinking after that brutal stunt, and she just shrugged, saying he was a higher demon so it wouldn't hurt him. Then she dared him to try it himself, confident he'd pull it off with zero trouble. You can start channeling mana your own way through him. Leifai realized they'd finally slipped into a state where mana was running wild, the whole foundation of magic. Then she told him, picture every detail of what I'm about to say as vividly as you can. And right after that, he had to say it back exactly the way she said it. She tells you to zoom your mind far, far away, out to the horizon, until all you can see is a lonely flower. Then she hits you with the next part. Imagine he plucks it and cradles it in his hand. Now he yanked his palm open and said, Kukanaida asa, and boom, A flower burst into his hand. He just stared at how gorgeous it was, then immediately flung it aside and snapped, "What kind of nonsense is this? Why make a flower on his first try? She's got nothing else." And Lifa flat out says it's a beginner's trick, so now he's got to picture fire, because this time he won't need a spell. Seeing how mana sparked the birth of fire is wild. At home, he slammed the flint for a spark, sent it into the gasoline, watched it race into the WIC, and boom, the flame caught. A burst of flame flared on his fingertip out of nowhere, so he just grinned and said it felt awesome. Then the dragon snapped that it was him who had awakened his magic. And wow, she couldn't believe it was this easy for him. Maybe it was because he was a higher demon after all. This kid thinks fire magic is the coolest thing ever. If he masters it, he could even turn it into a joke weapon, like in a shooter, maybe a flamethrower someday. And then, boom, his hand lashes out in fire. The hero demanded Leifa how to end it, and she snapped, "Stop feeding it mana, shut down the circulation in your body." So yeah, he had to flip the whole flow back the way he felt it then, and when he did, it actually worked. The current stopped cold. Luffy told her he loved shocking her out of nowhere, but she snapped that he has to be smarter about controlling his power, because if he wants to master magic, he'll have to spend mana with precision every single time. If he lets that thought sink in, it's going to sting like hell. He thanks her, and right now she's only given him the basics of magic. Still, he has to lock in the one most important rule, and this is exactly what he pictures. Spells either save you or destroy you. Lately, people and demons keep messing up and pouring all their effort into spells. So if the hero can picture it clearly, he can forge more than just flowers and fire with mana, and it all hinges on what he's truly capable of. The protagonist has an edge for earth and fire magic, but he won't find out what else he can do until he tests the rest. So she laughs off his worries and promises she'll watch over him, letting him go all in and try anything. Warm water. A cozy bath, the kind that melts stress. A warm breeze sweeps in, drying his hair like it's got a plan. And then, nothing. The hero can't tell if he doesn't feel the urge at all, or if he's just not noticing yet. Either way, it just doesn't happen. Lafayette figured he could just use magic like normal, until the truth hit. He said it wouldn't work, no matter what, because that's simply how fate grinds. The hero's fired up to twist water magic into something new, but the catch is brutal. Only someone with a wild, rich imagination can tap into this world's magic. And the fastest way to grasp it is to tap into the technique he already used in his past life. He's got it in him to make water magic float just once. I bet he'd love to show it off. Right now, all he can do is splash around in the bath and sketch that water dragon. And I asked the guy straight up what he was doing. He told them he was washing his hair, then bragged that he'd bought a whole bathroom set. A wooden bucket, shampoo, conditioner, soap, sponge, and even a towel. While Chi-E sat right inside that bucket, the young man leaned over and asked if he could gulp the water and eat all those bubbles. She chomped down on a plastic cookie wrapper like it was nothing. Somehow she still seems to like it, so maybe it's not as bad as it sounds. Lei-Fi begged her to do the same, scrub his head, so the young man nodded and agreed, grinning that, after all, it was she who had taught him magic. As the hero scrubbed the dragon's head clean, she snapped, "This isn't at all what I meant when I said I'd teach you magic." Her eyes snapped into focus, and she blurts out, "What is this?" The young man grins and says, "That's why I told you to close your eyes." Next, he rinses out the shampoo and blows dry her hair with the wind. A terrified girl tore through the forest, sprinting straight into the cursed woods, while a man came barreling after her. Then his legs gave out and he gasped, "It's bad. It's really bad." He warned them, "If we lose the goods, we're doomed." The other guy shot back, "I know, but if they follow her, we'll be the ones who die." And then, without warning, the ancient dragon roared back to life. The girl sprints like her life depends on it. Where will this brave little girl who slipped into the forest wind up? The hero stepped out of Lafai to keep an eye on the house. Then she casually went, "Yeah, I can eat all the food you left." And the girl grinned, "I know everything. So tell me, what's Yuki planning to do today while the High Dragon watches the house?" Yuki also begged Shi to keep an eye on the house with Leifi, and Leifi immediately agreed. The girl was pretending, spreading a little lie while she played her game, and she swore up and down that it was somehow really interesting. He never would have guessed the High Dragon could get this hooked on a Tamagotchi. She'd only been summoned because she was the cheapest option. Today, we're talking about how to row DP, because no one's even stepped into their dungeon in ages. And maybe it's because everything out there is leaf ice territory. Monsters and animals are lurking all over the place. And the crazy part is, almost every way to rack up DP boils down to fighting off invaders. That's why he's decided to flood in every detail on the map and push the dungeon's walls outward. As long as Lafai is backing him up, he figures he doesn't have to burn money on traps or monsters to stop the invaders, so he uses the DP Lafai gives him to grow the dungeon and crank up the base DP zone. Once he stacks up enough DP, he'll finally build a real dungeon, and it looks just like a sandbox game. The hero dreams of building his own castle, and then it hits him. A sudden shudder runs through his bones. He slips into stealth, hunts down every enemy, and the moment feels razor close. But when it's over, pure relief explodes through him because those skills finally paid off. Forget the how-to book, just chase the skill. Grab a skill scroll, soak it in mana, and the magic pattern etched on it sinks straight into your brain until you've learned the skill. And thank his lucky stars, the DP catalog is packed with scrolls of every kind. What's missing in here? Suddenly, the hero's eyes lock on a tiger, and it looks like it could wreck him in seconds. With that gap in levels, he knows he'll spot it before it gets close. So he decides, no fighting today. The hero started sensing monsters that were way too strong, so he couldn't help wondering, did he already slip out of Levi's territory? The dungeon expansion is finally finished, and now it's down to one last thing, filling in the map, because he poured almost everything he had into building it. The boy scrambled into the brand new kitchen refrigerator, tore his way past the doors like a ghost hunter, and then realized it was packed for a week, yet somehow totally empty. He snapped, "Lay five." She dropped to her knees right in front of him, and he leaned in to ask, "So, do you want to tell me something?" She tells him, "You're wrong, and it's for a deeper, unavoidable reason, so I didn't do anything wrong." Then the young man demands she point out where he's mistaken, and he even forgives her depending on what she says. Leaf said the meat looked so mouth-watering, Leaf couldn't help herself and scarfed it all down, because everything tasted insanely good. Then the hero snapped that it was a bad dragon. The girl snapped, asking why he was calling her bad. He shot back that even a guy like him, despite how long she'd lived, could still act childish, call herself a higher dragon, and that she should have had a conscience. She shrieked that everything was perfect, that she was a supreme dragon and a monster who could unleash any disaster the moment she wanted, so no way could he stop her. And today would be his first lesson in how the sky can fall. The hero finally saw the game she was running and swore he'd never make sweets again. Never. The girl dropped her head, apologized with all her heart, and begged him to forgive her. The boy blurts that today's going to be a starving day because he's out of DP, and his stomach growls like it's begging for mercy. Then he kicks himself for not loading everything into the item box, while Lafai just smirks and says she'll figure something out. Then she bolted off, yelling she'd be back in 30 minutes. In just 30 minutes, a monstrous mountain piled up in front of them, like the fight had already swallowed the world. Leaf said it would finally earn him enough points, and the hero just froze in total shock. He told her it was too much. She'd beaten everyone here just so he could snag these points, sure, but he'd still be the first guy in a few hundred years to actually dare to smack her on the head. The hero snapped that everything has a limit, then jabbed at the pool of blood and asked what else he could do with that pile of monsters, because right then, he remembered he could turn bodies into dungeon points. Leifai snapped that the hero was spoiled to the core, and Yuki shot back that it was completely his fault. Then he grabbed her and soothed her, stroking her head as he promised the pain would finally fade. Does he really think she's stupid? The young man snapped back that he'd forgive her today, but he can't keep conjuring food out of thin air. The girl stared at him and asked, "Seriously? You want to eat that much? Why don't we hunt for ourselves?" The hero snapped back, "Everything has a limit." Then he cut right to it. "So what's the point of pushing the dungeon bigger if everything living inside just gets wiped out?" Leaf said, Next time, she'll hold herself back as much as she possibly can. The very next day, Yuki was tearing through monsters like they were nothing. Today, the dungeon expands and the map fills out. Then it hits him. Without stamina, trying to be a warrior is brutal, and if he wants to keep pushing fencing, he'll have to hunt for new skills to back it up. And Mana Eyes is pure power in his hands. He can spot the mana flows in razor-sharp detail, even before his enemies even lift a finger to cast their spells. So yeah, he might need to fully commit to magic. Ever since that day, he hasn't been able to touch fire magic, like his own instincts decided it was too risky. So now, he has no choice. He grinds his water and earth magic, right now. And the dungeon point gains had tripled compared to when he only had Leaf-Eye, so things were running great, until he suddenly spotted a ton of blood on the ground, and his gut told him it had to be from a monster. But when he finally stared closer, he spotted a girl sprawled unconscious, her back slashed and bleeding. He sprinted toward her, firing questions about her condition as he ran, and when he finally saw her still breathing, it didn't erase the brutal truth. Those wounds meant her chances were razor thin, so the hero bolted to his storage to grab what he could. It was a top-tier potion, no magic trick, just pour it straight onto the wound, and the girl's injuries immediately began to heal. Yuki said it was a win that he actually listened to Leafy and packed a few potions, but one thing was clear. He couldn't just abandon the girl here. He dragged her into his and LaFace's lair, and the dragon couldn't help but sneer that she'd never guess he was into little girls. Then the young man snapped back that he had no time to deal with her dumb comment right now. Leifai leaned in and said that girl was a vampire, and the young man instantly nodded along. The girl is Iruna, half vampire, classed as a demon, already level 3 with the unique skill Bloodsucker. Then she spots the guy pulling in something rare again. For decades, gorgeous vampire and succubus kin have been getting wiped out as humans hunt them down and force them into servitude. Then, on top of that, the forest's own children, the elves, who were promised a non-aggression pact with humans, got slaughtered too the moment humans kicked off a blood feud with demon humans. Iruna snapped her eyes open, like I finally noticed it too. Yeah, if she was in any pain, the vampire's face would twist into pure horror. Yuki blurted that everything was fine, that he hadn't bitten anyone, not even once, so nobody needed to panic, but the girl backed up fast, and then she spotted something that made her freeze. It was Shi Yi who suddenly vaulted onto the owner's shoulder, and Iruna's eyes went wide as the parquet practically offered her a chance to touch the slime. She gently reached for Shia, and the second Shia felt it, she lunged into her arms and started tickling her non-stop. Yuki shot a grin, said this slime's name was Shi, and pointed at the other one, Lefizios. The dragon snapped, "How dare you call her a thing?" Then Yuki fired back, asking for the girl's name. She flashed a bright smile and told me, "I'm Iruna." Yuki leaned in and asked what she was doing out in the deep forest. She snapped back that scary people were hunting her, and when the hero pressed, "Do you even know where your home is?" Iruna froze and went completely silent. Then she leaned in and told me her home was gone for good. Her father, her mother, even her grandparents, all wiped out. And the moment she said it, her tears started pouring out like they'd been waiting forever. Yuki tried to soothe her, promising everything would be okay, but Leafy shot back that they were way out here, far from any human village, especially for a kid. So whatever happened to her must have been brutal. She bolted for a reason. The young man insisted there weren't any scary people here, and he told her she could stay as long as she wanted. Tears spilled as Iruna blurted out that the cruel people who grabbed her told her she shouldn't be alive, said it was better if she died, like that's the reason her mom and dad are gone. Rage flashed across the main character's face. He couldn't stand that they had told her something like that. So I pointed out to Leaf what the guy's expression said, and Leaf started snapping that it wasn't true, because in his gut, she was getting bullied only because she was just too kind. Pure joy lit up his face. She was alive. He quickly soothed her, urging her to stop believing it would be better to be lifeless. Iruna nodded along, then called him brother. Her stomach roared like thunder, and the young man leaned in, asking what she wanted to eat. She snapped back that she wanted her brother's blood. Then he swore in his head at the horrible image and demanded to know if his own blood would truly wash away. totally forgetting this girl was a vampire. Iruna stood her ground and confirmed it, so Lafai snapped, asking if the guy was really sure, and then pressing him, "What's got you worried?" The dragon snapped, "There's nothing wrong with it," then smirked and said he'd do whatever he damn well pleased. Iruna's stomach rumbled like thunder, and the guy plopped on the floor, then bared his neck like he had nothing left to hide. The girl tore into his blood like it was the only thing keeping her alive. The young man couldn't even make sense of what was happening to his own body. He started forcing himself to breathe and settle, but Leifai's words hit like a punch. She'd been thinking it, and yeah, the guy really had a thing for little girls. Iruna stuffed herself to the brim, then thanked her brother for the treat, only for him to tell Leifai, "Take the girl to the bath." Iruna blinked, shocked he actually dared to ask her to work for free. Leifai quickly slid her 2 packs of cookies, but Iruna didn't stop there. She demanded 3. He told her that after that, he'd stop making sweets altogether. Then the dragon got cornered and had to agree to 2 packs, and she hurried to call Iruna, saying she'd explain exactly how to use the bathroom. The girl thanked Lafai, well, Chan, because that Lafai nickname totally didn't sit right with the dragon, so she demanded respect for her elders and suggested a new one, Sister Lafai. The dragon agreed, and right then the hero burst into laughter. With yet another new resident, the dungeon kept getting louder and livelier. Ever since sweet Iruna joined the crew, dungeon life feels way brighter. She clutches a little toy and asks her brother what it is, and he tells her to slide the toy sword into one of the barrel's holes. The vampire's eyes went wide when the doll sprang out of nowhere. Then the young man laughed, saying that all the dungeon points they raked in would carry them for a while if they didn't blow it all. And since that's how it is, it's go time to pull off a gotcha. The hero kicks things off with 1,000, because 10,000 and 100,000 dungeon points are still way too heavy. He's not shocked. He just can't find any item list or drop rates, so he goes with the right key. He snatched the magic revolver. This thing won't fire metal bullets at all. It drinks mana to launch magic rounds, and the more mana it's holding, the harder every shot hits. Up to 7 bullets can stack in the cylinder, and when that trigger's pulled, this is the jackpot. Yuki practically burst with joy. Could this gacha actually boast the best drop rate of them all? His golden age was finally here. He threw his doubts aside and decided to try again. Something in his gut said the next one was about to hit different, and it was going to be good. Still, the hero got wiped out, everything gone, down to the last memory. He even forgot the most important things, and his luck sank lower than Slime Shay's, because this was the weakest monster of all. Iruna then asked about the transparent board. The kid said it was his menu, then leaned in and asked if the girl could see him too. She nodded, and now he was waiting as she begged for the chance to test the thing that can spit out objects. Yuki nodded, ready to try, because he was down to almost no dungeon points left. Iruna climbed onto her brother's lap and urgently asked what she should do. He leaned in and told her to click right here. Something huge is going down, then, out of nowhere, a white wolf bursts into the scene. The boy's jaw drops as she pulls Fenrir out of nowhere. Then she charges straight toward the beast, and the hero lunges forward shouting for her to stop running head first. Iruna insisted everything was fine. Mr. Wolf didn't reek like a villain at all, and Yuki couldn't wrap her head around where she even got that sharp, analytical mind. Then she snapped back. It wasn't Mr. Wolf, it was Fenrir. Leifai pressed the question. Had the hero summoned yet another terrifying monster? The boy blurted out what it meant, and yeah, he guessed right. This Fenrir was insanely strong. The girl leaned in and said it was stronger than anything he could even picture. He may still look like a kid right now, but she promised that someday he'd grow into a legendary monster, just like her. She battled one once, and swears she's never doing that again, not even if Leafy's convinced, because Fenrir is ridiculously strong, and she points out that with all that size and those stats, he's still just a kid. And somehow, that makes the whole thing even creepier. He leans in and asks if she can see his menu, like a whole list of the dungeon's functions. Leifai says it's different from his status bar, but she still can't see it. He caught exactly what Iluna was seeing, and the dragon instantly understood what was happening. He even held a wedding ritual with this young girl, so Iluna can see how it all works now. She's already been welcomed into his family, while she's still standing outside as an outsider. Yuki pressed her again, grilling her about the wedding ritual like her answer could decide everything. Blood is basically the fuel that keeps their whole body running. So for a vampire, drinking someone's blood isn't just lunch. It's a deeply charged sexual act, and they'll still happily satisfy themselves with animal blood if they have to. So yeah, when a vampire drinks someone's blood, it's basically a twisted wedding ritual, and the young man demanded to know why she never told him before. She smiled and said she just knew that girl had been craving him too. The hero snapped that Lafai is a rotten dragon and promised no sweets for 3 straight days, so the girl erupted, screaming against the cold, unfair tyranny. Then the young man slipped outside and decided to act like nothing ever happened. Today's main dish is this thing. He couldn't resist the challenge of cramming 10 mana into it, so he aimed the gun at the rock and blasted it. Manatech ripped into it, 100 dents on the skin, 500 punctures through the surface, then 1,000 strikes that tore out half the stone. With 5,000 mana in one burst, he shattered the stone to pieces, and that revolver basically wipes every gacha loss clean. He can jam in multiple cartridges packed with different mana levels, and even when he personally checks the mana with his own eyes, he finds 0 leaks, so his opponent can't sense him at all. Then the hero spots Fenrir. He finally clocked it. Everyone had vanished, leaving him alone at last, and the hero hurried over to apologize for the whole mess. This creature's name is Mofarir. Iruna named it because it's pure fluff, and when the young man apologized again, he swore he'd call it Fear, but the animal just shook its head. Yuki told Fenrir to pull out his rare, one-of-a-kind skills and really show what he could do. Unique skill, Divine Speed. It supercharges your movement, and for a short moment you can blaze through the world at supersonic speed. Chain of Eternalization yanks a target in and lets you fully control them, while Physical Transformation and Body Transformation let you reshape your body's size however you want. The hero barked that he was just too cool, then Fury's tail started wagging like crazy, bursting with pure joy. Suddenly, a wild idea slammed into the hero's head. He snapped, "Fur, catch the plate," and Fur immediately obeyed, snagging it with slick, perfect timing. Joy lit up his face, then one sudden realization hit him like a punch. Then the boy hucked another one, smiling and saying, "I'm not bad." Fenrir practically exploded with joy. Fenrir's physical power is unreal, and it drives him wild that he has to accept it. Like, he can't stand the idea. So forget that. The only thing that matters is he's having a blast, and he'll live exactly the way his instincts tell him. Yuki asked if he could sense the dungeon's mana, then explained this. Everything from here up to the mountain's peak is Leifai's turf, but once you pass the base, it's his dungeon, and as long as he's inside those borders, he can live however he wants. Sure, he can shift his size, but the throne room is still ridiculously cramped. Still, anything he catches in the dungeon will rack up dungeon points, so it's a win for him. Now this is his home too, so he can swing by any time. We'll bring him back into the fun, and we might even team up for a hunt again. In the throne room, Iruna yanks the spotlight and demands to know where Mofore is. Upset that it isn't fair, she wants to play with him too. The guy shoots back an apology, and Iruna's eyes light up as he promises, "Next time, we all play together." The hero jolted up from his throne, and Iruna snapped her gaze to him, while Yuki blurted out the truth of what he'd finally uncovered. He shot his fist into the air, burst into laughter, and declared that he wasn't human anymore. The young man flapped his wings with everything he had, but the attempt crashed hard and ended in total failure. He can't figure out why he still can't fly. He bought this skill expecting wings to finally work, but no matter what, it never helps. And it cost a whopping 10 times more than a normal skill. He even dumped 2/3 of his entire dungeon points on that useless thing. He's down on his knees before the dragon, and she demands to know why he's humiliating himself just to beg. He swallows his pride and asks her to teach him how to soar freely, and she wrinkles in disgust at the sight of him like this. And yeah, Yuki didn't forget how he'd tossed her into the abyss of despair and slapped a 3-day ban on sweets for some totally unfair reason. So Yuki decided it was time to win her over with 3 premium donuts, and that's when the dragon suddenly got interested. She popped the lid on the box and just couldn't wrap her head around it, because those donuts were absolutely drowned in all kinds of different glazes. If she nods yes, she'll even toss in some castella as a sweet little bonus, and LaFi can tell their feelings are real, blazing with passion. She'll turn him into a demon of heaven, and it crushes the hero's conscience, because just look how effortlessly they're able to play her. Yoruna snapped that it wasn't fair. Why did only her sister get sweets? Leafy fired back that it was just a reward for teaching Yuki that knowledge. Then the hero grinned and told her not to worry, because he'd whip up dessert for helping her cook dinner. Bursting out of the cave, the girl gasped that the sunlight nearly blinded her, while the young man smirked, realizing she'd been clinging to his dungeon like it was the only place she'd ever been comfortable. Shouldn't she be guarding her nest or something? She only built it here because the honey was so good, yet now she's totally ignoring it. The young man leaned in and asked if he'd been careful when he expanded the dungeon, he would have ended up touching her. Lafine spotted this guy's gorgeous wings, and when he spoke up, he admitted they're a total pain in regular life, so he keeps them hidden most of the time. The dragon starts to brush the boy's wings. Then she's stunned she's been staring at this breathtaking pair all along. Like, what a wasted secret. Meanwhile, the boy just grins and insists her dragon wings are even more beautiful. Heat rushed to her cheeks, but she shot back that his sweet talk wouldn't change a thing. The hero suddenly got it. Complimenting a dragon's wings is basically like throwing out a flirty pickup line, and dragons totally bite. Leafy said that before, he was basically a donut, no powdered sugar at all. But once she laid eyes on the sheer glory of his wings, you could straight up say he'd turned into eye candy, like a cake loaded with icing. Compared to some other lower dragons, you'd have to say he wasn't all bad, and the boy thanked her with a shaky, hesitant voice. Leifai praised the kid so the hero could wear that honor like a badge, then snapped, "Enough with the talk, get down to business," and told him to use his mana eye and lock in, watching every detail. The dragon snapped her wings open and unleashed them with a thunderous burst. The boy said those wings looked just like the ones she wore in her dragon form, but she snapped it down, insisting they were only a mana-made imitation. "Leaf, I asked the boy if he wanted to go first, and he nodded right away." He told her wings were stunning, like the moon slicing through the dead dark of night. Then LeFay leaned in and ordered him to take real good care of her. She snapped her wings open, poured mana into them with raw power, and shot straight into the sky. The hero's jaw drops, and the girl blurts out, hoping he finally gets it, then dares him to try flying after. Yuki replayed the plan in his head, grabbed the sauna, aim it at the wings, then he carried it out exactly like he'd rehearsed. Yuki finally managed to beat his wings for the first time, and the girl demanded he hold that shape and take the sky with everything he's got. The protagonist finally takes to the skies. Then he screams at LeFai that he can't stop, and she shoots back that he pumped way too much mana into his wings. Then she tells him to breathe, calm down, and ease off a little. The young man took her advice, and just like that, a breathtaking landscape unfolded in front of him. He jerked his mouth open in shock, then LeFay beamed, praising him with pure admiration. The hero whirled around and locked eyes with the girl, glowing in the sunlight. He couldn't stop staring. Leaf jumped in and asked if something was wrong, and he denied it all. Then the girl unleashed the real meaning of flight. Alfiro, this creepy ghost town right nearby, and the whole fight kicks off in the guild, where someone snaps that there's an urgent call coming straight from it. The employee backed it up, saying those adamant tier adventurers were swamped right now, so they handed the task off to the mithril tier crew instead. The adventurer girl leaned in and demanded, "So what does all of this mean?" In the room, the adventurers lock in around the truth and admit they've got no choice. They've got to take this cross, because the ones who dodge a straight guild quest won't just get turned down, their reputations get crushed. He said he'd been hearing rumors that the monster, the one that never shows up, has been popping up more and more, so he had to dig into why the creatures in the ghost forest are suddenly acting so weird. The girl clocked the guy as a full-on coward, and she prayed hard that he wouldn't have to face this monster. A man tears through the forest, and the terrifying truth hits him. He finally realizes why monsters keep crawling out, one after another. The guy yells at him to shut up and sprint harder, or die, and the girl's gut tells her something is seriously wrong in this forest. These monsters, right down to that horned tiger, were meant to stay deep in the forest, and she's watching the whole place fall apart like it's making no sense at all. The man screeched to a halt, and just like that, he knew they had no escape but to fight. Fenrir burst out of nowhere and struck down the horned tiger, snuffing out its life in an instant. Then he leaned in and stared at the man like he was hunting for answers. He felt like his life was over, and all he could think was that he should have asked Chiro, Chan from the bar, out on a date at least once. Fenrir spun around and just walked off like it meant nothing at all, while the man stared at him, utterly confused. At first, the adventurers barely spoke. Then one of them suddenly figured it out. They'd been rescued. They decided to get out of this forest fast, because this wolf is a total disaster-level monster, and it's even got a collar strapped around its neck. So yeah, someone just tamed a calamity-level monster like it was nothing, and while that's happening, Lafai turns to Yuki and begs for chocolate-covered donuts for today's dessert. Yuki rockets across the sky on Fira, and he can't stop staring as the speed hits him. Today, Fur is on the hunt, and the hero just burned every dungeon point on the flying skill, so now he's scrambling to restock his supplies mid-mission. Here's the map of the Cursed Forest, split into 4 deadly zones. The northern zone is leaf-iced territory. The west is where the strongest monsters stalk. The south drags in the weakest monsters, and the east is packed with fairly strong threats. The hero clocked a horned tiger in the wild and went for it, slipping into stealth and using his skill to close the gap without a sound. He set the targets like a snare, then shot into the air and drove his blade into the creature's back with everything he had. That was the easiest way to hunt, until the hero's sword snapped in his hand. He knows he needs a deadlier weapon. He's already a demon lord, and he's gearing up to become one who specializes in magic. But that doesn't mean he's done with a sword. He yanks out a reinforced steel rod, praying it's strong enough to stop what's coming. The hero sprinted away from a swarm of huge ants, cursing up a storm because they were tearing across the ground so fast, and there were just way too many of them. Yuki asked how Fur was doing and told him to get off, but Fur just shook his head. Then the hero grinned and said, "With my flight speed, I'm not going anywhere." He didn't even hesitate. He charged straight at those monsters to prove what training had forged in him, and he summoned a roaring water dragon that lunged forward to tear into the ants. The hero started mocking the ants, and the next thing he knew, they swarmed him with acid. Yuki instantly regretted every word. He finally gets it. Those ants never quit, and his mana just can't measure up against that endless swarm. He knows he has to pull something off, so he rips open his item box and scans fast. There has to be something in there that can actually save the day. He tossed the monster meat straight to the ants and ordered them to chow down. And man, this stuff was top tier. So delicious it could have fooled you for Wagyu. The guy said they'd have to cook up another plan while everyone was busy. But when he lifted his head, he saw the chase had totally vanished. And that's when he realized they really did stop to chow down on meat. Plopped in the throne room, the hero claims it'd be perfect if his useless skill somehow found a way to steer how weapons get handled. He thinks the club is super easy to use, but the moment a demon lord starts swinging it, the whole thing feels wildly wrong. That giant sword looks great, but it's so light and flimsy for its size that the hero can't shake the feeling it'll crack way too soon. Suddenly, Iruna burst up to him and demanded, "So you really plan to pull another trick?" He fires back, saying he's about to rise up and become a creative demon lord. If he doesn't have a weapon, he'll forge one himself. Leafy snapped, asking if he was cooking up more nonsense again, and he shushed her fast, then tossed a couple of brutal, unflattering jabs her way. He's thinking she has no clue that he's just taken the title, Master of the Supreme Dragon, and that he's already tamed a beast powerful enough to drop the whole world to its knees. The young man lays out exactly what makes a weapon: top-tier materials, a wild imagination, how much mana the user can pour in, and raw skill, because this is the perfect kind of power for him. And yeah, he also wields skill magic enchantment, slapping magical patterns onto anything he targets to forge real magical gear, the ultimate fusion of spell and steel. And now he's chasing his dream like nothing can stop him, becoming a demon lord. First, he decides to forge a knife out of an iron piece pulled straight from the catalog, an all-metal, military-looking blade that's normally a melee weapon in shooters. The hero slams the skill on, then his weapon materializes from nothing. Iruna's jaw drops at what's unfolding, and Yuki clocked his effort and gives him props. 334. After a while, he finally snagged the Knife of the Demons, and when he touched it, he felt how razor sharp it was. Now the rest is up to his skill to finish making the weapon. Lafine sized up the sword and realized it was seriously well made, then demanded whether mountain folk like these actually used blacksmith magic, only for the youth to grin and admit, "I haven't finished it yet." He decided to forge the knife double-edged and beef it up, because the hero knew enchantments hit harder depending on the shape, so he sharpened it into a sleeker form to match his natural water magic gift. Iruna clocked it instantly. He looked just like her. Leaf demanded answers. What was it? The guy snapped back that it was a weapon, and Leaf pressed for proof, asking him to show her how it worked. He told her to grab it by the handle and swing with everything she had, smashing her opponent with that striking part. The girl shot back with a sarcastic grin, calling it a super powerful weapon, and the guy blushed hard before laughing at his own mistake, relieved he hadn't burned any expensive materials on it. He decided to put the wild loot from a giant rhinoceros beetle to work, and he yanked the horns straight out of the box. He clenched his focus and forced his mind to spit out something simple. Last time he totally botched it, because his mind started chasing something wild and unusual. There's still no real reason to jump to magical enchantments yet. Now focus on the weight and the sharp bite of it. It doesn't need some crazy design, just a double-edged blade with a handle. Right then, Leafy popped up from behind the guy and blurted the word, flower. Because of that, Yuki forged the Demon Lord Greatsword, an insanely beautiful blade crafted by the Demon Lord himself, shining like the most gorgeous blooming flower. Rage surged through the hero as he demanded to know what the girl was up to. Lafai burst into laughter and couldn't help but notice how stunning Yuki's flower was. He leaned in and asked what she was going to do with it, because it was the only slice of that material he couldn't use twice. Lefty grinned, saying it looked amazing and swore it could wipe out any monster in an instant. Yuki leveled her weapon at her, and the dragon burst into laughter at how cute it looked, until the guy snapped, told her to stop, and started ripping into her with a harsh scolding. They started squabbling on the spot. Then the young man snapped that her taste wasn't even worthy of the title Mistress Supreme Dragon. Iruna watches it happen, then whips around to Shia and tells him, "Your brother and sister are at it again," and urges them to go join the chaos. A few days later, Iruna pulled her brother in and thanked him for the lunch, because the blood-sucking ritual was coming about once a week, and when it wasn't time, she ate like a normal person. The girl flashed a grin and said she felt blessed she got to drink her brother's delicious blood. Then she bolted outside to play, but the boys shouted for her to come back before dark. That night, Iluna still never came back to the dungeon. Lights out, silence, no sign of her. What kind of nightmare could have snatched a sweet little girl like that? Iluna's gone, she's missing, and the whole world just went dead silent. The guy sat on the throne, clutching his head with one hand. Then the door creaked out of nowhere, and he snapped his head up. Pharaohpoa, the hero, snapped at him, "Did you find Iruna?" And Geeds growled that he'd smelled people in the forest, then swore he'd also spotted tracks of a carriage just outside the trees. Turns out she wasn't snatched by some random monster. Iruna was hauled off like a commodity, because this summer is flat-out dangerous for everyone. Yuki leaned in and grilled Leafy about the closest human settlement. She answered without hesitation. Southeast, 3 hours flying from here, and that sealed it. They decided to leave right now. The hero begged Gleefy to come with him, and she shut him down fast, saying the obvious wasn't worth even asking for. To her, that little girl wasn't just a stranger, she became family, and when the heroes stepped outside, the sky exploded with dragons everywhere. The young man blurted, "What is it?" And I shot back, "Her followers." With sheer numbers, they'd crush every fool in the blink of an eye. The girl spun him around and flashed him a grin, promising to show everyone exactly who they were up against. He watched her and thought, "You're a good woman," and she just laughed, then told him to drop everything and go rescue their little sister. Iruna jolted awake beside a strange cage, and the moment she opened her eyes, something felt horribly wrong. She remembered every single thing that happened to her, then snapped her head around, and that's when she spotted a whole maze of cages packed with beastmen. Two men burst into the room, bragging that they were lucky she was alive, and that they'd dodged getting fed to the arena monsters. Then they spotted it. The girl had finally woken up. Iruna's stomach dropped when she realized those men had already stolen her mother and father's lives. He swung a stick and bashed her on the head, then snarled that she was nothing but trouble. Another man stepped in and told him, "Relax, the price will drop because of that scar." Then he leaned in and painted Iruna's terrifying future. The girl didn't fall into despair, because now Iruna finally has a little brother to change everything. At first she eyed him with a little fear, but then his kindness and warm soul melted it away. She can't get enough of being around him, and sure, her sister is always lazy, but when trouble hits, you can count on her. Her mom and dad are gone, but she refuses to break. She's sure Lefi and Yuki are coming to rescue her and take their place. Until they come, Iruna won't hesitate. She'll do whatever it takes, even begging the spirit of the earth for his power, and the world around her erupts in a bright glow as she's sealed under the Spirit King's protection, the blessing of Igea Drago. Out of nowhere, a tiny earth spirit popped into view. The girl told him to unfasten the collar and unlock the cage door, and right on cue, the spirit obeyed, and Erwin rushed to thank it. Then she demanded he make her invisible, like it was just another trick, and he remembered the soul's 6 pieces: earth, water, air, fire, light, and darkness. The girl vanished from sight, like her presence got snatched away in an instant. She's totally lost, and she can't shake the fear she'll never make it to the forest by herself, so the smart move is to duck out of sight, hide, and wait for her brother and the others to show up. The girl strode up to the door, glanced at the other cages, and commanded them to hold up, because she was absolutely going to rescue them all. At the Lord's estate, someone bursts in yelling, "I've got urgent news!" The man shot out of bed and demanded what happened, and the soldier said the cursed forest was crawling with monsters. About 100 of them were coming fast. The Lord guessed they were wyverns. Then the knight peered in with a scrying crystal and discovered the flock was made of full-grown dragons. Shock hit him hard, so he ordered every soldier and adventurer be dragged awake and summoned at once, told the citizens to be escorted out, and kicked off the evacuation immediately. The Lord yanked on his jacket and ordered the citizens to get out safely, and he just couldn't wrap his head around how 100 dragons could agree to that. They won't just threaten it, they'll wipe out this entire kingdom, piece by piece. Yuki leaned in and told me, "I can see the whole city from here." He clocked the truth. He'd rather have shown up for a different reason. Leaf called the guy. She snapped that if she started a pogrom here, she'd level the whole city and wipe Iruna out too. So she handed her survival over to him, and he demanded she take control of the dragons. Soldiers and adventurers surged in, swinging hard to smash the monsters down, and then one of the dragons crashed to the ground. That's when the hero's fury lit up. The resident froze in pure shock. Then, out of nowhere, fur sprouted. The hero asked if he sensed Iruna, and the dog snapped back, "Yeah." Then the young man dropped onto him and ordered, "Run, straight to her." The soldier's eyes went wide when the boy bolted, actually escaping on the monster's back. The merchants shoved the girls along and barked that the goods had to be evacuated right now, like a swarm of dragons was charging their way. So they kept yelling at them to hurry, hurry, hurry. She cracked under the sheer pressure and fell hard. The man started cursing at her, promising he'd destroy her, and then sold her anyway. The protagonist freezes right in front of the door, knowing Iruna has to be somewhere on the other side. The man roars at the girls to obey his commands. Then, out of nowhere, a brutal cracking sound snaps through the air. The instant the hero swings that door open, it explodes into splinters under the force. The man snaps in shock, and then they press him. "So who are you?" The girls stare in terror at what's unfolding before them. The young man grits his teeth. These guys are getting under his skin, yet Arun is nowhere to be found. The hero could feel it. After the rebirth, he wasn't human anymore, so the man screamed that they had to strike this guy. no hesitation. Yuki doesn't see any reason to keep these people alive. His face twists with pure malice and cold contempt. A bandit bolted in to slash him with a sword, and before the guy could even react, he struck without wasting a second. In the next heartbeat, he swung his blade and severed the man's head. Everyone else just stood there, totally baffled. The hero kept mowing them down, one after another, until nobody left standing. One of the men swung an axe and charged straight at the guy, but Firm still managed to shut it down. The scarred man barked that the hero recognized it, then ordered someone to bring it in, right into the room, where the young man stared at this strange object, totally baffled. The thing burst into light and made his cursed fur drop his head in instant fear. Yuki came up to him, gently stroked him, and leaned in to ask how he was holding up. This item is a suppression crystal. It blasts the mana flow around nearby monsters, jams their movement, and its punch rises or falls with the monster's strength. And that's when the hero finally understood how they'd pushed so deep into the cursed forest. Only 3 fighters are left standing on the battlefield: He, Sudan, and Nadine. With a wild grin, the heroes basically said, "Man, this is going to be brutal, because we're so weak." Another guy clocked it instantly. The boy was looking down on them, and he snapped, "A familiar's master can't be strong." Then he smirked and said the only play is simple: drown him with numbers. Yuki was done with the non-stop yapping. He snapped, released his water dragon, and hurled it straight at the pathetic guy. All that was left of him were blood-soaked stains, and the young man realized with a sick jolt that even the mosquitoes felt tougher than they did. Yuki shot Fear a question. Could he sense Iruna? Fear snapped back that he couldn't even smell her with all that blood everywhere, so they should ask the words next, even if it would waste way too much time. She marched right up to the estate's owner and demanded answers. The hero slips into her gentlest interrogation mode and corners the guy, then demands to know where Iruna is. He shrugged and admitted he had no clue, and just like that, the moment they finally realized, she was already gone from her cage. He slapped her into advanced shackles and stationed a guard by the door, and the young man even admitted that when they first met, she'd tried to flee them too. This girl is dangerously smart. One of the men screamed that reinforcements were on the way, and the Lord snapped, ordering the boy's life to be taken. After wiping out every last robber, the young man snapped out of battle mode and desperately searched for where Luna had gone. She was already out on the street, sprinting through the alley. Then she dropped down, tucked her knees to her chest, and started yelling for her mom and dad. She still remembered the whole city burning in raging flames, and the moment her mother called her. She clutched her daughter in a fierce hug and begged her to run, keep living no matter what. And right then the girl sobbed hard, tears pouring like it was breaking her. The hero stormed out of the estate, and right there, a crowd of knights and adventurers was already waiting to follow him. The young man couldn't help but grin at the massive welcome, like it was made just for him. Iruna curled up, shaking like crazy, and blurted out that she wants to hug her again. She's begging to play with her brother again, then she wants a cozy nap with Mo Furrier again, and she even wants to sit on his lap while they chat like always. Meanwhile, the hero grumbles about how unbelievably annoying it all is. The girl crumples in tears, pleading that she can't face being alone again. The protagonist roared Aruna's name at the top of his lungs. She heard everyone's shoulders tightened, and the whole air felt charged with panic. While Lefai was up in the sky with the other dragons, he snapped to it instantly. The desperate cry tore through the air. Iruna burst out from the corner, shouting for her brother. The girl lunged into her brother's arms, and he crushed her in a hug, telling her she'd done her best, and that everything was finally okay now. Iruna grinned and told him she poured every ounce of herself into it. He ran his hand over her head and urged her to flee the city with the fur family, because out here, danger lurked everywhere. Iruna told them that this place wasn't just her. There were way more kidnapped people hidden here. The girl stepped in and offered to rescue them, and the guy snapped his head toward her in pure shock. Then he grinned and told her to count on her little brother. The hero shoved the girl onto the fear and told her he trusted her with everything. Then the wolf and Iruna vanished. People saw it happen, but they just froze like, guess we're down one problem. Yuki stared at the bruise on Yoruna's face, and fury ripped through him. People screamed at him to stop and toss his weapon, but the hero didn't flinch. He declared he'd take the lives of every last one of them. The main character lets violence hang in the air and dares everyone to face it. Some of them crumple into a faint, and then another guy clocks it. This demon lord's power is real. Yuki's done caring. This kind of race should just be wiped out. He was moments from taking that step, then people rushed in, trying to stop him. Suddenly, someone snapped at the young man to calm down. It was Lafai. She told him the moment his goal was already crushed. Aluna was back with them, and everyone who'd hurt her already paid the price. The girl then wrapped her arms around the boy. She leaned in and whispered right in his ear, promising she'd take him back home. She cupped his cheek and told him he had no reason left to stay. Then the guy blurted her name. Suddenly, Lafai snapped awake and blurted, "I'm starving," as her eyes locked on him, hoping he'd whip up a dinner worthy of everything she just fought for. Yuki grinned and promised he'd feed her the very best he had, while she sat there praying it would blow past her hopes. That young guy reeled her in and swore it was so delicious she'd have to swear off regular sweets for a bit, so she nodded like, "Got it, I've got to save this." Right in the middle of their conversation, someone burst in and cut them off. It was Ray Lure, Louvria, the lord of this city, and the protagonist wasted no time asking what he wanted. He finally understood why they'd come. His relative had been kidnapped by their people, and as the man who ran this city, he swallowed his regret and apologized through the teeth, then invited them straight to his estate. Sink into the living room, and the Lord finally speaks. "I can't apologize enough for what happened, but trust me, I'll make sure it never happens again." He tore up the apology with pure sincerity, and Leaf demanded, "Do you know who she is?" He nodded, and the girl's face suddenly snapped into place, like she reminded him of the pact she'd sworn with his ancestors. The hero figured this old man could read every detail. No wonder he already knew Lafai was a high dragon. Then the young man leaned in and demanded to know what kind of pact they were talking about. The girl told him she hadn't even gotten around to sharing this with him yet. There came a time when everyone chased power, so countless fighters strutted in, trying to feed their own pride. But the girl snapped and decided to cut the whole vanity problem right out at the source, then turned her attacks straight at the human countries these so-called heroes called home. The old king freaked out and swore he and his people would never meddle in her life again, right there on the spot, sealing it with a pact of non-interference. This pact has to stay unbroken, still, right to this very day. But the girl they snatched was her own blood, so their sins had to be paid for, one way or another. Rayler promised, if she wanted this pact to stay exactly as it is, he'd do everything he could to meet her demands. Lafai snapped her head toward the hero and told him to say, straight out, why he showed up like that. Yuki couldn't believe she'd clocked it so fast. And yeah, he'd been left wondering why she followed him without a word. Leafy's displeasure hit hard, yet he kept calling her useless and lazy in his head, until she proved, loud and clear, that she absolutely deserves her title. Yuki snapped into a stern face and said he didn't care what they did. Then he warned that if anything like that happened again, he'd tear through everyone's lives. The man promised he'd do everything in his power to keep anyone else from stepping into that cursed forest. And then the young man demanded he surrender every servant and every person living on the estate. The lord sank into the chair, and he never imagined the mighty dragon would ever wear the face of a gorgeous girl, or that this demon lord's power would be so terrifying that staying far away is the only smart move. He says that lately, the higher-ups have convinced themselves that marching into the cursed forest, stealing its rich resources, and calling it right is the plan. Then they'll use this incident to send an army in and crush everyone in revenge. Staring at the standing crowd of newly freed servants, Yuki turns to Leafy and fires a question. What are they supposed to do with them? The girl realized he never once weighed the consequences of his choice, and when the young man admitted it, he shot back that he only helped because Aluna asked him to. The hero leaned in and asked the girls what they had at home, and they talked for a bit before one of them finally blurted out that most of them had been kidnapped, dragged miles away from their hometowns. But even the kidnapped still have a way back home. The guy demanded to know how she knew it was him, and she shot back that his men had given her the whole story. The young man pleaded with Lefei to summon dragons and ferry them home. Then she smiled and said it'd be easy to arrange. Yuki leaned in and told the girls, "Don't worry, I'll send you home." Then he grinned and added, "These dragons are smart. Just point them to where their home is, and they'll whisk you in before you even realize it." The girls were buzzing with joy, and one of them asked, "So you really want to send us home?" He shot back, "Nah, you can take care of the ones who don't have anywhere to go," because in the end, he was the reason they'd ended up here in the first place. Most of the girls thanked him with bright smiles and then shot off home. Of that whole crowd, only a few stayed: Layla, the horned sheep demon, and Lunjilu, the battle wolf. Lila said she'd been taught to pay kindness back, and that she'd gladly serve the hero. Then Leo asked, "Wait, is that Fenrir standing right over there?" He confirmed it, and the girl begged him to stay, then promised she'd do whatever he wanted. The hero thought it was all because of that fire. Leo told them that, to the werewolves, Fenrir was basically a god, so now she could brag that she'd served Fenrir, and honestly, leaving the village was worth it. Yuki snapped his gaze at the Furu and declared, "I'm a god now!" The beast bowed its head, and then the protagonist stepped forward to introduce everyone to the girls. Then he leaned in and dropped a bombshell. Someone else was in there too, but he'd bring them out to meet them tomorrow. So for now, everyone hit the blankets and get some rest. Lou and Layla break into heartfelt thanks and don't let the guy slip away without it. Fenrir led the girls in, but Lefei and Yuki stayed outside. Then the guy snapped his attention back to her. The young man smiled, thanked her, and told her he never could have made it without her. The girl thought he meant the instant she hugged him and clung to him like a kid, but the young man snapped at her to drop it and forget the whole thing. Lefei leaned in and told the guy the truth. She'd been alone for years, alone for as long as she could remember, watching this world turn dull and tasteless, where boredom was the only thing she ever felt, and she'd just accepted that misery as normal. Then, on a day that felt destined, she crossed paths with a man who changed everything. He lit up her world with a strange new glow, flooding it with colors she'd never even known existed, and the feelings he gave her were so fresh and sweet, she could only tuck them safely in her heart, until she warned him, "If I ever get angry, I'll stop you." As Leafy pressed her hand to the guy's face, she leaned in and demanded to know if he'd keep bringing color to her world. Irun is so relieved. Her brother finally came to rescue her, but he's got one brutal catch. He'll have to take concubines. Yuki had no clue what Kenku was talking about, until the vampire said he could live with it if it was Lefei's sister, just not anybody else. The hero figured Lafayette must have said something weird to her, so the dragon leaned in and asked if that's what he meant when he mentioned the maid. Leo slid in behind her and swore he'd do anything for the master who saved her, and gave her a shot to serve Fenrir. Then Lila pressed for the night service schedule, while Yuki barked, "I didn't mean it." He drops this like, "I really wanted to ask them to do the chores," and you can feel how furious he is, because he's the only one stuck doing it. He added, "There's a bunch of stuff here you won't recognize. If you don't know how to use it, just come ask me." And then he reminded them they could also use the room he showed them yesterday. Yuki Aslala hunts down where the Demon Lord is hiding, right from the Demon King's perspective. To the girl, Demon Lords are just dungeon masters, creatures the dungeon reshapes to fit its walls, plain and simple, and the boy stepped in to spell out what modified really meant. If some dungeon craves a goblin as its demon lord, it'll hand him power so wild he stops being just a goblin and becomes something far worse. Then the boy turned to the girl, thanked her, and praised how much she knew. Today's mission, we add the plains area, and the boy realizes it isn't just a new zone, it's a whole new floor inside the dungeon. It's surprisingly spacious. There's even a slice of sky up there, and the guy rockets straight to the very top. He chose to bring the river and mountains into it, then teased himself with the idea of adding a bridge and sakura right by the water, before finally going all in and building a full-on Japanese-style hotel. Yuki sank into the bath he'd made and blurted that it was the best thing ever. Then he prayed others would feel that same bliss. Iruna barged into the bathroom, and he snapped, "Why didn't you go with everyone later? Didn't I tell you to?" The girl blurted out that she wanted a bath with her brother and told the boy to scrub her hair. And then the hero excitedly proposed they throw a picnic up on the plane with everyone aboard, while Iruna just stared and asked, "What in the world is a picnic?" He promised them they'd chow down under that bright blue sky, then dive outside and play non-stop. Lafai burst into the bathroom, and the guy blurted her name, so she shot back, asking if they weren't thrilled to see. Iruna figured her little sister would want to tag along with her brother too. "We just thought about him washing her hair again, like last time." Yuki pushed Iruna toward the bath before anyone else, and the forest dragon lounged on the chair right in front of the hero. The hero snapped his gaze away and started scrubbing the girl's hair, like every second mattered. The young man steadies his racing thoughts, forcing calm to take over. He thinks it's nothing but Lafai, just some useless dragon. He tells the girl he's done, but the dragon slumps against him and whispers that it feels insanely good. But didn't his breathing turn shaky when the girl slid her hand along his knee, and did she really think he was getting worked up by her body? He snapped upright and bristled at her statement. Iruna and Shai stare as Yuki and Leafy brawl, and then she yells for them to come slip into the bath. Leafy sinks into the bathtub and blurts out that it feels amazing. She never expected a soak in scorching hot water to feel this good, and the girl agrees. Yuki practically beams, then leans in and fires off, "Tell me, what do I need to do to earn that title?" The girl admitted she had no clue. He'll earn it only after he pulls off some massive feat, while others swear he'll get it just like that. But either way, nobody can explain how it'll actually happen. The hero stared, stunned. This world had no god at all. She shot back, "I've never seen one in my whole life." The young man stared at his menu and spotted the title, Judge, a name he'd just been handed out of nowhere, and then he leaned in and demanded, "What other titles are there besides Supreme Dragon?" She can even cloak her rank and her titles if she wants. Later, the guy decides to hunt down this skill in the skill list. That boy looked at Aruna's status and saw nothing but a blank wall, so he decided his goal was simple: unlock the full truth behind her stats. Leifai grinned and told him, "Once you get strong enough, you'll read most of it." He told her that it had taken him several hundred years to reach this strength, because by then, he'd already be dead of old age. Then she pointed out, cold and clear, that he could still live for at least a couple thousand years. Demons forged from mana don't just live long, they practically last forever, because they can sip in mana from the air with every breath. That intel hit him hard when she told him, "You won't die as long as there's mana in this world, only if someone takes your life." Then Yuki pressed for the truth and asked how many years Leifai had to live. She told him dragons aren't just beasts, they're a whole race with lifespans that stretch forever, and somehow her body is insanely tough, perfectly tuned to mana. As long as mana keeps burning in this world, she's sure she won't die. The young man insisted everything was fine, saying that if she was beside him, boredom would never touch him, not even if he lived for an eternity. Those words hit me like lightning. I blushed hard, and the hero clocked it instantly. He decided to carry Aruna, already slipping into sleep, to bed, and just then the dragon caught sight of his title, Master of the Highest Dragon, and started chewing him out. Liu groaned that she's totally wiped out, muttered that Leify and San snap at the smallest things, and then Layla warned, "If you don't change, your clothes are going to come out wrinkled." The wolf nodded in perfect agreement with her 0.538. She rushed into different clothes and asked Layla why she wouldn't leave. Layla snapped back that she stayed to pay a debt, and that's when the girl caught the truth. It was nothing but an excuse. 0.539. Her sheep's horn has only one tribe, and that tribe is pure curiosity, no strings attached. So it's wild to think any of them would ever stay in a place like this, just to pay back the kindness she's been shown. Lila told everyone she was overflowing with gratitude for being rescued, because if she'd become a servant, she'd already planned to end her life. But then she ran into a demon lord who actually seemed to have a head on his shoulders. This is her golden chance to dive into the dungeon, hunt down clues, and finally learn the terrifying truth about a creature known as the Demon Lord. She's praying he'll stay on a normal path, not realizing she's right here, quietly watching his every move. Leo said he wouldn't even get mad if he found out, and Layla promised to stay silent too, because that role was one of the top tribes in the werewolf race. She also caught wind of rumors that the chieftain's daughter, roughly her age, had slipped out and vanished from home, and Leo begged her to keep that secret. The girl shrugged it off and said she didn't mind it at all. Then she couldn't stop wondering why she'd been trying to hide it. Leo asked, "Doesn't it freak you out to see the chief's daughter, of all people, so totally out of control?" Layla told everyone she found Leo so feminine and sweet, and Leo instantly flushed with embarrassment. The heroes rolled up to a picnic, and Iruna grinned as she said, "We eat outside and we play together non-stop." Lafai's sure she'll finally get a solid night's sleep here, until that guy's warning slams back in her mind. Don't you dare underestimate the game's master. Yuki and Iruna rocket down the hill on their sleds, flying through the rush of the ride. The girls said it was awesome, then Lou and Layla lit up, saying it looked insanely fun, and he urged them to try it too, so they climbed onto the sled. Layla squeezed into Lou's arms and clung to her like she'd never let go. The girls barreled down the hill at full speed, nearly flying. They were absolutely thrilled by the trip. Yuki couldn't stop smiling, because they both loved every second of it. Lafise Tournay told him she was out, and that dude hoisted her on his neck and hauled her up the hill, while she begged over and over for him to let her go. Yuki dropped onto the sled and told the girl to cling to him with everything she had. Then they tore down the hill. Wait, the girl blinked, and she realized they were totally soaring through the air. The young man supercharged his power with wind magic. Right there on the ground, the girl's soul tore free and slipped out of her body, and the guy just stared, totally lost, because she was soaring faster than anything he'd ever seen. "Don't call it flying," she said, and Yuki couldn't stop laughing at the irony of it. Even this supreme dragon was getting knocked down like that. Lafai burst her wings open, wrapped her arms around the guy from behind, and promised she'd whip up a wildly interesting course, just for him, and only for her. Lafai dared him to swallow the resentment she'd been saving for him, while Rune told the girls that his brother and sister were absolutely unreal. Food time hit, and the girls lit up, eyes sparkling with pure delight. The guy raved that the Supreme Dragon's course was absolutely mind-blowing, and Leafy couldn't believe he was being so careless. Iruna realized the place was overflowing with karage, and Lila leaned in to tell her it was made from the meat of the stone bird. Leifai bragged that this bento would taste amazing, but the hero didn't miss a single detail. Then the young man waved it off, telling her she had nothing to worry about, and he even set up dessert too. Lou said every guy's dessert was insanely delicious. Dragon pointed out they could only taste them here, and Wolf demanded answers about Lou calling Leify Sama the Supreme Dragon. He shot back that Lefei was the Supreme Dragon, and the girl froze in shock. Liu blinked in shock, then fired up and started rattling off everything a dragon should be like, and Leaf cut in. If she had something to say, he was all ears, only for the guy to demand she stop threatening her like that. The wolf demanded what Layla finally got, and she shot back that the moment they first met, she'd taken command of the dragons. She's stunned Leo didn't see it coming. She's like, all my focus went straight to Mofrudire. Yoruna then pops off saying she wants to play badminton with everyone, and the hero immediately says, you got it. The girls stare in shock because Iruna can actually demand pampering for her master, Yuki and Lifai, the Supreme Dragon, and the young man breaks it down. There's a hierarchy, and he's the weakest of the four inside the dungeon. In the kingdom of Alina, the king raids Gloria Alina, and he hurls the message out loud that she can't. Prince of the Alicia kingdom, Ryoto Glorio Alicia can't believe her father is letting them slip away so easily, even after they already launched an attack on their kingdom, so she demands they rush in and strike back right now. The king slammed the decision down. No permission to attack the cursed forest. He insisted the damage they took wasn't even that bad, and then he dropped the latest report. They hadn't fought the forest at all. Apparently, they just wiped out a criminal syndicate. He said it doesn't matter how much damage they do. This is about the country's dignity and the lifeblood of this forest's natural resources. The man let out a heavy breath and begged his son not to do it. This wasn't just advice, it was a royal decree. Ryuto nodded, saying he understood. He strode up to the prince and demanded to know if he could pull off the plan. Then the guy snapped, "Get me soldiers." Yuki and Lee were locked in a checkers battle when she told him, "Wait." He snapped back that he wouldn't wait a second longer. Then, out of nowhere, the guy's menu popped up. The girl blurted out, "What happened?" He shot back that they'd already got uninvited guests crashing the party. Their gear is pretty weak, and they look like run-of-the-mill soldiers from some random country. There are roughly 400 to 500 of them. Lei figured they must have been some big shots from the city, and the moment she imagined soldiers pulling something that rude on them, her irritation flared like a match. The dragon was ready to wipe them out fast, but Yuki slammed on the brakes. He wanted to try something, and if it went sideways, Yuki would jump in and save. The protagonist was sure they had to warn the invaders first, even if it was their last shot. Then the guy tore himself away and said goodbye to his friend, and Leficios nodded, promising she'd hold the line and wait for his return. The dragon snapped at Yuki. If he didn't rush back fast, she'd step in and keep the game going herself. And then the real problem hit. How on earth was the hero going to handle these crash-in guests? You can see those soldiers arming themselves with artifacts built to fight monsters. And the moment you watch the screen, the system window confirms it like a warning. Just like the criminals, stealth won't work as well if the target's strength matches the user's. The demon slipped past the soldiers like a shadow and ducked into a tent. Then someone finally spotted him. The young man blinked in mild shock. Someone had noticed him. Then, at that exact moment, a soldier shouted as if to attack, and he froze, totally dumbfounded. The demon leaned in and hissed that if the man so much as made a sound, that would be the end of him. The soldier nodded with raw fear, and right after that Yuki asked, calm as ever, whether he was the one in charge of the group. Turns out the leader wasn't the leader at all, and that crushed the protagonist's confidence, even though he felt dead right, because that warrior had the highest level and looked like the most seasoned fighter in the room. But this one still has to be a top priority. His tent's way better than what the usual soldiers get. So the demon stared him down and barked that he must deliver a message to the leader, making sure he never forgets a single thing Yuki said. He doesn't want to hear a single reason why they showed up on his turf. This is the Demon Lord's land, so if those humans want to keep sticking around, Yuki will wipe them all out. The young man chose to stop right there, and the warrior couldn't wrap his head around it. Why would the demon warn them first, when it could wipe them out in an instant? A little irritated, he snapped that he was ready to wipe out every pest that came at him, but doing it that way would blow everything up. The second Yuki stepped into the dungeon, he started firing off reports to Leify, claiming his experiment had failed. The truth hit hard. The guy with his subordinates actually pulled back after he'd reported to the leader, and the rest of the warriors weren't going to follow orders. Suddenly, the girl snapped her head toward her friend, demanding to know why he was coming back acting so carefree. He told her he'd only gone to warn them, but that excuse didn't land with her at all. That dragon was furious. Yuki's answer didn't cut it, because she planned to camp out all night, waiting for him to finally come back. Her words hit him hard, and before he could dodge it, he confessed his wrongdoing, and to make it up to her, he decided to show her something truly amazing. The demon gave her a sharp reminder. He'd already handed her access to his system window, then Leify's worries vanished on the spot, and as she stared at the map, she spotted those same violators right there. He was determined to see if the traps in their dungeon, no, their house, really could drop the soldiers the moment they stepped into their territory. The system window flashes a terrifying truth. The Golden Eye is a golem-type dungeon monster that streams what it sees, using mana like a built-in video feed to send its sight all around the dungeon. One of the men kept squinting at the sky, desperate to guess when dawn would finally show up. Meanwhile, his crew was laughing it up, cracking jokes like they had all the time in the world before their shift ended. One soldier turned on his own crew, screaming that they were boxed in by enemies, while chaos raged everywhere, with people spotting spiders crawling in every direction, and another house blazing in flames. Hearing the chaos, one of the commanders burst out in confusion, demanding answers. What the hell was going on? The soldier stammered that he didn't know either, because everyone was firing at different targets. Then the commander suddenly spotted a nightmare that made his blood run cold. The screaming soldier about enemies charged at the commander while he was begging for help. LaFi figured it was just the hallucination, and the demon practically lit up because she'd been given the right offer. The system window flashes that the Rausch gift tree, aka the quote-quote hallucination tree, drips out mana, and anyone nearby starts seeing things that aren't real. That tree is a trap too, because it's convenient in the worst way. You can pump mana into it from a far-off dungeon without ever getting close. Humans fall apart from magic like this, but Leafy and Yuki just stand there, because their mana is so huge the effect can't touch them. The dragon barely bought the idea that they'd all get wiped out by a trap like that, and the guy pushed for a look ahead, because if a demon that clever wouldn't just let them go, then something was definitely coming next. The girls threw out sharp sarcasm, saying that anyone who brags about being witty usually can't back it up with anything at all. The boy tweaks his words again, making it crystal clear he's never once lost a board game to LaFay. The dragon shrugged off the whole mess, insisting the young man was simply more battle-tested, and even tossed in a jab about that unfinished game because it wanted to win back faster. Yuki nodded, then told her to hang tight and wait. Right then, one soldier screamed for everyone to chase him and flee the area packed with mana, only for a sudden obstacle to slam into his path. His comrades had no clue what kind of vine this was. Then someone blurted out the real nightmare. This place was packed with monsters. The soldier's panic hit like a wave. He couldn't figure out why the monster-repelling artifact wouldn't do a thing, while his comrade was already rushing to save the poor fool who'd lost his mind. All the other guy cared about was one thing: where to run. Suddenly, the swamp started to shake and sear with heat, and everyone snapped into full-blown hysteria, while their commander-in-chief stared at the wreckage and started mumbling nonsense, words tumbling out of his mouth. The commander didn't want anyone within reach, and the second he was alone, he burst into a booming, hearty laugh. The test crushed every expectation Yuki had, and the dragon already figured it was done, while the demon flat-out confirmed the victory. People are feeling crushed, but the traps test worked like a charm, and Leafy can't wait to dive right back in and finish the game. Dawn was creeping in, and he almost jumped when she suddenly invited him to play right now. She wouldn't back down, because she'd been staying up way too late lately and couldn't bring herself to sleep through the night. He snidely labels her a lazy supreme dragon, and she fires back that a truly talented dragon knows how to protect its power when the moment finally arrives. As the sun spilled over the horizon, Yuki urged them to hit the bed, but Leafy wasn't done. She was determined to win back her streak. A couple days later, in the border town of Elfiro, the man was practically screaming at the guy to say it again, but the other one refused to repeat anything to Knight Captain Gamdy Lawston. Gumbia got kicked out, and his dream of becoming a captain died on the spot, because the army didn't want a man who ran the moment the battlefield heated up. Lawston fumed that he and his partner couldn't just kick him out whenever they wanted, until they realized it was Prince Ryuto, the mission's top boss, who ordered it. Even though no one has heard from the soldiers who slipped into the cursed forest, the plan to take it down isn't getting scrapped, because if this drags on, the forest will just claim more victims. The stranger said the knight looked wildly agitated, and the knight snapped back, "Yeah, because they're accusing me of fleeing the enemy, hitting me with immediate punishment, and not even letting me explain." Rage surged because they'd let greed blind them, then marched troops straight into the forest where a monstrous terror lurks, and all he could think about was what the king was really thinking when he made that call. That old man stood in the darkness, listened hard to the knight, and knew something was going down, somewhere their hands couldn't ever reach. The knight froze when he recognized the stranger, Lord Rayler Luvia. The Lord told them to set aside for now what everyone in the center was thinking. Ruling the land beside the infamous forest, this lord snapped up a talented soldier who just got fired, then sweetened the deal by covering his tavern tab and, as a bonus, promising to sit through one of the knight's grumbles. Gumdia admitted, low-key but firm, that plain dissatisfaction wouldn't cut it. Luvia burst into laughter and promised she'd stay with him until he finally cooled off. And just like that, their wild plan to tangle these passions was officially underway. Yuki was soaking up the perfect walking day, Iluna cheerfully walking alongside her, and at the same time, Mofuria was grumbling in total silence, while Lefezios dragged out a painful yawn. The dragon clocked that Fenrir was struggling right then, but he still had to grind through it, because even a legendary beast gets forced to endure things, and she was basically saying, yeah, they're treating you like a pet. The young man clocked it right away. Lefai wanted the leash, but she had to wait her turn first. The girl tried to argue, yet it was obvious the guy had read the situation perfectly. Ilunin warned that trying to take the rear for a walk would get tricky if he had more than one of himself, and the demon nodded along, agreeing. They only took the rear for a walk because Yuki was spinning a bedtime story, and the girl suddenly begged to stretch her legs too, so the boy had no choice but to go, even as he silently apologized to the wolf for it. Iluna leaned toward the demon and demanded to know if Yuki could really let his pet roam free on their walk. Walking lets a pet stretch its legs outside for exercise, and even though it had fur, it still ran around the mountain all by itself. The vampire got Lefai's message and let the wolf roam to his favorite spot, just as the protagonist urged him to, yet the wolf only whimpered in silence. The dragon snickered that maybe, someday, he'd sink his teeth into the demon and kill it. Then the boy shot back, if Fenrir bites me to death, the whole dungeon crumbles. And he knew the wolf was clever enough to never let that happen. The girl noticed Yuki's intense stare and instantly figured he must be completely hooked on her. She told Leify that her looks were the only thing worth anything, and that hit him hard, so Leify snapped, demanding to know why he dared to say only. Right then, Iluna trailed beside the wolf, and the moment Rear spotted something, she yanked her brother and sister over and sent them straight toward where Mofa Rear pointed. Lafine clocked that her friends were absolutely bursting with energy. Iluna couldn't take her eyes off that massive cloud, and Yuki nodded right along with her. Then the vampire snapped his focus to a giant tree, and the young man just stared, stunned, like even all three of them couldn't wrap their arms around it. That demon guest was said to be hiding out near a tree that was about 1,000 years old, maybe even older than Leffy, and when the dragon tried to deny it, she couldn't, because most of the trees around there had been standing since long before she was ever born. The girl stared at that giant flower in awe, and the boy joked it looked like it could swallow his head whole. Then their companions snapped at them to stay back and not go anywhere near it. After all, this monster can literally chomp your head clean off, so yeah, that horror pushed them to go further. At last, the entire company rolled up to this incredible place, and it stunned everyone. Nobody stayed indifferent. Iluna gushed that the wolf had found a stunning spot. Yuki didn't buy it right away. Fear didn't just stumble into places like this. Then Lefai declared the whole place unreal, because the lake's surroundings were packed with dense mana. When a dragon catches sight of a place with a mother this thick, something brand new sparks inside her, and it feels so good. After hearing everyone out, the main character proposed they finally take a breather beside that gorgeous lake. Hidden deep in the forest and out of sight from prying eyes, the friends dropped to the ground and laid back, leaning against a mossy career. They just chilled together in total peace. Lefai lay on that wolf and felt how soft, fluffy, and warm it was. Iluna, though, immediately went eyeing it like, mine, but got shot down fast. Right after the break, the young man taught the vampire how to play with Fenrir, then tossed the girl a frisbee, while she stared and learned. Yuki made sure she was set up right, and with a sharp command he shouted, "Catch!" The wolf's sleep had the girls totally stunned, and the dragon couldn't stop asking when that boy had even taught it to pull off something like that. So the second Iluna wanted to play, the demon jumped at the chance and started teaching her right away. That guy invited Lefay to play frisbee too, but she shut it down fast. She's got the sense not to crash a kid's game. The demon couldn't wrap his head around it. How could a girl who'd bet everything to win a board game against a little girl blurt out something like that? And before the demon could explode, the dragon just awkwardly admitted, "Hey, it isn't a game. This is a real battle." Yuki swung back to his friend, but once she asked, he realized she was already dying to know, so he backed down and suggested they mess around with that crew again. Iluna grinned and burst out of bed, calling her friends over like morning had officially arrived. Now it was time to wake Lefi. He was half asleep, rambling about how long he'd been sleeping, 17 years and 24 days. The vampire figured her brother had gotten cooler, but Yuki decided she wanted brand new toys, and she flat out refused. No explanations, not even with Shia backing her up. Liu backed up the girl's words because the master's mood had shifted in front of their eyes. Then he shrugged and admitted he'd been up all night playing games with the dragon. Layla barged in, cheered me with a "good morning," then froze mid-step the second she spotted the guy. The girl figured the boy had finally gone through the race's evolution, but he had no clue what it meant. Then the system window flashed. He'd just become a demon lord, now bearing the title Enemy of Humanity. You finally catch it. When someone hits a certain level, race evolution kicks in, and their whole race upgrades into a stronger version, and it almost always happens to non-human races. The demon swore his trap had finally nailed enough people this time, but no matter what, he still felt absolutely no change. The demon lord pushed his race forward faster than ever, and the idea instantly hooked Glayla. She started to think, what if this dungeon isn't a place at all? What if the dungeon is the monster, so the big boss, the demon lord, is forced to guard it just to keep it from swallowing everything? Tension seized the main character the moment the girl zeroed in on him, like her attention was burning a hole through his nerves. She shot an apology out fast, admitting she'd been so deep in her thoughts, she'd lost track of everything. And now LaFi should have been up already, because it was breakfast time, and Aluna was starting to wake her up again. The dungeon item list got updated, like, seriously, the place grows whenever the demon lord levels up. And just then, Leafy finally arrived, staring at the shift in Yuki's mana quality. He grilled her about whether she'd gone through that evolution. Then it hit him. Ancient dragons are already at the top of the food chain. The guy saw it instantly. This ancient dragon was born already unstoppable, while the normal one had to grow stronger step by step through its whole life. The kid just had a hunch. Once she hit level 1000, she might finally evolve. But the girl shut that down hard, saying her level wouldn't budge for decades, which meant she was looking at roughly 1,000 years before anything changed. Leafy couldn't wrap her head around it. Yuki evolved and looked exactly the same. Most monsters slap on new fangs or a fresh horn, and humanoids usually change their hair or eye color when they level up. So why didn't Yuki? Some demon races grow creepy tentacles, and right then the guy finally snapped. He remembered he never checked something. He flapped his wings into action, and then realized he had a whole second pair too, only it didn't make him feel any better. The dragon's eyes lit up the second the new wings appeared, so she lunged up to touch them right away. But her bold move startled the demon. Then he demanded a deal. If she let him feel her wings, he'd finally let her touch his. They leaned in, brushed against each other's wings, and poured out compliments as they studied every detail. Those wings felt soft under her fingers, so Yuki just had to sleep on something like that, until she couldn't take the pressure, and she begged him not to press the wings so hard. He shot back an apology for snapping at them, but the silence that followed felt brutally awkward between the friends. The couple stared, totally stunned by how painfully awkward the air between them felt. Right then, Layla swept by and told them to knock it off in public, but she completely misread the situation and ended up humiliating her own friends even more. Yuki still felt that brutal hit in his wings, and it kept gnawing at his comfort, so he grabbed onto a fresh new function that had just unlocked after his evolution. The system window flashed that it could build anything the user could picture, and how much DP it ate rose with the building's size, so the young man suddenly understood. If he used it right, he could summon a whole castle. Yeah, it's expensive, but compared to snagging a castle from a catalog, it's way cheaper. The real catch? You're paying in magic power, and betting on what wild ideas you can imagine. That boy's determination was on fire, so he jumped in immediately, crafting a tiny creation with earth magic, because his love for sandbox games was about to pay off. A couple hours later, Lou stormed up to him and demanded to know what he was doing, and that's when she caught the astonishing miniatures he'd crafted, so skillfully made they practically stole the scene. Yuki finally felt his hard work pay off. Turns out the she-wolf was also curious why he was lying there, and he told her the demon had run out of ideas, but she just didn't get what he meant. The young man's excitement exploded, because now he had to recreate that castle exactly like the one from a game he'd played before. Leo couldn't stop admiring his zeal. Then Layla finally showed up, all curious about what was going on, especially the adorable dollhouses, though she really came because the she-wolf had to hang out the laundry. Lewin started talking back, flashing the model like proof, while the D- demanded a straight answer. Who exactly created them? Yuki flashed a proud grin and declared these were his creations, then went and painted the roof using earth magic right on the spot. The protagonist and the dragon can sling high magic effortlessly, no reading required. Meanwhile, Lyle doesn't have a clue about magic. The young man froze in shock because he had zero clue how wildly his magic differed from the norm. Then, the demon revealed it. The fact he could cast without reading meant his power was primordial magic. Primordial magic still haunts today's world, and only a tiny crew, under 100 people, can actually wield it. So Yuki never in a million years thought something that rare would be real. Modern magic starts by reading to forge a core, then pours in magical power and snaps it into action. But every now and then, there's a rare exception, someone with a deep magic affinity who can pull it off with nothing but raw imagination, and finding a true demon like that is almost impossible. Earlier, LaFi laid it all out. Natural birth means you're born with magic, while lineage means you have to grind, train, and learn it. Layla couldn't help but stare down at the mess. Now the clothes would have to be washed all over again, and Lua rushed to apologize for the whole disaster. You finally confessed that there was still a ton about this world you didn't know, and you were determined to step outside on your own just to study it. Lost in deep thought, the demon stormed up to LaFi just to ask her one question, and the moment he called her out, her curiosity snapped to full attention. The boy stumbled through an awkward confession. He wanted to pump up his magic power without leveling up, but when he admitted he had no clue how, the demon stared and warned him, plain and simple, his magic just wouldn't cut it. Lafaya figured he was chasing forbidden magic, and she couldn't understand why he'd need more power when she was already that strong, so he dodged the truth and snapped that his work didn't call for something that dangerous. The dragon had no clue what she was aiming for, but she could still lend him her magic power, like the time she talked to the boy magic, only this time Leify would channel her magic straight into Yuki, not through him. But that demon couldn't pull it off. He'd have to cage the magical power inside his own body before unleashing it, and that meant he'd better learn to control his magic perfectly. Anyway, Yuki had to beg the dragon for help, and Lafai said yes, only if there were donuts involved. And then she hit him with a twist. Do it another way, and the kid would have to drain all his magic power. Once he pulls this off, the strength ticks up a little as it bounces back, and you can even use water magic to sharpen your control over your magical power. The demon actually heard the girl out, thanked her for the help, and the girl, caught off guard, only managed an awkward, hesitant agreement. Lephasios was thrilled to help her friend, and when she clocked how bad he looked, she dashed off to figure out what happened. He finally admitted, all sheepish, that the dragon's charm level was off the charts, and after a couple of days, Lafai woke up like always. The girl yawned first, then cracked her eyes open, and only after that she leaned in and asked Yuki, in a careful voice, what he was up to. He just shrugged and said he was hunting for inspiration right now, and that's when it hit me. The main character had finally woken up to a brand new world. Leify kept firing the same question at them, but the boys just couldn't picture the demon castle plan with enough imagination, yet they thought if they dressed the part like a real demon lord, enlightenment would finally hit. If Yuki wants to build a castle, he's going to have to corner Layla and ask, because her knowledge blows Lephesius out of the water, and being a sheep demon means she's got real talent for construction and art. The demon had asked her once, but the magic he spat out was unlike anything she'd seen, so she just froze and stared blankly back. Plus, she didn't seem the least bit good at reading buildings either, and the dragon pictured the whole scene with a heavy, dejected sigh. Lafai once bragged that she set the demon lord's castle on fire, and even caught sight of the human castle too. Then she gushed over how gorgeous the miniatures were, but one exhibit left her utterly baffled. Meet the super transformable Do-It-All Mofior version 2.0. Then the girl blurts out, okay, real talk, is it actually this multifunctional? Yuki gave a sad laugh, because she knew that toy had zero chance of pulling off something like that. After Levi blew up the transformer, the guy dropped into the spare like it was nothing, yet he couldn't wrap his head around why she'd do it. Standing before the demon, the girl froze with pure awkwardness and blurted that his face had set her nerves on fire. The moment she realized she'd gone too far, the dragon snapped into action, apologized, and promised he'd make it right now. Yuki felt unstoppable. After all, he was the most creative demon lord. Levi.argue grudgingly backed him up, and then he blasted out magic to forge a brand new transformer. This was the ultimate super transforming dock, Lefacio's version 2.0 going full throttle. If you slapped a dark aura and vicious fangs on it, you get a straight-up insane nightmare version. Then the girl begged him to stop, and he blew the toy up again. Yuki had no plans to lose. He wanted to prove his art could outshine explosions, so he cooked up 3 extra versions. When Luffy blew up the models, she shrieked at him to stop turning her statues into debris, but Luffy just churned out 3 more versions, and they got smashed too. After that quick showdown, the worn-out crew threw their anger aside, made peace on the spot, and swore to start from zero. A few days later, everything was finally ready, locked in tight, all set, no more delays. Nobody could figure out why that guy dragged them all in. Not even they could guess, except maybe the dragon. And the girls? They were even more baffled by the gentleman's weird, off-the-wall behavior. The demon gulped the potion, braced himself with sheer willpower, magic, and pure imagination, and then he turned to Luffy, begging for help the moment something went wrong. Yuki studied the castle's layout, then slammed the panel and activated the construction devices. The demon was burning through his mana fast, clinging to the castle in his mind, and somehow he got Luffy to step in. She agreed with a grin. Even from miles away, the creature's rumble shook the ground, and the girls stared in awe at the massive magic pouring out of it, so grand it dwarfed anything on a large scale. At last, Yuki shoved the final piece of the spell into place, and the instant it finished, he finally got to stare in awe at what he'd made. The young man beamed because he finally finished his project, and the girls couldn't stop staring at how massive that castle turned out to be. The new house was finally finished, big enough to give the girls free reign over every room they wanted. While everyone stared at the castle in awe, the demon sized up his power like he was already ready for a fight. Right then, Luffy cut through his thoughts and blurted that she just wanted to eat and sleep. One of the girls snapped and asked Yuki where the door to the living room was. After the castle was finally up, Layla caught Leo and told him to wash the dishes, and Leo said yes. The girl stepped up to the dragon and offered to hang her futon there. Leafy proudly said yes, and then Aluna led Ji through the castle for a full-on explore. At one point, the guy glared with a heavy, sullen look, because the castle was sitting unused and lifeless. The demon finally gave up and started muttering, because that castle was a maze, so huge it swallowed footsteps, with a long corridor, endless rooms, and scattered buildings. And yeah, the young man had just crushed every man's dream, too. He was perfect for scaring scouts. Luffy started gushing about the castle, but it didn't do a thing. Then the guy kept needling the dragon, pushing it to finally admit his failure, while the girl panicked for her friend, since he almost never sounded this pessimistic. Lefacio perched right on the demon's lap, and his whole body went into panic, confused out of his mind about what was happening, while she told him, "You make my life less boring, and every day turns into fun," trying her best to lift his spirits. The protagonist pressed her again for why she was doing this, but her reason never budged. Luffy just wanted to scrape the gloom off him. She just wanted to see him smile, so she tiptoed through everything with extra softness, like never before. The dragon would sit there, ready to laugh at the demon the second he pulled something dumb, so yeah, thank that girl for backing him up. Suddenly, Aluna bolted out, desperate to plop onto her brother's lap, and Luffy didn't stop her, unlike the young man. Rage boiled in the prince's veins. He had no clue what move to make, because to win he needed a bigger army. But if he sent more soldiers, the king would immediately see what his son was trying to do. Because of what he'd screwed up before, Ryuto couldn't keep the nobles covered anymore. He burned their trust, and they stripped him of every last bit of respect. Suddenly, an idea hit him. He'd send not a huge army, but a crew of ruthless adventurers. Still, it wasn't enough. especially since they're about to get pulled into a whole new job. Your next move was simple. Take the heroes the church had just received. The stranger shot back that the church had them wrapped in its protection, especially because they were still fresh in training. The prince then pitched the idea. Tell the church they'd get a solid payout if their plan worked. Sure, they'd act holy, but deep down, these people were craving cash. Then someone shot back. Where are we supposed to get the funds? And Roido smirked arrogantly, claiming it was the churchman's fault for trusting an oral promise. As she trekked deeper into the forest, a random bird burst out of nowhere, and pure fear hit her like a punch. She couldn't wrap her head around how things spiraled like this, because the question that hit next wasn't hers at all. What awaited that anxious girl deep in the forest? And the system window finally revealed it. She was the hero, Nil. On the system screen it flashes, Nell, human, class, hero. She's got barrier magic and fast feet as her signature powers, plus the usual arsenal. Holy magic, fencing, searching, and threat detecting. And she's carrying 2 titles, the owner of the Holy Ball and the one who is transferred. While Yuki was decorating the castle, a notification blasted. Someone called a hero had invaded his territory. Yuki didn't even believe heroes were real, and the terrifying part was that this one's status sat way above everyone he'd ever met. He stared at her and decided she didn't look strong, then took off straight for his friends. The young man spotted the hero coming and snapped a warning, so he rushed the girls to the throne room to keep them safe. Lu was in pure panic. Those heroes were slaughtering non-humans with zero mercy, and the wolf's reaction hooked him, because he had no idea how evil spirits were supposed to respond to heroes. The girls hang on their friend's every word and charge for the castle. Lafai even offers to help, but Yuki snaps back and refuses. The guy told Lafai to chill and use this chaos to test the castle's defense system, and at the same time Nell stood before the cave, second-guessing every step. Was she really going the right way? Before they sent her out, they warned her that because the enemy was hiding in the cursed forest, their power level had to be sky-high, and people swear one of them is a demon lord, forged right out of the dungeon. Their base sits right in front of the Supreme Dragon's territory, and if the hero can't handle it, she should bolt fast, using the grimoire she was handed. Nell spotted the dungeon entrance, lunged for the door, and then, right when she touched it, fear slammed into her. The doors swung open on their own, and a massive castle, impossibly grand, rose into view like a miracle right in front of her eyes. Lifa hated that demon's suspicious smirk from the start, so he snapped back that he wasn't smiling at all, because the hero nearly froze when he saw his beloved castle, Luan Fianel. The girl felt her stomach twist when she realized Yuki had zero intention of killing the hero. Leaf couldn't stand the idea of this girl dying, because she looked about the same age as that dragon, and he knew once she was gone, the young man would be left with a nasty taste that lingered, so he decided to let it slide. While she prowled the castle, the girl kept trying to fix her hair like she could force herself back into reality, but she had no clue what was real and what was pure imagination, because she couldn't feel a single monster anywhere. Nell was starting to lose it, because she could feel no hostility at all, yet she was certain the armor had just shifted. She headed back to the exact spot she'd already visited, even though she was just strolling straight ahead. Then the door exploded open with a thunderous bang. The heroine was totally lost. Her search skill couldn't pick up a single living soul. Then, before she could even ask what was going on, a head popped up right in front of her. The demon lit up when the hero stumbled through every trap, and now he finally gets what demon lords feel like in games. In Yuki's head, the demon lord looked downright thrilled, like he couldn't believe a human had triggered the trap 3 times already, and then he strutted in to congratulate the exhausted hero for pushing this far. This time, the dungeon didn't just spring traps, it got haunted, with ghost monsters setting them up. First came Lu, a mind magic menace, then Ray, who tore control apart with telekinesis, and last was Rui, the illusion master who could make you doubt your own eyes. Try as you might, you won't find those 3 anywhere, because the dungeon defense system's haunted house mode kicks in and works perfectly. Yuki's already plotting the quote, surefire killing mode and destroying mode, because this is the exact part of the game he can't stop loving. The girlfriends started grilling the guy for dragging the hero into more teasing, and the demon couldn't wrap its head around why the girls were defending their shared enemy. When Nell started crying, Lafina Luna pressed Yuki hard, and he instantly cut his jokes short. He pushed himself to wrap up the farce, even as embarrassment burned hot for making that girl cry. He spoke to her gently, but she still trembled, swearing the young man was a ghost, so he started soothing her right away, promising that if he wasn't a person, he was at least alive. The girl saw ghosts, and her fear exploded, and then the demons shipped the girls off to plan another room, grateful for everything they'd done. The girl caught the monster's submission to the guy, and instantly realized this wasn't just any demon lord, it was the very same one. Nell stepped in, introduced herself, and blurted, "So, are you ready to fight, Yuki?" She clocked the way her eyes were raw and red from crying. Then the hero tried to defend herself while the demon snapped, saying it wasn't smart or logical to threaten a random stranger who barges into your house with a gun. After all, she's an uninvited guest. Nobody thought Nell would just sit down and break down in tears like that. The hero was still wrestling to prove to Yuki she hadn't been crying, nodding along with pity, then pushing the moment forward, saying it was time for her to go, because he had a mountain of stuff to handle, like doing laundry and decking out the castle. She refused to walk away, because if she left him alone, that demon would keep slaughtering whoever crossed their path. Just remember, the young man only killed the kidnappers who snatched his family, then fought off the soldiers sent to hunt him down. No, she didn't want to object, but the guy shot her a warning. He had no idea what rumors had reached her about him, and the real question was whether she'd truly thought through what she was doing ahead of time. Yuki wasn't sure the girl would believe him, but he'd never thrown down a fight before. Yet it didn't matter, because once the battle started, mercy wasn't coming for his enemies. The heroine braced for death, convinced the young man would strike her down, but he didn't, because to him she was just a little girl. His words cut deep, and that demon decided he didn't want round two. He said goodbye to Nell and stormed back, but the girl turned and walked away from him. Awkward terror hit her when her hips wouldn't listen, and she desperately wanted to call out for help. The girl sank into the steamy hot springs, staring into the water like it could swallow her memories, and everything that happened kept replaying in her head. She had to hunt down exactly where she messed up, because Nell was only trying to relax in the bath, in the Demon Lord's castle, where she couldn't afford to let her guard down for a second. It had been ages since the heroine last bathed, and the Demon Lord who carried her to the bath and then begged her to stay the night left her utterly unsettled. The system window flashes, no hostility, no search, so she realizes he never saw her as a threat from the start, and right then, the bathroom door swings open. Iluna burst in running and spotted the girl sobbing over her brother, and Nell hated what that meant for who she was. The vampire started spilling her story to the hero in front of Yuki, and Yuki panicked, thinking she'd been kidnapped, until Iluna cut in and said her brother actually saved her, and the truth? She's crazy about him, even when he's acting like a total idiot. Nell couldn't wrap her head around it. How could a tiny girl look up to a young man with that much respect? And the worst part? The rumors about the Demon Lord started sounding dead true. After the girls kept talking, Nell finally got it. She didn't understand a single thing about the Demon Lord. The heroine caught Yuki's words and watched him defend himself, insisting the girl had no secret motives. There was zero plan to fight, just darkness outside, and because the castle was packed with spare rooms, he offered her a place to stay, especially since he was dying to learn more about people. Lafai exploded with fury, convinced this was some twisted scheme just to snag girls, yet she couldn't decide what burned worse, his plan, or the fact that he never told her a thing about the 3 brand new ghost girls. The ghosts claimed it wasn't their fault, because when he hit the gotcha, 3 girls popped out all at once. Right then, the dragon spotted the hero and immediately gushed thanks for the bath, and Leaf realized that whiny girl from before was her. Meanwhile, Nell panicked, convinced that nickname was going to cling to her forever. Layla lit up with surprise when the hero handled the vampire in the bathroom, but his words threw her into an awkward spiral, and Iluna slipped off to say goodnight, while Lou scrambled to grab Layla's attention. That boy tried to sneak off under the cover of showing the hero around, but Laphasia snapped him back. He was staying with her, and the night had barely started. Nell stared at what she was witnessing, completely lost for words. Next morning, Yuki and the hero met, and she spilled the truth. She'd heard about this place in the church, where they warned her about a demon that slaughtered countless people, and told her it was her job to hunt it down and destroy it. A quick back and forth made it crystal clear that this was everything Nell had, and the young man snapped at the girl, ripping into her for being reckless and falling for it. He kicked off his own version of events and dug deeper into the army, then tried to trace how it all tied back to the church. A likely suspect in these happenings was the church's captain of the Holy Knights, but the guy somehow didn't feel convincing at all. After she spoke, dread crawled over the hero, thinking that guy would go punish someone, but the demon got shoved back when the enemy kept pressing the attack. Now you've got to make sure her employers understand this. If anyone dares to trespass on the demon lord's home, he'll make them pay. Since yesterday, the heroine kept thinking, no way had a full day passed since she stepped into the castle, but by now she'd figured out one terrifying truth. The demon wasn't using fear to bully the girls into following him. He swore he only goes for revenge when someone attacks him, but Nell can't tell if that's the truth, since she has zero clue about him. But here's the twist. You can actually talk to him like a regular person, and not only did he not kill anyone, he treated the girl with real hospitality, while all the other girls had their own opinions too. She marched into the castle to smash the monsters for one reason. People said they were ruining everyone's lives, and the whole time, one scary thought kept spiraling in her head. Was she actually worthy of being a hero? Yuki yanked his attention out of her tangled thoughts, and right after that she blurted, "I've got to ask you something." Nella couldn't stop wondering what that guy really thought about the silver-headed girl, but when she hit him with that provocative question, he had no idea what to say. Yuki straight up admitted that the dragon was the rare kind of person he could speak with eye to eye, so yeah, she wasn't someone he'd ever patronize. The heroine teased the guy, leaving the young man completely baffled. Then she added that it looked like he really needed to think for himself before he leapt to conclusions. It's weird to send the hero alone, and when you realize the army wasn't even that big before, it screams something's off. No one can say who's really pulling the strings, and at least one thing's clear. This infiltration plan didn't come from the country openly. Somebody who can shift part of the army and somehow is tied to the church, probably a person or group right in the government circle, because blind guessing gets you nowhere. The only smart move is to ask directly. After he wrapped up his conclusions, Yuki leaned toward Nell and asked for a favor, only for her to blush, freeze up, and blurt that she absolutely didn't want to hear it. Finally, the protagonist strode into the city to inspect it, only for Yuki's emotions to leave everyone stunned and confused, until the dragon urged her to give in, saying that's just how he is. The last time you showed up, the demon couldn't even make out the landmarks, so the girls swore they'd handle the house and told Lefacios to watch over the master, because that guy was only there to cut loose and have fun. Right in the middle of the night, it suddenly stopped Yuki cold and demanded his ID. Then Nell stepped in fast to clear everything up. The hero demanded the knight stamp temporary ID cards so her crew could slip through, and when the knight saw the seal blazing on the ring, shock hit him. Then he snapped to attention and obeyed at once. The demon leaned in, captivated by what she had for the man, only to discover it was a church-made special pass, meant to keep the hero from getting stalled at every single border. Nell snapped them to secrecy, since they'd already promised to keep her hero identity under wraps, and they all nodded, agreeing without a fight. Knight itself thanked them for hanging around, then blared a warning. Don't cause trouble, because with only temporary passes, the city will toss you out the moment you step out of line. From the moment he looked around, he already knew exactly what he had to do. He pushed for everyone to eat together, then they split up across the shops, grabbing whatever they felt like. That meat hit as good as the one Layla cooked, maybe even better, and the soup tasted hotter, richer, and way more addictive than hers. Then boom, the demons clocked it and realized the Leafini didn't look like a monster anymore. It looked like a normal person. Yuki instantly panicked. Maybe it's easier if she just hides her horns and tail all the time. She compared it to a guy losing his arms or legs, and yeah, that's exactly how she feels right now. The protagonist spotted a magician putting on a show in the square, and the girl lunged to watch. until her short height blocked everything, so the guy dropped down and hoisted her up so she could finally see. Leafy could see everything crystal clear now, and that sparked a huge grin on the young man's face. Then the dragon started teasing her friend, until the hero felt awkward and trapped in the moment. After watching them for a bit, Nell clocked it. Those two actually clicked fast. The girl even pitched a plan. After the show, they'd head to the guild so everyone could grab their ID cards. Adventurers hunt monsters, and even other races for a living, and Yuki was counting down to his trip to the guild, until LaFice's comment hit, and he realized he wasn't just the visitor, he was the next target. An adventurer's main gig is hunting monsters and putting them down, but when the dust settles, they also act as bodyguards and track down rare herbs, so they're not stuck spending their whole life fighting everyone else. Back when this all started, LaFacio's got jumped by a whole crowd of adventurers, so many that it was a full-on ambush. The demon figured they'd mistaken the girl for a monster, and then the dragon pushed the idea of wiping those rude intruders out. Until now, when LaFacio's had to be told to stop. A system window spills the truth. An adventurers guild is the middleman, linking people who need work done with people ready to do it. And yep, you can grab an ID card there. The girl behind the counter lit up and welcomed the fresh arrivals, asking what they needed. Then the hero ordered her to register her companions, and she leaned in like, "Does that young lady need it too?" The boy copied the dragon's move and even called her young lady, and Leaf shot him a warning look like, "Shh, keep it down." Meanwhile, Nell was in the middle of hammering out the licensing deal, and the girl handed over the forms the boy had to fill in. Turns out Leafy could only write in the ancient language, so Yuki stepped in and offered to fill out the form for her. First, they scribbled their full names. Then they had to write down their class. The trouble was this: if they ever stepped into their real class, war would erupt on the spot. So the demon hurriedly asked, "Wait, what even is a class?" to dodge the danger. The girl said class is what decides your role in battle, and on that questionnaire you pick the class you think fits you best. You can figure out your class with the analysis skill or the crystal in the guild. Then the system window pops up and reveals it's an evaluation crystal that lets you check your status, plus both combat and non-combat classes, and the young man instantly shuts it down. Yuki figured that if magic tools like that existed, he'd need to hide his real status, just like Lefi. Then he turned to his friend and asked, "So what status should you pick?" The dragon pointed him to the baggage carrier class, because he was still too weak for real fights, so the boy nodded along, until the hero snapped, "That's a non-combat role. You'd be useless in a fight." Then the main character blurted out that he was a swordsman, his girlfriend was a mage, and the two of them immediately started snapping at each other, while Nell kept right on filling out the applications. The final point is simple: each person's best at one skill, and in the end, you only need an attack skill. For Yuki, it's pure magic. She didn't even get how that sword tied into it, so she just slapped the guy's class with a mage. I picked Breath for Leaf and told her she could blast beams from her mouth that melt anything they hit. Then I warned that if she pulled this off in the city on the demon's order, the whole place would be wiped out. Nell went pale with fear and hurriedly wrote down only magic for her skills. The administrator promised she'd register the couple using the details they'd given, and all they had to do was press their hands onto the magical instrument. Registration's locked in. Now that plate becomes your ID card, so don't you dare lose it. The demon blinked at how easy it all was. Then the girl snapped out a clear reason. If they made registration harder, hardly anyone would make it through. Yuki then shouted at the dragon, telling him they were finally done. Now they could finally step into the city for real. The boy blurted, "Can we use the item box through the guild?" The girl smirked and said storage magic was rare, but yeah, there were people who could handle it, so they were good to go. He couldn't stand the shame of letting the girl foot every bill. Then he finally snapped into focus when he heard the guild was buying monster materials, so he decided to sell a couple easy targets he could hunt fast. At the guild, Yuki wasted no time. Her power hit like a shockwave, and Leafy just wanted to grab food, ignoring her friend's weird stare. Meldon kept believing, right up to the very end, that she could grab every last coin Demon handed her, even when he finally told her the truth. The money wasn't for her pockets at all, it was for the food the girl bought, and it was exactly half the profit from the monsters. The protagonist stared at the map, demanded the hero explain the pattern, and then the truth hit. His magic was pulsing in a unique rhythm, like a signature crest everyone carries, so it identifies each person. The young man flicked magic into the card, and it burst into a bright glow. Only the true owner can light it up, so nobody can fake being someone else, even if they're holding that person's card. Then he threw the real question back. What about folks who don't have magic? Nell froze in disbelief, because in this world, nobody has magic powers. Except that's not how it works at all, since there are people with mana circulation problems, and yes, they even get special certificates for it. The young man instantly clocked it. His question sounded way too weird. Up to now, only the city they were in and the capital demanded these certificates, and the pattern even revealed which element the user was most strongly tied to. The dragon is all about fire. It's her specialty, but because fire only does one thing and one thing only, Lafai hasn't shown the protagonist that power yet. It can spark flames, and that's it. Yuki couldn't help but grin. She was sure her fire was packing incredible heat. Suddenly, the main character and his crew found themselves boxed in. Everywhere they looked, people closed in on them. The boy couldn't stop thinking about whether that bandit had ever been taught it's wrong to point a blade at people, but the truth hit hard, because the only lesson he'd been given was this: when the week comes, you leave everything behind and run. The demon's strong enough to wipe out every monster whose materials he just sold. At least, that's what the story claims. The man insists he never won a fight at all. He just snatched the materials from someone else and bolted. A system window pops up and identifies him as Dorga, an experienced axe fighter. Yuki eyed him like, yeah, he's strong, but the rest are pathetic hooligans. And then he decided he could slaughter them all, toss their bodies in the box with his stuff, and wipe the evidence clean. But the boy was still itching to finish the tour, and if anyone saw what was coming, they'd get kicked out of town. So the demon tried to keep things calm, until the man suddenly snapped and revealed the boy and the gray-haired girl were monsters. The magic tool in his hands spilled their secret in an instant. Now the friends are about to get wrecked if anyone finds out. Demons are the kind of threat everyone hates, so if some bandit does something to them, nobody so much as grumbles. And once demons start attacking people, the soldiers rush in on the double. The man laid out the rule. If the monster wanted everyone to stay quiet, they'd have to hand over all their money, then the woman here would vanish too. The bandit shot Lafai another cruel jab, then erupted into laughter until, out of nowhere, dread struck and he started to groan. Yuki yanked the ill-wisher off the ground and held him there, then leaned in and hissed, demanding what the bandit had said about his woman. While the demon tore into the enemy with brutal words, Lafai got hit with a whole storm of emotions. When the dragon snapped back to consciousness, the hero and Yuki had already wiped out every bandit, except the one big boss still standing. Dogra lunged at the team and warned them they never should have forced him to draw that weapon, and then the system window flashed, proving his stats had just spiked. The demon couldn't even process what just happened. Then he felt it. The enemy's power had surged, and now there was no doubt. A demonic weapon was in his hands. That axe of rage has slaughtered countless victims. Each time its blade drinks blood, hatred seeps in until it becomes part of the metal. Then the wielder starts unraveling, madness closing in as his power climbs higher and higher. It's an axe, sure, but they call it a demon blade. The heroine fretted over what was unfolding, while the demon couldn't care less. Only the weapon mattered. So Yuki decided it was time to pull his real ace out of his sleeve. Nell had wielded plenty of holy blades, but this one was on a whole different level, because the moment she saw the hero's sword, she realized it wasn't just blessed, it was packed with wild enchantment, and the system window even spells out that an enchanted blade is a weapon that somehow absorbed a magical effect. A fortress-destroying beast of a blade, made by Demon Lord Yuki himself. This pitch-black sword is so brutally heavy that no normal person can even lift it. And yeah, its weapon quality is A+ all the way. This sword was forged to be tougher, sharper, and heavier than anything, so it can't be enchanted at all, meaning it's a raw, no magic physical weapon. The protagonist threw down a challenge, and Dog-Ear's rage shot even higher. The demon shrugged off the bandit's assault and immediately turned the tables, gearing up to strike back. Yuki lunged in hard, and this time, unlike his enemy, he drove his attack straight into the target. They clashed and blocked blow for blow, but the attacker still came up short, so the desperate man panicked, cheated the fight, and burst out a smokescreen. The Dogra lunged at the young man and roared threats in his face. The demon snapped his attack aside and slammed him with a crushing blow, growling that it was a bad idea, yet somehow, he still locked eyes on the bandit. Yuki wields a magic eye that can track mana like it's a living current, and the attacker couldn't believe it was even possible. The guy spelled it out. Dogra had a way to slip away, but he refused to take that chance. The protagonist flicked the dirt off his sword like it didn't matter, then spun toward the dragon. If a boy snaps into a berserker frenzy, Leafy has to slam the brakes on him, no matter what it costs, even if she has to cut off his arms, and the girl agreed. By now, Nell finally clocked Yuki's plan, so she lunged in front of him and shouted a warning about the danger that waited. The main character snatched the axe in his hands, and it shifted with surprising, almost living flexibility. Voices crashed into the demon's mind and whipped him straight toward hatred. Yuki snapped at them to shut up, and he didn't care what anyone thought when he died, because their cursed souls were the demon lords now. The guy demands the dead be silenced, then turns their bodies into his tools. When they finally roll back to the castle, the young man is going to reforge that axe into an absolute masterpiece of a weapon. Nell's heart sank with worry that the demon might have changed, but the demon lord chuckled and reassured her that he'd lived through plenty of rage and fear. Then the hero awkwardly muttered that, since she was the hero, she should have been able to handle it. The boy was fine, no curse had swallowed him, and Leafy was 100% sure. The dragon wouldn't care about anything except Yuki calling her, "my woman," he demanded, and he wanted to know exactly what that meant. And it had been ages since that demon had looked this furious. He didn't even recall saying something like that, but the hero nodded and backed up Leify's words. Then the guy started blabbering out an apology, claiming it wasn't the woman who wanted to say it, but his companion, and Yuki couldn't even finish the sentence. The girl refused to let the young man ask for forgiveness, because, honestly, she was thrilled. Nell pushed to get out of there, and Leaf backed her up, because she wasn't thinking about anything except stuffing herself with shashlik again. The hero couldn't believe how wildly greedy that dragon was. Gamdia burst in out of nowhere, dragging soldiers with him, and he warned the three, "Stop right now, or you'll be branded as enemies." The Demon Lord and Knight Gamdia Lawston locked eyes and immediately recognized each other. Yuki didn't want the knight to pry into his status. He'd been lost, figured it out, and pressed on, demanding to know why he was brought here in the first place. The demon demanded a quick chat with the local governor, and Nell froze in shock, because that young man hadn't mentioned a thing. The man demanded why everyone was sprawled on the ground, because the crowd tried to rob the protagonist, and he only fought back to defend himself. One of Gamdi's own men confirmed it. Every soul on Earth is a bandit stacked with a crime, and then the commander chose to trust the demon. He tracked down the missing soldiers and ordered them to handle the criminals. Then he bowed his head and apologized for all the chaos they'd caused, because if the team wanted answers from the governor, that knight would personally escort them straight to the mansion. On the road to the landlord's mansion, Leify still couldn't drop the craving for shashlik. Then, a little later, they finally arrived and ran into Luvia, while Yuki greeted Rayler, and the moment the demon appeared, tension snapped tight in his chest. That old man was certain the Demon Lord had arrived to claw back revenge for his failed promise, and that the people had stormed the cursed forest, so he dropped to his knees and begged, "Spare the folks, take only me." Then Yuki stepped in and soothed him, because Yuki wasn't there to fight at all. He'd come just to talk. Rayler made sure this time they weren't here for revenge. Then his fury finally cooled. He insisted he had no habit of randomly killing people. He and his companions came to uncover who their shared enemy really was. The boy cooked up a theory that the king was secretly yanking every string, and the governor demanded to know what sparked that demon-level idea. They don't just march an army, they squeeze the church until it has to beg for a hero, and anyone who can pull that kind of strings sits at the absolute top of the country's power. The old man's eyes lit up at the hero talk, and Yuki gasped when the governor didn't even know what a hero was. so she pushed him toward Nell, and Nell shot back, telling him not to throw her name and status around like that. The hero introduced herself as Luvia, and the man froze, then scrambled to apologize on the spot. Once he realized she was a hero, he demanded to know why she was traveling with the Demon Lord. But Nell still lost to the boy, and after hearing Yuki's side of the story, the truth hit hard. The church had straight up lied to her. That's why the girl rolled into town to confirm it, because the demon knew he had to act too, so he went right along with her. The old man nodded, heart heavy, and felt terrible for the hero who'd been getting crushed by hardship lately, and he couldn't wrap his head around why anyone would send him on a mission like that over something as small as this. Rayler was seething at the thought that the country's greatest asset was being wasted with zero care. Yuki soothed the old man because he needed the name of the mastermind behind all this tyranny. Luvia couldn't even find the words for the demon's question, so the boy snapped and unleashed a terrifying aura. Yuki snarled that he'd raise the entire city unless the governor finally spilled whatever he knew. But the old man said, voice shaking, that no matter how the young man stared, the truth stayed the same. He was still the governor of this country, and even if Rayler burned with rage, he couldn't hand over any info that could endanger his own nation. Then the demon replied with terrifying calm, like it was all over, because now he didn't need the old man anymore. Yuki pulled Leafy back to the city, and even the dragon didn't see this ending coming, until the boy offered to buy her a kebab, and all questions died instantly. Then the old man leaned in, asking, half unsure, what the boy was really up to. The demon smirked and said Luvia wouldn't give the boy a single word, so yeah, that was his loss, because he'd just tour around, soak it all in, and then head straight back home. Yuki whipped around and grilled Nell about her plans. Nell decided to stay right there and go talk to the governor. The demon pushed for a meeting the next day in front of the mansion, because he still had a bunch of places he wanted to see, and the girl agreed on the spot with a bright, happy smile. Once they finally had the room to themselves, Rayler let out a huge breath of relief, because the boy really had slipped away, safe and sound, without pulling a single stunt. Nell just shook her head and said, honestly, the Demon Lord is kind of weird. Today, the heroine finally witnessed the main character throw down for the first time, and the raw power behind his fists was something she couldn't even begin to explain. Yuki isn't using this power to hurt anyone. He's using it to shield himself and everyone nearby, and the girl can't wrap her head around the idea that someone like him could ever be an evil demon lord. After stewing on it, the governor finally decided to let the hero in on the truth. The army's sender, and the one now trying to conquer the cursed forest, is Prince Ryuto, and that girl clearly never even considered him. The cursed forest has been left alone for ages, so he's sure it's packed with natural resources, and Luvia insists the prince thinks the country will become rich the second they conquer it. Not a single noble would argue with this, so their troops are swelling fast, yet the king has no clue, and it all falls apart anyway, because if the governor's warning had ever reached the king, they'd have been crushed. But the high brass threw the old man out, calling him a coward. This current king is a genuinely good soul, but because he trusts everyone, he never sees the poison in other people's hearts, and that blindness is ruining his rule. That depressed lord couldn't figure out why nobody saw it. This one incident was a countdown to the Alicia Kingdom's destruction. Nell swore that the moment she was back at the church, she'd rush straight to the captain of the Holy Knights and the priest to hash it out. And that promise lit up Luvia, because he could only hope the church would carve a path to the best future for the whole country. Right then, the young man strolled through the food stalls, and suddenly something clicked in his mind. Yuki eavesdropped and realized the one yanking the strings was the prince himself. That evil ear is a dungeon monster with a nasty trick. It eavesdrops on sounds and words from up to 10 meters away and relays them straight to its owner. And because it can hold a charge, it still works even outside the dungeon, plus good luck catching it. Lee Fine couldn't help but grin. The product was worth every cent, even though her friend always went wild for the strangest stuff. And get this, the demon had a mind-blowing 27 secret devices. The prince was a nightmare to handle. Yuki couldn't stop thinking, if they invade again, I'll answer next time. But if he was stuck in the capital, guards would swarm everywhere, and if the demon openly killed the prince, everything could explode into full-blown war. Killing him is way too risky. Someone else could step in right behind him. The young man is convinced they'll be fine because the dragon is with them, even if a full-on war erupts. Yuki just wanted Leafy to kick back in the dungeon and lounge there as much as she pleased. He sprinted into the city to guard the calm, everyday life of every one of his friends. And if that demon kicks off a war by leaning on a dragon, then it shatters the very goal he came here to protect. He had to beat the enemy using his own power. If Yuki pulled it off, it wasn't just a fight, it was a top-to-bottom wipeout of everything. The Demon Lord, forged by the dungeon itself, had one job to do, then, out of nowhere, someone called him. Leaf tried to help the guy by chowing down his food, and the demon just laughed harder, because it had zero plans to return it. So the young man bit his pride and promised his girlfriend he'd buy her another kebab instead. Morning broke, and the friends hit the road toward their destination. Yuki loved the hotel, but Leafy still wanted home more, because the food and service were great, yet that guy kept wishing they'd had one more bed. At last, the couple closed in on the governor's mansion. When the demon spotted Nell, it snapped straight to her and shouted her name. Then they spotted Rayler. His face was worn out. The boy stepped in and offered to take them for a walk, but Luvia politely said no. Still, he came to grill him about the cursed weapon, and calmly pulled out an axe. Panic spread through the crowd as the old man begged the demon to drop the weapon, and even the governor couldn't hide his fear, until the boy stepped in and said he'd already tamed the axe. But Luvia wouldn't let it go, insisting Yuki put it away because it was rattling the soldier's nerves. The girls stood there in tense silence, and the main character couldn't stop thinking. Maybe it was because Nella stayed calm while Leafy, in the evening, practiced with her sword, or maybe the whole thing came down to their different statuses. That last owner was way stronger than the average bandit, sure. The weapon might have helped him level up, but he still kept his head, so Yuki bets he hadn't been using it for very long. From the way everyone flinched, this weapon screamed danger, exactly what made the governor's stomach drop. Rayler pleaded with the monsters to stop stirring up trouble from now on, while Yuki only wanted to wander and explore the city, and Luvia pushed for one thing: turn around and go back to the forest. Lefazios leaned in and told the old man the food here was top-notch, so he wouldn't dare let anyone ruin it. And once he heard her, the man felt forced to reward the food sellers. The demon couldn't wrap its head around how the hero could stroll around with his enemy, so now she decided she'd better keep a close eye on those two, especially since she's not even from this city and has no clue how things are supposed to be done. Yuki pushed for a weapon shop and a bookstore, while the dragon never stopped craving sweets and good food, so the girl listened to every want and marched them straight to the nearest store. They hit the gun store first. Even late at night, they're still hitting the armory, so you know they're stocking and selling serious, high-quality gear in bulk. They cooked up the analysis skill for moments like this. There were axes marked A and B, and skills hung on the walls, but then the guy spotted the discounted goods. A sword forged for an ancient hero. Long ago, a nameless fighter grabbed it to protect others and crushed countless monsters, but now it's only got a sliver of its old power left, and nobody knows exactly what it can still do. A young man stumbled on something unreal, ancient weaponry, and the dragon practically approved of his amazing find, while he kept dreaming about how he'd fuse both weapons into something legendary. Once he learns how to channel mana through alchemy, he can toss in any materials he wants and forge it all into one weapon. So the second this clicks, he's practically blazing with the idea and hands Lafid the choice, with Lafid staring at the options. But she had zero interest in the weapon. The dragon only wanted one thing: to devour. The demon toyed with the shield while his friends stood there, watching, and reminding him they still had a ton of places to hit. Yuki swallowed his pride and urged the hero to move on, but she snapped still, staring at the weapon like it was a mystery. Yet she already had the holy sword, and I had to drag her away, even though she wanted to keep digging into the blades. The hungry Leafy swiped his last bit of money, and the protagonist strolled into the store alone. No rush, just time to roam and stare at everything. It was a tiny bookstore, packed wall to wall with shelves stacked high. He sniffed the books like they held secrets, and instantly realized, yeah, these things were everywhere in his new world. Then he hunted for ages until he finally tracked down the one he wanted. Basics of Magic, and Magic Circles. This 3-volume series breaks down beginners, intermediate, and advanced. His demon's enchantment was strong as hell, but no matter what he did, he still couldn't churn out enough circles. With this book in his hands, Yuki can forge nightmare weapons, paralysis, poison, arson, sleep, even freezing. But the moment he opens it, the whole game turns brutal and way harder. That demon can read it with his gift, but the words might as well be gibberish. Pure confusion hits him hard at first. Then reality clicks. This doesn't erase his order at all. Once he gets home, the young man starts studying immediately. In the system window, the main character spotted where his companions were and charged straight toward them. That stranger started peppering the girls with question after question, and Yuki, thinking like a responsible guy, knew he had to step in and rescue his friend. The demon snapped his gaze at the strangers, apologized fast, and then made it clear. These two were his people, so if they wanted to chase girls, they'd better go do it somewhere else. The hero burst with joy at the young man's arrival, and Lefy got so excited he nearly devoured his own meat. Yuki grabbed his piece of meat and hauled his friends off to somewhere else, and when the stranger tried to block them, the threat in his voice demanded, "So what else do you want?" The boys bolted in terror, and the demon grinned because he wanted their gratitude. After all, he'd just saved their wallets from a voracious dragon. Nell stepped up and thanked the guy, but he brushed it off, telling her not to waste her thoughts on people like that. They only care about themselves. The hero got it, yet it felt to her like he was letting it slide too easily. It all traced back to his past life experience, so when he wanted to shut his mind off, he begged Nell to take him to a killer restaurant, and Leafy was totally on board. Meanwhile, Nell wondered why her companion was so obsessed with stuffing himself. Right after he hit the city streets, hunger gnawed at the boy again and again. Then the dragon laid it out. The city has way less mana than the forest, so his body keeps trying to make up for what it can't generate by itself. The boy's not that sensitive, so the shifting mana in the air doesn't even register, and human food barely has the energy to keep a demonic body alive. The protagonist couldn't stop wondering what the governor said about the cursed weapon, so he pressed for an answer and asked, "Yeah, there's actually one case like this, and it's not rare. People who were kind turn out to flip, rage out, and start killing or destroying everything, and it doesn't feel like coincidence." Ever since the month kicked off, these cases surged like wildfire, and when the governor couldn't figure out why, the truth finally clawed its way to the surface: the cursed weapon. And when the victims were pressed for answers, they all claimed the same thing. Someone handed them that axe. Nell's stomach knotted with worry over the dragon, and the demon didn't beat around the bush. He told Leficiosa straight up to be way more careful. Luckily, there was no need to stress about the girl overeating, because she's already aiming for that huge, poisonous king snake. And yeah, it was all because the girl saw those bright colors and swore it had to taste amazing, until it totally flipped the script. The heroine leaned in and asked where else her buddies wanted to hit up, and the guy, done with everything for the day, just wanted to know if the city had any cool spots tourists could visit. Even though the place is packed with travelers, it's not the kind of tourist city people dream about, and right then, the girl had an idea. The team pushed past the walls of Alfiro. The Adventurers Guild hands them 2 quests: wipe out 3 giant spiders and then take down 5 orcs, and Yuki can't resist, so he decides to haul them out and see what he's made of. She already knew that demon was powerful, but the monsters he picked were a disaster level of dangerous, so her worry hit fast and hard. He soothed her with steady words, then shrugged like, "Come on, we're nothing compared to the tiniest monster lurking in my forest." This is a perfect shot for our hero to train, but the girl only agrees to a one-on-one duel, and of course the monsters they need, they only roll up in packs. The young man started talking in a smug, weird way, and rage sparked in the dragon's eyes, because the dragon had already sniffed out enemies nearby by then. They stumbled into a swarm of goblins, and as soon as Lefy saw them, he unleashed fire magic and wiped them out fast. Yuki barely managed to stop her, because this magic could torch the entire forest in one strike. Then the dragon hissed, "Pressurized water ball, now!" The demon's rage simmered down for a second, and then boom! An explosion tore through the air like thunder. This magic swept through like a silent guillotine, wiping out every trace of life in its wake. He snapped at the girl the moment she dared compare her water ball to his dragon, and she shrugged it off, saying she compresses the water, spins it into a vortex to jack up the pressure, so any outside hit will make the ball burst. Nell stared at Lefy in shock. This girl was a monster of a magician. Lefy didn't even flinch. She bragged that she could wreck the whole city with zero magic. Then the hero leaned in and demanded to know what race she was. Lefacio's loomed like an ancient dragon, and Nell was totally thrown off, just standing there with her mind spinning. And Yuki lets slip that she's also the supreme dragon. Plus, she looks like a little kid, so it's no wonder the hero never clocked what was right in front of him. Lefy cornered the young man with a hidden threat and demanded what he meant by, quote, a character like that, and the demon blurted out at once that she was amazing, packed with terrifying power, so powerful the truth couldn't even be put into words. Nell couldn't wrap her head around why the Supreme Dragon was trailing the Demon Lord. He looked ready to tell the truth, but Lefy cut him off instantly, because her reputation couldn't take the hit. The young man snapped into action against the fool, and the girl immediately treated it like a personal dare, ready to throw down in a duel. So no matter what storms hit, it's all going to be okay. There's nothing to fear, because the dragon herself said it, swearing she'll protect them. Leafy refuses to protect Yuki, and the moment he sees her, he starts mocking her, spitting that it's so ruthless of her. Then, like a punchline, the heroine just laughs when she looks at the picture. Nell finally saw what those two personalities were really like, and she promised she could count on them. 4 hours later, the first assassination attempt crumpled hard. The boy barked at the dragon, blaming her for frying the forest with her magic, because every monster scattered off except the stupid goblins, and the girl didn't swallow a single ounce of blame. During a secret meeting, they dropped the bombshell. Someone had stolen the cursed weapon. They pinned it on the governor at first, but boom, it was just some tourist. Then the questions turned sharp. What happened to the last person who used that axe? You can't really blame that man for losing. Almost nobody stays sane while gripping that cursed weapon, so he just clung to being a dumb bandit. And then somebody pitched the idea of brainwashing that same tourist. What the speaker heard? Nothing. Like that sword couldn't even scratch him, which makes zero sense. And now it's clear he's terrifyingly strong too. Forget that weapon. The plan changes right now because we don't have to hold back anymore. The ritual kicked off, and their voices rose, singing of the massive sacrifice they'd make for their homeland. A couple of monsters bid the hero farewell, then hit the road, and right away they realized Nell had already rolled with them. It was a real bummer the ones who stayed home couldn't come along, because the guy was convinced it would have been way more fun and way more interesting. Only Yuki didn't expect the girl to fire back with that kind of comment. Then the day finally hit, when the Supreme Dragon got crushed by someone's sudden absence, and the demon just admitted it, confessing he loved nothing more than strolling around with her like this. It felt like no more than half a year had passed since they first met, yet somehow it was as if they'd already spent decades together, because so much had happened, even if the dragon was left to lounge around most of the time. Leafy has to save every ounce of energy for emergencies, so she can't waste time on housework. Then, out of nowhere, a woman starts screaming, and a girl bolts off in pure terror. A vile, evil spirit burst out with a nasty roar, and Yuki didn't fully get what was happening. He just knew the bad vibes felt wrong. The guy hucked a stone at the evil spirit, and it just shrugged it off like nothing happened. On LaFace's advice, he fired up the magic eye, and there it was. Their opponent was tangled in strange threads. The girl snapped that he was already dead, and someone was using magic to puppet his body. She told him to use the young man's analysis skill, and boom, it was dead right. That girl battled the necromancer before, so she torched every last zombie to ash and burned the caster down with them too. Then the guy went hunting for the necromancer, but the caster wasn't anywhere nearby. The protagonist figured this out fast. If someone's puppeteering that corpse, then magic is the only thing that can fix it. Yuki will smash through the caster's control by blasting them with raw mana. No casters anywhere nearby, so the zombies were either hijacked from a distance or he completely snapped and lost control. Either way, if someone's pulling necromancy like that, they're not a good person. Even though necromancy is just another kind of magic, the dragon recoils at the thought of someone desecrating the dead and treating them like disposable tools. Yuki pushed the idea of calling security, then a blast of a deafening bell ripped through the air, and everyone bolted outside, fleeing this place. A man barked at the boy to run harder. This was an emergency evacuation warning, because last time that bell rang, a whole flock of dragons poured into the city. The demon jumped on the chaos, skimmed the area from above to check everything, and after asking his friend to meet him, waited right there for him. The hero hurled a spell into the air, and the undead vanished like smoke. If grief still burns in your heart after you die, mana can drag you back as an undead, and you'll mostly show up in war-torn battlefields or thick, mana-soaked ruins, where undead exorcism, a sacred magic, is wielded to hunt you down. Zombies don't just stumble into town out of nowhere. Somebody's definitely pulling the strings behind the curtain. Nell instantly regretted walking away from her companions right before the chaos erupted. But the heroine snapped out of it. She knew she had to think for herself and move on her own, because her mission was to save as many lives as she could. Near the governor's estate, Gumdia barked orders at the soldiers. The mansion turned into an unbreakable fortress as people were dragged to safety, and then one soldier spotted a girl who somehow was still alive. Rayler demanded to know what was really happening, and Gamdia answered that the knight would soon slam back into full control of the area. Once the evacuation ended, the governor shoved everyone toward the city center, warning that trouble might erupt, and Luvia is heading there too. Lord Rayler stood before the soldiers and roared them a speech, because their city had survived one nightmare after another: monster hordes, savage bandit gangs, and even full armies from other countries. This city has never fallen, and now their homeland, Alfiro, won't either. They just have to drive the undead out of it and take the city back. Lost roared with praise for the governor's speech, because it had been ages since Luvia last stepped onto a battlefield, yet deep down he still carried the heart of a former soldier. The old man was certain it was the prince who kicked all this off. He'd sworn revenge for the city and refused to send soldiers back then, and now that didn't even matter anymore. Right now, the governor has to raise his blade and strike down danger to save every last one of his citizens. The hero spots zombies roaming the city and curses how awful it is. Then, snatching the moment, those monsters lunge at passers-by with arms reaching out. The young man spots the adventurers laying down a brutal, well-deserved stop to the undead. He clocks what they're doing, chopping limbs off and dousing the bodies with holy water, and the hero decides they've finally got a surefire way to beat the zombies, thinking they'll hold up even if they just leave them there. He can't stop wondering who pulled it off and what twisted reason drove them. The young man's convinced there aren't any monsters here, just zombies, so he doesn't plan to take over the city. He figures time won't be won unless the necromancer is close by, watching, because that's just how humans and their instincts work. In his head, he spots a lonely tree and 5 shadowy figures crouched beneath it, and the moment he does, he knows. He found it. The girl throws herself into the fray and battles zombies with pure, relentless fury. She snaps an order at the stray soul, yanking it back to where nature says it must belong. Then she's instantly swarmed by zombies on every side, and with a blade swing, she cuts them down, spraying blood everywhere. Yuki bursts in and backs the girl up in the fight, then snaps, "So what are you doing here? You could slice them and run." The girl shoots back that she can't. She's guarding the shelter. The young man hurled a bottle at her, then barked for her to down every drop. Nell's eyes go wide as she spots the bottle, an ultra-rare mana potion, pure luxury, and her mind starts racing, while Yuki tells her to hang on just a bit longer because he's about to call the Phi, and Nell immediately blurts out what's going to happen to him. The hero leans in and tells her he's found the crew that might have done this, and then he vows he's going to go beat their faces in. Now she decides to go with him. Yuki snaps back that she can't leave this place, then tells him to handle everything. She nods, agrees, and swears she'll do anything, no limits. Then the young man leans in, instantly curious about what she means, word for word. Nell's completely lost. She knows that's not what she meant by everything. Yuki presses, asking if the hero truly wanted to lie. Flustered, the girl blurts to the hero, "Don't you dare do that," pleading with him to stop before he makes a horrible mistake. Yuki pats her head, and he just can't make sense of what she's saying, because all he wanted was for her to show him the city one last time. Nell's cheeks explode with blush as she snaps, "You idiot." The hero chuckles and warns her she won't last long if she stays that tense. Then he takes off into the sky. Up on the lonely hill, a lone tree stands watch, and beneath it, 5 shadowy silhouettes crowd together. Masked in pitch-black hoods, their faces vanish into the dark, and Yuki realizes there are way fewer of them than he feared as he rockets straight at them, dead set on his charge. The young man lunges forward and swings his sword with everything he's got. Only one of them slips away with a clean dodge. The cloaked man rages at him, demanding what Yuki is doing here, and the stranger snaps back that dodging won't save him, he's going to die, and then the stranger slams away his next attack. Metal blades clank in the air as the stranger leans in and asks why a demon like Yuki is blocking their path. Then the hero snaps back that it's because they ruined his day. The necromancer hurls a spell, yanking the dam up from the underworld to rise and do his every bidding. From a magical portal ripped open in midair, zombie animals crawl out, eyes blazing, torn scraps of flesh dragging from their sides, ribs jutting through the mess. A stranger snaps that this spot will end up as the young man's grave, because these undead are way stronger than the ones back in the city. The zombie wolf snarls and bares its teeth, and Yuki can't shake it. Lafai was right. Necromancers are truly vile. A zombie wolf lunges at the young man, and he drives the brute back with a hard kick straight into the stomach, right as a ferocious zombie bear charges in next, only to get cut down immediately by the hero's sword. Yuki launches into the next monster with a springy jump, builds up raw speed midair, and drives his blade straight through dead flesh. The necromancer can't believe his eyes. He can't make sense of it at all, and he snarls that the young man is a cursed monster. Still, he hurls the spell again, tearing open a magical portal. Yuki barrels toward him. She can't let him slip away, while the young man stumbles straight into the trap laid just for him, and the necromancer grins like he already won. The hero smirks and says he gets it. There's a trap right in front of him. The boy unleashes a magic dispersal spell that rips through a spell's very structure and wipes other magic out, and Yuki burns through a huge chunk of mana to pull it off. The hero drives his sword straight through the necromancer, and just like that, it's done, over, finished. Citizens are tearing through the rubble, rebuilding the capital brick by brick, while farmers keep pushing on, planting and growing like nothing can stop them. Nell hungrily studies the merchant's papers, like every line might hold the next big clue. 2 days have slammed by since the undead invasion tore the world apart. Nell leans in and tells the girl, "This city doesn't sleep, it works." Broken houses stand partly rebuilt, even the ones smashed by her magic, and the people waste no time, hauling away the dead and rushing to the wounded. The girl demands to know what the man he nearly killed said after he drank the healing potion. Then Nell snaps to it. She needs the black-cloaked guy. The young man claims he only handed it over with one condition. They had to report anything they learned. And in his eyes, the governor is exactly the right choice for the job. The girl says they're insanely lucky that the magic circle he stumbled on while heading back was the one that calls up the undead. And Nell shoots back, "Yeah, no matter how awesome this city is, he's still starting to miss home." Lafai nods along, backing him up without hesitation. She shoots him a confused look. Why is he staring at her like that? Then she points at the treat and declares, "Mine," and she won't hand him a bite. Nell just lets out a guilty, "I'm sorry." Nell pauses for a heartbeat, then thrusts her hands straight into the portal hovering in midair. Leafy gasps in shock, and the boy declares it's meant for her as he thrusts his fist out toward Nell. Not knowing what's going on, she slides her palms under the young man's outstretched hand. On her open palms sits a ring, and Yuki admits he spotted it by pure chance and knew it'd look perfect on her. Then he adds that when she transforms back into her dragon form, this ring won't shatter. Lafai assumes the young man is telling her she has to wear the ring non-stop. Then he smiles and says she can wear it any time she wants. The girl shoves the ring back into his hands, and Yuki instantly thinks she changed her mind about keeping it. He panics, sweat beads sliding down his face. Leify leans in and asks if he really shouldn't slip the ring onto her finger. They sit on a bench, fingers tangled tight, and steal glances at each other like nothing else matters. Yuki slips the ring onto her finger, and her eyes sparkle as she admires it. Then she and the boy turn away from each other and fall into a long, stunned silence. Leify lifts her hand into the light, studies the jewelry on her finger like it's got secrets, then calls the boy's name. The girl tells him she's genuinely happy, and then she thanks him like her heart can't stop smiling. Clouds drift lazily across the sky, hanging over the mountains like a slow-moving dream. Yuki blurts that they're home. Leify jumps in saying they're back, and just as they step in, a little girl welcomes them. Iluna's eyes light up the moment they return, and she barrels into her brother with the biggest, happiest hug. Yuki's face lights up the second she sees Leo, Layla, and Iluna. Yuki spots a tiny girl in a frilly dress, leans in and demands, "Who are you?" And the girl sways like she's about to vanish. Right then, the boy locks eyes on Shiai, and she erupts with joy. Leify takes one look and realizes she's adopted a whole new look that's exactly what Yuki would love. The hero fires off a question. What's got his attention? And Leify turns to Shay, demanding to know if she's evolved. Iluna blurts out that she wanted to transform, tells her to go for it, and boom, it works. One day, Iluna tripped and got hurt. Then the moment she touched the painful cut to help, her body erupted into a glowing light, and when it vanished, the wound was gone too. Yuki clocks that Shia's stats shot up hard since they last met, and it doesn't even surprise him, because Layla already warned him that monsters evolve way faster than the other races. Leify can't stop wondering. Her stats shot up fast because she kept feeding her mana bit by bit. Shiai goes, "Mana is delicious," and Yuki nods like, "Yeah, that makes total sense. Leafy's mana is way denser than everyone else's." The boy leans in and asks the girl if she's ever wondered just how strong her magic really is, then jokes that it's like those super rare Pokemon candies. Leify just laughs and says that, sure, sometimes he blurts out weird stuff. She fires the question at the hero. "Are you happy about my evolution?" Yuki beams and says, "I'm thrilled. You can tell I've truly grown." She blurts out that she's insanely happy to blend in like everyone else, and the young guy shoots her a look full of sympathy. Leify blurts that he's grinning like a total idiot, and Yuki pats her head like it's nothing, then fires back that she's doing the same too, and yep, the girl is smiling right along with them. The hero says it's called the fearless smile of the strong, and then his gut tells him something's off, even though they've only been gone for a few days. Yuki can't believe his eyes when the plain area finally opens, and then the girl hits him with, "You mean the monsters that turned into Fenrir's servants?" He blurts out that this legendary monster might look adorable, but its stats smash hers. Yeah, it's normal for it to come with 100 to 200 servants, and the young guy's already plotting. One of these days, I'm hunting with it. Yuki stretches hard, then bursts into laughter. Now he's finally kicking back in his gorgeous house, because Relax is literally the Demon Lord's middle name. Yuki and the girls are about to forge a brand new weapon. They lay out every material you can use here. Then once you've prepped everything, you just pour your magical power into those materials and hit the button to activate the skill. Then they reveal the final masterpiece, a katana-style blade forged by Demon Lord Yuki, an unforgiving sword of condemnation that burns with hate for sin and calls out every sinner. Yuki claims this sword wipes out sin and hands out judgment, then leans in and says it'll keep growing right alongside you. So the young man can't help but think, this is exactly what I need. The girl stares at its huge size and blurts, "Is that a cutlass?" Yuki snaps back, "No, it's a katana," and she presses again, asking if it's the exact same katana they use in Eastern countries. She reaches for the sword, and the young man lets her take it, warning her it's brutally heavy, yet she waves it off, saying she's from the wolf family. Still, the blade really is heavy, just like Yuki swore. The hero is about to swing his sword into action, teaming up with First Freya to hunt. Then he vows he'll be back in time for dinner. That sword is so razor sharp it slices straight through a tree like it's nothing. Yuki's expectations were completely crushed. in the best way, because with the sword tweaking his traits, his body suddenly feels light as air, and he's blown away at how unreal that power is. A young man stares at the blade like it's a masterpiece, then declares it the best sword he's ever seen. The hero figures the sword must love hearing that and grins, calling himself just adorable, while Yuki swears that once you plug in a magic circuit, you can torch the enemy right into oblivion. Layla bursts into the room and freezes. She finds the owner sprawled on the floor, feet perched on the chair, scratching his head like he's stuck trying to add a magic circuit to the sin. When she jumps in to help, Yuki lights up with joy. The girl leans in and tells him the real magic basics. You cram spells into specific frames, then pour mana into them to wake them up, because a magic circuit won't fire unless mana's flowing. She tells them, if you try to force it out with primitive magic, the drawing will reveal every hidden piece you need to trigger it. And as the dots click in his mind, Yuki finally feels like he's getting it. Layla breaks down fireball magic like it's a science. First you create it, then you control it, then you throw it, and if you want, you can even morph the controlled ball into something new. Yuki realizes that one wrong outline and the magic will swirl in all the wrong directions, make it too bulky, and it crawls instead of flowing, and suddenly everything clicks. It's all way simpler than anyone thought. The hero tells Layla to picture this. If she draws a circuit across 3 spaces, it'll snap into a tighter form than normal, and then he presses. Will that finally fix the magic circulation problem? The girl's eyes blow wide, like saucers, and she's stunned, because the owner's idea is so wild she's never heard anything like it in her life. Yuki lights up hearing that. Layla blurts that she needs to be excused, something urgent is calling, and promises they'll talk later. The girl runs off, and the hero steps outside into the yard, where he spots Iluna and she going wild playing ball. Fed up with the game, the girls crash out on the bench, and their heads sink into Yuki's lap, while Yuki himself nods off too, mouth hanging wide open. A girl bursts into Layla's room, and right away she hears the pen in Layla's hand scratching across the paper. Yuki and the girls are fishing at the pond when a young man reels in a monster and starts bragging, but Leafy snaps with rage, then hooks an even bigger beast. Yuki never thought he'd lose, until Leafy, still laughing, said he only won because Yuki got cocky and switched the rules. Then they grilled the fish and it sizzled on the heat. Leafy clutched a plate and declared that the loser would be the one who fried the meat. Then she praised how delicious Yuki's was and teased him, saying it'd be a shame if he never got to taste the food he cooked. The girl leans in and hands him a bite straight off her chopsticks. She figured he'd take one tiny bite, then Yuki scarfed the whole thing and grinned, calling it delicious. Leafy snapped at him to spit it out, because that was the very last bite. Iluna storms in and snaps, "That's enough, stop the fighting." Then she grabs a bite from her own plate, feeds her brother and asks, "Do you like it?" He grins and says, "I like it even more, because you fed me." The girl dashes off before bringing him even more, and Leafy blurts, "Don't spoil Yuki any worse, after all, I'm the loser here." Iluna and Shia are about to team up for a full-on feast of pure deliciousness together. Yuki leans in and tells Leafy, "This is what kindness looks like," and Leafy nods right along, fully buying it. She shovels baked vegetables into the young man so fast, he barely manages to swallow. Leafy figures it'd be rude to complain in Yuki's place after she basically handed him all her food. So when the boy asks, "Why not meet me?" she bolts. He lunges after her, and Layla finally steps in, offering him her own portion. The girl snaps that this isn't her job because it's the loser's mess, and shoves Layla her portion right then. Yuki flinches in terror and demands to know how he can be so ruthless after slicing up all those fish, while the girl shrugs it off as just a joke and dares him to hand over her meat. The girls coach Layla that with this kind of fish, you slice it open from the back, and Yuki stuffs Leafy with vegetables, claiming he tucked meat inside them, while the girl grumbles that she shouldn't have to eat grass at all. Twilight is choking the sky. The heroes glow brighter by the second, while Layla and the girls perch on a log. The fur-clad girl stands poised, and Yuki carefully feeds Leafy with her chopsticks. Now comes devastating news. The prince has turned against the kingdom. She rushes up to Yuki and blurts that the king and the princess are gone, right now. The hero's furious because he's finally managed to stop thinking about him, and the young man, with a heavy sigh, can't believe he let his guard down that hard. Now she's convinced the cursed sword incident and the undead attack were just smoke and mirrors. She thinks the rebels tried to topple the governor too, but Yuki spoiled their whole scheme a little. Nell thought they'd finally struck gold. These soldiers weren't about to move after this riot, and among every city that opposed the attack on Yuki's castle, Alfira stood out for its brutal, top-tier fighters. The hero shoots back, "Did you get it from the stranger in the black cloak?" And the girl swears that even with the executioners hurling every serum and blasting suggestion magic at him, the necromancer never once cracked and revealed who was behind it. Nell spills the truth. The prince's men have pulled off a coup and grabbed the capital, so they race to rescue His Majesty, then smash into the city to wipe out the traitors and restore justice, no questions asked. Yuki knows that the second this August heir grabs the throne and seizes command of the army, a new force will slam up at his castle gates, only this time it'll be even bigger. After mulling it over, the young man finally leans toward Nell and demands to know what the church plans to do. The girl is terrified. Once the princess sees the throne, she's afraid everyone will end up crushed under the crown, especially knowing how vicious he can be. Now they're saying that's why the church wants to tear His Majesty out of captivity. And even if Yuki admits they don't know whether he's still alive, she insists it's a shot worth taking. The hero makes Nell a promise. He'll help them save the king, and the moment she hears it, her face lights up. Yuki, though, insists it's the king who belongs on the throne, not his son, because the truth is, the king himself was the one who never backed an invasion of the cursed forest. That young man thinks, why not just end the prince myself and be done with it? But he knows his vengeful minions won't let him breathe, so he decides it's smarter to let the resistance deal with that rebel instead. Nell asks who in their right mind would team up with the Demon Lord, and Yuki snaps back that he's not going to reveal his identity. He'll swagger in as her overbearing squire, even going so far as to play along with a mask. The girl snaps that it's a terrible plan. The mask won't stand a chance against the detection crystals. Yuki grins and tells her to stop panicking, because he's got something up his sleeve. Nell and Yuki are on the verge of blasting off on an epic journey. Layla wishes him safe travels, and Iluna and Shiai beg him to come back fast. The young man gently strokes their heads, tells them to behave, and then someone cups his cheeks in their palms. Lefai leans in and tells him to shut down any other girls before they even get a chance. She warns him not to let some flirting girl slow him down or catch his attention. Yuki makes the promise, and her face lights up like she's just won. Then she grins, saying she'll take care of the dungeon. Lefai flicks a strand of hair aside, and the boy's eyes snap to a magical glow right near her cheek. Then Yuki blurts out, "I'm counting on you." Yuki and Nell scramble onto the first back, and the hero demands he take them to the capital, until Nell panics and insists she'll just walk. Fur rockets off, and the whole forest erupts under Nell's blood-curdling screams. Once Yuki walks out the door, the girls kick off an unforgettable night together, and one of them basically says it's their master's energy, because being around it feels incredible. Lefai chimes in, confirming that each person carries their own kind of magic. The girl tells Yuki's secret. People can't help gravitating toward him, and she points to Iluna as proof, saying only a notorious womanizer could wipe out someone's guard that fast. Layla grabs Leify and demands to know who slipped the ring onto her finger. She blurts out that Yuki handed her the ring, then everyone erupts with congratulations and crowds in asking, "Did our master propose to you?" Leify shakes her head and says, "No." And just like that, they press her for who Yuki really is to her, because the two of them get along way too well. Leify has no idea, because this is the very first time it's ever happened to her. Every guy she'd met before either tried to murder her or bolted in terror, and she'd never stayed under the same roof with anyone this long. She'd never laughed this hard in her life, but she had nobody to tell her if it was the best kind of happiness. Lefai finally admits to the girls that she still hasn't figured out what Yuki means to her yet, and they get it instantly because their master is straight up unlike anyone else. They pepper Levi with questions about how he and Yuki ended up sharing a place. Was it love at first sight? The girls demand the whole story of how they met. While out in the forest, Yuki and Nell trudge along, both whining as their backs ache. At last, they finally reach Arsol's capital, and right in front of them looms a monster of a fortress wall, bristling with watchtowers. Guards are on constant watch, staring down every single person who comes in or slips back out. The heroes stare at the locked doors, thinking, how are we supposed to get in now? And it turns out the job is way harder than they ever expected. Nelsa couldn't believe they'd flood this place with that many soldiers. Yuki just jabbed his finger at a tiny grate wedged at the very bottom of the wall. The girl says this grate is the perfect spare entrance, but the spell keeps it hidden most of the time. Then she adds that right near this spot is where they first agreed to meet the knight from the church. Yuki tells him that even centuries-old magic lives there too, and there's nothing they can do. Then she asks if he's finally picked what he'll do once they're inside, and the girl instantly gasps and screams in shock. He snapped his camouflage skill onto her, then scooped her up in his arms. Now he says all that's left is to soar over the wall. Nell thrashes to resist, but he presses a hand to his mouth and tells her to stay still for a second, or she'll bite her own tongue. Yuki bursts off the ground, wings flaring behind him as he rockets straight for the very top of the wall, and Nell keeps screaming without even taking a breath. The young man snaps at her, roaring for silence again and again, and the girl's eyes widen in horror as she mutters that silence isn't exactly easy to pull off, while the guard strains to catch the invisible noise, trying to figure out what the heck it is. The guards huddle together, squinting into the pitch-black night. One of them is so certain that something out there is staring back from the sky. Yuki snaps at Nell, blaming her for getting them spotted. Then Nell fires back that he should have warned her way before takeoff. Nell thought they slipped by unnoticed, but Yuki wasted no time. He warned her that he was about to crash the land. The boy loves the rush, and the girl snaps her eyes shut in pure horror again, because this duet between the heroine and the demon lord is straight up legendary. Right when he's back on the ground, Nell erupts. He's furious and snaps that he should have been more careful with her. Yuki immediately apologizes and reminds him he'd warned them they were taking off, but Nell just scoffs that it was a terrible warning. The young man lets out a chuckle and tells them, let's talk to her later, because right now it looks like someone's already coming for them. A sharp stamping echoes across the pavement. Then the guards come barreling straight at them, and now Yuki pulls you in, urging you to follow her. The hero scans the streets and freezes when they're totally empty, no soul in sight. The girl nods, saying the city's usually alive with noise, and she figures the capital's people must be sending danger too. Suddenly, magical light blasts across Yuki, and a mask snaps onto his face. Nell stares and asks what it is. The hero grins and says it's a disguise. The young man says, as a demon lord, I'm not letting that pious church see my face. And he grins behind his cool mask because, yeah, he just loved it from a catalog. Nell starts doubting whether it's even worth hiding, just her face this time, and she snaps at Yuki not to whine if that mask keeps him out of the shelter. Then he tells her not to panic and swears he'll come up with a plan. He hands the rebels' laurels of victory straight to the church, and as long as he gets fresh information, he's satisfied. Nell calls out to him and asks if he even knows how awesome his mask looks. He brags, but she snaps that this isn't it, then tells him to look at something terrifying, and the worry on her face hits him like a punch. Fetid zombie hordes flood the city and slam shut the hero's only route. Yuki blurts out that she finally gets what stinks in town, then snaps that there are way too many of them, and they'll have to hunt for another way, but that path is blocked too. Nell demands to know if Yuki can really sense the undead, and the boy shoots back, yes. Then he grumbles that the local guards are just sitting around doing nothing. The girl nods along with him, then clocking it, those guards aren't even itching to wipe out the zombies. Yuki figures they're playing a deeper game, and he lunges forward to warn Nell. Danger is coming fast. Now, hit the spell on those zombies and watch them get banished for good. Yuki can't believe his luck. He's grinning as the girl tells him this sacred knowledge is church-taught, and she even dares it could work on that sneaky demon lord. Yuki nods, then swears he'll keep his distance. Yuki wins, pure disgust on his face. Something nasty keeps dripping from his hands. Nell fires off a fresh warning at the zombies, shouting that they should stop fighting God's will and crawl back to the earth. And the demon lord realizes one terrifying truth. The stronger her spell, the more power it unleashes. He can't believe it. Nell's a coward, yet she's not scared of the undead, and when he questions it, she snaps at him to shut up and points out that unlike ghosts, the undead at least bleed when you slice them. Yuki finally gets what Nell is saying. Nell admits she's terrified the moment her sword can't hurt the enemy, even if, yeah, they can still win using pure magical power. The hero figures it's normal for clergy to blast away every evil spirit, until the girl snaps back that her job is keeping peace on the city streets, and chasing ghosts isn't what she's here for. At last, they reach a huge house with the shutters shut tight. Nell pounds on the door, and right behind her knock, the first chunk of the exit password clicks through. Then the girl blurts the second part, Strand. The door swings open, and a voice cheers that they're finally back safe and sound. Then the voice snaps. Wait, someone who knows your face is coming. Yuki bursts into laughter. Come on, this totally looks like the entrance to a secret org's base. Neil shoots back. Don't say it out loud. Right then, the door whips open, and a girl rockets out to tackle the heroine into a huge embrace. Miss Kalat admitted she was terrified, and she looked so relieved to see you again. Nell's face dropped. She hurried to her mistress and begged for forgiveness, admitting she couldn't follow the orders. The girl waved it off, saying it was already complete chaos, and all that mattered to Kalat was that Nell came back safe and sound. Nell finally realizes she hasn't even introduced her companion yet. At first, she can't even figure out how to present him, and Kalat and Yuki just stare at each other in dead silence, until Nell blurts out that he's her servant. She claims she ran into him on the way, and insists he's tough, useful, and exactly what they need. Yuki walks in, introduces himself as Y, and even admits he's Nell's lackey. Then his mask instantly sets Kalat on edge, and she's left wondering if she can trust him, but Nell steps in and swears he's the real deal. Lady Kulat leans in and tells the girl, now every warrior matters. Then she orders them to follow her. For the hero, they slip through a strange door, and suddenly UK can feel energy surging and see the hidden magical gears clicking behind it. He turns to Mrs. Kalote and asks what happened, and she just smiles. You're strong to catch that seriously. The girl leans in and tells Yuki that if he slips through that door, it proves he doesn't hold any hate toward them. Then she begs him not to push himself too hard, because they can't just let some random stranger into their shelter. Mrs. Kalat, sizing him up, spots one thing: he's fully human, and then she eyes his mask and realizes it's got no enchantment on it at all. Yuki insists he just wants to help the heroine, and the three of them stride down a long corridor. Then the girl pushes, telling them to go inside. He grinned to himself, smug with his new upgrade. He'd unlocked Pretend, and with it, he could rewrite his name, race, level, and class. One moment he was the king of demons, and the next he'd transformed into a human. Nell blurts out, shocked, asking how he pulled it off. Then Yuki admits he used a bit of magic on his status, so they wouldn't start pointless questions. He tells Nell everything's fine, and she finally realizes she'd been worrying for nothing. The hero scribbled his traits worse than Nell's, and kept only the blandest skills. Yuki knows he's playing with fire, because if he masks himself too well, an opponent stronger than him will sniff out the act in seconds. Mrs. Kalat leads the way down the hallway, her heels snapping against the wooden floor with every step. The girl strides up to the wall, thrusts her hand forward, and triggers a spell that shoots straight to the Lord. Then bright light floods everything, and a brand new door suddenly materializes right in front of them. Yuki can't stop grinning at the secret door. He's been dreaming about slipping through one for ages. The door blasts open, and the heroes stare into the dungeon's thick, impenetrable darkness. Mistress Kalat snaps that the road ahead is shaky, so keep your footing, because they have no idea what's waiting just beyond the next step. Lafai sprawls in her bedroom, lost in thoughts of Yuki, and she's dead sure of this. No matter how far away he goes, if she's got feelings that won't quit, it'll still work out. Yuki and his friends march through a secret passage, and the hero leans in to ask Carlotta, when the dead first started showing up in the capital, she snaps back that it began just 2 weeks ago, right when the prince kicked off the rebellion. The young man leans in and asks if she thinks the prince is behind all of this. Carlotta just points to how the soldiers are fighting and says, yeah, if you know what to look for, it screams that it's him. Yuki can't shake the thought that even if the prince can command the dead, the country's elite shouldn't be dabbling in something like that, and the young man can't figure out what he's really trying to pull off. The girl snaps that there are way too many of them, and they're drowning under the pressure. The recon squad was sent to track down their lair, but they came back empty-handed, and then Nell orders Yuki to hunt them himself, only he's not omnipotent. The hero shoots back that he'll try a bit later, and the heroine nods her thanks. Then, at last, they press toward the exit from the hidden passage. The heroes suddenly find themselves trapped inside a colossal church. Towering ceilings, blazing stained glass windows, and the whole place looming over them. Yuki can't even get a word out. He's stunned out of his mind. So when Nell spots it, she grins and admits she was blown away the very first time too. Mrs. Carlotta spills that the church is under non-stop surveillance, so they can't even touch the main building. Then she slips in. Good, because we meet for strategy right here, and I want you to join us. Carlotta kicks off the meeting, steps forward, and tells everyone who she is, captain of the Holy Knights of Faldean, then grabs the reins of the operation right away. Yuki hears it, and his eyes widen. This isn't some ordinary guy. Nell chips in that Carlotta's swordplay and magic are top tier, and she's the backbone that keeps every knight standing strong. The girl tells her straight up, even if she wins the status, she'll still get beaten in a fight by her. And Yuki's like, yeah, the Carlotta can't even be compared to everyone else. The hero leans in and studies Captain Demir's status with sharp curiosity. She's stacked with deadly weapon skills. The level is off the charts, and her proficiency is so high, it practically screams, battle ready, right now. The boy still hears LeFay's warning. Stats won't save you when you're fighting someone who's been there, and she said plain talent can make you look like a genius, but without training, you're doomed to lose. The captain snaps that the country is in a desperate spiral, and the capital is in chaos. Then she rallies everyone to stand together and free Alsel, promising that once they do, peace will finally return to the capital. Kurata kicks off the meeting and lays out the whole plan right in front of everyone. Captain Demir's plan is simple in Yuki's mind. Save the king and the princess. And when he studies it, he realizes the king's trapped. So the only way to get the king on his side is to rescue him first. She snaps, we start tomorrow at midnight, right when the church bells ring. Then she shoos everyone out, slams the meeting shut, and ends it with a fierce call for good luck and victory. The girl doesn't hold back. She heaps praise on Mrs. Carlotta for her amazing work, calling her wonderful. Mrs. Carlotta beams. The girl thanks her, and then, right on the edge, asks if they're tired. She's trying to lead them to a safe spot to rest. Then the guards blow the alarm. The dead have slipped in, and their numbers keep swelling by the second. The captain presses the soldier on how likely it is they didn't attack on purpose, and the soldier swears the undead were only snapping into action because the battle noises were spilling out by the sewers, the very escape route they'd been hiding in. Nell tells Yuki the shrine links to a bunch of secret sewer entrances, but without the exact route, finding the right way turns into a real nightmare. Carlotta can't stop thinking how awesome it would be to track down and wipe out that layer of the dead. She hammers it home to Nell. We have to fight! And Yuki snaps into action, fully ready to go, because of course he's the hero's ride-or-die companion. The heroes blast back the zombie attack, and Nell's stunned to see that young man turning it into a weapon. The hero smirks back, saying it's ridiculously practical. Yuki presses Carlotta for answers on how the dead show up, and the captain shoots back that there are a few methods to summon them. She swears it's a magic circle they use these days. She told them this is why they never found their lair, but honestly, it sounds like they just hid it somewhere else. Yuki catches a sinister aura, like a demonic blade rising from the dead in the sewage, and he immediately wonders if he can track it back to the magic circle by following this trail. The hero leans in and tells Mrs. Carlotta he knows where the magic circle is. He can't name it outright, but he swears he can feel its pull in his bones, and Captain Demir just sits there, thinking hard over every word. She whips around to Nell and declares they're heading out to hunt for a place that just might be the dead's lair. Yuki admits he's not totally sure, and the girl reassures him that any lead, no matter how it ends up, will still be worth chasing. She pushes them to go take a look. Nell and Yuki can't help but go wide-eyed, and before they know it, they're right there. Carlotta insists he's right. This place is packed with magic, thick in the air, and even with her sharp senses, she can feel the surge coming off the ground. Yuki snaps that there's no more moving forward, and Captain Demir whips around to the soldiers like, "All right, now it's your turn to move," and they're ready to carry out her command. The soldiers spot a keyhole in the wall, and Carlotta hypes them up for their perfect work, then tells them to step aside. She swings her sword with pure fury and smashes it into the wall. A giant hole rips open in the wall. Nell can barely believe how effortlessly Mrs. Carlotta smashes through, and then they step straight into the gaping darkness. The darkness glares back from the hole, and Captain Demir clamps his nose with his sleeve, fighting the stench rolling out. She snaps orders to the soldiers, "Stand right here and hold the entrance." Carlotta leans in and asks the heroes if they'll go with her, and they both snap back, "Yes," without hesitation. Then she warns them to keep their guard up, because from the dark, strange sounds suddenly crawl into the air. This pack of reeking corpses staggers through the dark, shrieking their hearts out, still clueless that death is about to finish them off. Lifa and Aluna brush their teeth side by side, then just wait, trapped in anticipation for the Demon Lord to come back. They stumble into a crush of the living dead, and panic slams in. So, what do they do next? Mrs. Carlotta swears the bodies get dragged in by the river's currents. Then something turns them into undead, and Yuki immediately clocks how vicious the prince's crew is. Nell finally asks if the magic circle is the reason. Suddenly, they spot glowing pillars, and Captain Demir snaps to attention. This circle is built on a hexagram, and those two triangles hidden in the pillars have to be smashed, so they'll need to rip out at least 2 pillars to bring the whole circle down. Now they ask how he plans to break them. With all these dead piled in one spot, Yuki snaps back that he'll handle the dead, and the pillars holding them. He hurls a wild stream of water at them, then blurts out a wish that they'd have the time of their lives on the water slide. Perlotta leans in and tells him he's not bad. Then she points Nell forward, saying the ones on the left are hers. Nell gets it instantly, and they keep battling. At last, every undead nightmare crumpled and died. Then the bodies hit the stone floor with a brutal thud, piling up everywhere. Nell blares out in joy that they actually pulled it off, and Carlotta admits she never thought it'd be that easy, then thanks them from the bottom of her heart. Yuki can't help but smile at the news, thinking to himself how effortlessly they handled the pillars. They stare at those zombies still shambling around like they're alive. Like the longer they've been like that, the more they've mutated into full-on monsters. Carlotta shrugs and says, "Just ignore them, because the real problem isn't them. It's that something's broken at the source." "No thanks, Yuki," the captain blurts out as he rushes to apologize for not being able to thank him right now. Then Yuki promises to lead them straight to a place where they can finally rest. The necromancer hadn't expected the magic circle to shatter. Still, he's convinced the dead finished their work. So now it's time to kick off the final phase of his plan. The sun blazes overhead above the capital, lighting everything up like it's about to ignite the whole city. Yuki sends the kids into a panic by warning them the Demon Lord is coming to catch them. Everyone scatters, and one poor girl tumbles into the grass. He hauls her up and checks on her, firing off, "Are you hurt?" Then the young man presses her for a promise. From now on, she's got to be way more careful when she runs, and it's the Demon Lord they're talking about. The boys snatched up the game and yelled that they'd smash him, and that the sacred sword was about to land a brutal blow on him. Nell realizes the kid's having a blast, and Yugi blurts out that he can't possibly win with all those heroes crowding in. He invites the girl to jump into the game, swearing he'll hand her a mask. She just shakes her head and smiles. And then the hero leans in and promises that if she joins him, the kids will treat her like royalty. At the Fernay orphanage, Carlotta rushes in and begs forgiveness for showing up without permission. Then the woman snaps back that they're church ministers and insists it's exactly the kind of help people need when times get brutal. Franny is fuming because she's got nothing to give them. Then one kid walks up and blurts that he's starving. She snaps, "Just wait a little." Yuki bluntly says, "Yeah, we're at war." And Nell immediately realizes they haven't been sending donations to the shelter because there's barely any food left. The hero leans in and begs the girl for help, then slams open a portal in midair and hauls something out of it with crushing effort. Yuki yanks a huge ham straight out of the portal, shrugs, "War's war, but lunch is still on time." Then they toss it into a giant pot of stew. Nell tastes it, gives the line of kids a grin, and promises each of them will get their share. The meat's finally ready, and a whole line of starving orphans queues up to grab it, so Yuki barks, "Line up!" Then Nell leans in and tells them, "Go straight to the masked brother. He'll give you your meat." Yuki, someone he already knows, smiles and tells him his mask is awesome, so he leans in and compliments her beautiful eyes, then hands her 2 pieces of meat, and the kids burst out thanking him as word spreads from every side that he's the best and absolutely amazing. Captain Demir snaps, asking if this isn't monster meat, and Fernie's mind races. Who were these people, and why did they waste such expensive spices? Yuki shuts them down with confidence. He says hunting monsters is effortless, and he even crafts his own spices, and that's basically his way of saying, "Thanks for letting me rest here." Carlotta clocks how lovingly he takes care of the kids, and straight up asks Yuki if he has one. He says no, but he's looking after the girl who's basically his little sister, and out on the street, people can't help but stop when that delicious smell hits. Strangers nearby catch that spicy meat scent in the air, and their hunger clings to it like destiny. Yuki spots the crowd storming closer, flashes a grin and says, "Perfect timing. Hang back, I'll handle them." He flashes a grin and asks the crowd, "You hungry?" They shout yes. The young man asks if they want meat, and the crowd roars back, "Yes, they want it badly." Yuki grins and promises, "Then I'll let you taste it." But there's one condition. The hero demands to be cut up, and everyone agrees on the spot. They start slicing the meat right away, already lined up with 20 fresh portions, and then they bring even more plates. Yuki shines the light on the ham in his hands, itching to taste it, but laziness drags him back before he even tries. Then he calls out to everyone again, promising they'll score even more meat if they keep up the work like this. Everyone's fed up to the brim, meat on their plates, drinks in hand, music in the air, and chatter everywhere. Nell leans in and tells Carlotta it feels just like a festival. Carlotta listens, and the girl agrees. Captain Demir can't even remember the last time the capital's residents were this happy, and that's when she starts to wonder who the masked guy really is. Just as they're talking, some annoyed voices cut in with rude questions like, "What kind of get-together is this supposed to be?" The guards slap down the decree and bark that every scrap of food now belongs to the government. Then they stare at the girls and demand if they want to join the rebellion. While the guards stuff their bellies, he brags that the soldiers are out there battling for them, and then he snaps that he wants to see the rebels hiding the food, but Captain Demir shoots back that they'd better think twice before they talk like that. Yuki's in trouble again, but the castle stays calm and peaceful, like always. Inside, the girls are laughing it up, holding their breath, waiting for their master to come back. Mrs. Carlotta storms up to the guards and swears she hunted these monsters herself, then snaps, "What do you have against me?" Yuki stands right beside her, saying nothing, just listening, dead silent. The guard demands to know if she's hurt over the decree, and the other guard snaps that ignorance of the law won't save her. She answers that she's hurt, but swears she's never seen food handed out to the people. The guard clocks that she can talk her way out of anything, yet she still has zero honor, so they slam the cuffs on her and arrest her for breaking the law. Carlotta snaps back, furious that the villagers are boiling over, and when the locals back her up, they demand answers. Why does the army need so much food? No excuses will fly, and they make it crystal clear they don't trust the guards, not one bit. The girl leans in, studies the guard, and tells him that if they test him too, his body fits the job way better than playing knight. Yuki's mind is racing. She can't figure out why Carlotta lets those freak soldiers talk to her like that when she's the stronger one. On the city map, the hero clocks that someone's stalking them, trying to bait them with those soldiers, so he figures they want the first move, and then, out of nowhere, the girl bumps into a guard by pure accident. He snarls at the girl, whips his sword toward her, and barks for her to watch her step. Yuki drops his leg and cracks the guard right in the head. He can't take it anymore. Rage burns in the soldier's chest as he demands how they could dare attack them. Then the guards scramble to fight back, only to get crushed fast, shocked that Nels's squad launched first. The hero blurts an apology to Nell for dumping the guards on them, and Nell snaps back with, "So what are you going to do?" He vows to track down whoever's keeping tabs on them, worried sick that if those watchers pull off their plan, it's going to get ugly fast. Just as he says goodbye, he whips around and orders the girl to get even more meat. Carolina looks Nell in the eyes and says, "Yeah, he's genuinely great in more ways than one." Then she flashes a confident smile and makes it clear he's worth it, especially for a girl to lie, bring him in, and lock him in as their new ally. The heroine can't believe it. This lady understood everything. Captain Demery steps in, explaining that he knows Nell has no one she'd dare call brother. The girls insist to Carlotta that Yuki won't hurt the church, even if it still feels weirdly suspicious. The lady trusts him because he's already won Nell's trust. Then she softly brushes the girl's hair. Carlotta admits she's always been terrified for her because she blindly follows any order without even thinking. Then she says Nell has finally grown up and pushes the question, does Yuki truly have her own reasons for fighting? The soldiers finally report in, and their commander roars that the plan is underway, then demands the order be passed straight to everyone else. Carlotta slams the plan down. "We're heading straight for the palace." The girl snaps into action, and at that exact moment inside the Demon Lord's castle, Lu has a brilliant idea. She rushes over to spill it to Lady Li Fai. She tells the girl to step right up to the gentleman, and she can't believe how shocking that sudden idea is. Lu says, "Since Leifi doesn't even know what kind of bond she has with Yuki, I'm stepping in. I'm gonna help you two get closer." While he's away, she offers to shrink the distance between them, right then, and the girl snaps with outrage, demanding what Leo's even talking about, insisting she already has an advisor. Iruna bursts in and vows she'll force Lefai to cast a spell on her little brother. The girl pauses for a beat, then looks at Leo and asks, "So what does it mean to bewitch?" She explains it like this. When a guy likes a girl so hard, he gets totally consumed by her. Iruna blurts that it sounds amazing. Lefai shoots Lu a reproachful look and demands to know what he's teaching the kid, and the girl lights up. She knows exactly what her brother loves and can't wait to tell him all about it. Iruna blurts to Lefai that Yuki has a soft spot for anything fluffy, and that her brother is totally bewitched by Rira's adorable fluff. Leo bursts out laughing and tells the girl she's got it all wrong. Then Iruna leans in, teasing him that he's totally into his sister's wings, because his brother's face lights up in a huge way the moment he strokes them. Leafy thanks her, but she's just warming up. There's more. She insists the master loves seeing everyone share a good time, and Iruna is certain that just watching it makes him happier too. Leo shoots the girl a thank you, but Leify is already worn out by all this, and she snaps that she never realized Leo could be this persistent. Layla told everyone she knows nothing about psychology, yet she still drops the best recommendations like she's got answers anyway. She urges Lefay to tell him to his face she was lonely while he was away, right when the Demon Lord comes back, and the girl is left fuming, stunned she even heard it. Does Layla really want her to say something like that? Layla, totally ignoring her own boiling indignation, keeps pushing that if she wants a man, little touches can do wonders, so Lefay, stammering again, blurts out the question about touching. Leo gladly takes Layla's suggestions to heart, and he's blown away by how useful and spot-on they feel. Layla tells everyone she wants Lady Lefay to live long and happily in the Lord, so she's jumping in right now to push Lu's plan forward. The girl asks if Lefay's ready, but the words don't click, so she falters, and worry spreads all over her face. Everyone's on edge, praying the invincible dragon can survive Leela's brutal training. Perlata tells everyone, "You saw it with your own eyes," and the captain cuts in. Right now, the king is trapped in the rebel prince's grip, and if that prince grabs the throne, the whole country's future is finished. She announces the church is marching to free the king and reclaim the capital. Then a girl demands, straight up, who's got the nerve to pick up a weapon and fight alongside them? Carlotta just smiles with total conviction. They'll win, because God is backing them. Yuki tears through the capital, chasing the suspect down before he slips away. The hero flicks on his stealth skill, and his grip tightens with urgency. He wants to snag the suspect right now, but then he clocks it. The man's headed straight for the royal castle, so the young fighter decides to chase after him and rescue the king. Yuki is praying the church won't drag its feet until nightfall. This brawl was small, but the crowd was already watching. He barrels past the guards stationed at every entrance to the royal palace. The hero finally slams his foot to the pedal and almost catches the suspect, who darts behind a door like it's going to save him. The young man yanks the door handle, then it won't budge, locked tight, and a voice from the other side demands answers, asking the guard what just happened. Yuki smashes the man cold with a crack to the head, then immediately scans the halls, thinking, which entrance drags me straight into the king's dungeon? Captain Carlotta Damar gets the shock. Someone just captured the western gate and the barracks, and every last soldier is now locked up in custody. The soldier boasts they've knocked out 70% of the main gate, and the girl snaps back asking about their losses. Then he admits 5 are dead and about 6% can't move, but he promises they won't get in the way of the plan. Carlotta snaps that even they couldn't possibly crush a force like that, such a massive swarm of enemies. The soldier shoots back that the civilians have revolted too, but the losses are still lower than they feared. Then Carlotta orders the citizens to pack up and rest in the rear. The captain turns to the soldier and demands if he's spotted anything weird in the enemy's ranks, only for the man to say he's seen a few mysterious mages, and warns they might be necromancers. The soldier blurts out that nobody warned them, and when they watch the dead crawl back to life, terror locked them in place. Then the girl finally clicks. The corpses in the capital? They're the missing princes, resurrected by them. She's convinced that if they hadn't shattered the magic circle yesterday, the damage would have been way worse. So Carlotta makes up her mind to thank the masked guy. The captain grabs Nell, even though she hasn't stopped fighting this whole time, and tells her to come. Then they launch straight for the next target. Yuki can't spot the dungeon entrance, so he rips into the virtual map, convinced that even if the guards don't know about the secret passage, the map should still show it. The young man crouches over the fallen soldier, eyes scanning him like he can't believe what he's seeing, like some kind of magic was used to slam the invaders who tried to breach the castle. Then Yuki leans in hard, hunting for any mark on the soldier that proves he really belongs to this place. The hero grabs a magical authentication device, and the moment he reads it, he learns the terrifying truth. Whoever owns it can't be hit by magic. Suddenly, a maid bursts out from behind a door, and when the girl sees the mask, terror slams into her as she lets out a terrified scream. The young man yanks her hand over her mouth and begs her not to scream, swearing he won't hurt her, that he's only after the king, and that the soldier isn't dead. Yuki leans in and asks her, "Are you gonna scream?" then yanks his hand off her mouth. The maid leans in and asks if he's really here to rescue the king and Lady Arrow. Then the hero nods, confirms it's true, and straight up names exactly who Lady Arrow is. The girl drops to her knees, begs him to save them, and swears she'll guide him straight to the dungeon. Then she pulls him toward the entrance. Yuki snaps to the truth. The entrance is outside, and he shoots a grateful nod to the maid, telling her to grab her family and friends and run out of here right now, because sooner or later, this place is going to explode into a battlefield. The girl blesses him as he walks out. Then Yuki storms into the dungeon, pure fury in her eyes. He stomped down the stone steps, calling the king useless under his breath. Yet somehow, that guy still carried real charisma. A young man can't stop thinking, if he were a prince, he'd end the king's life. Then he spirals into the truth. Is this prince waiting to put him on display for a public execution, or is it all driven by something personal? Yuki steps into the dungeon and boom, strange noises suddenly crawl into his ears. In a filthy cell, a guard strangles the life out of an unfortunate girl in a torn, dirty dress. Then he plants his foot on her back and swings his whip up for the next brutal blow. The guard snarls and laughs, then tells the girl to blame her stubborn father for everything that's happening to her, before he swings his arm and batters her without mercy right there in front of the king, who pleads, begging him to stop. The king grips the iron bars of the grate and barks at the guard to stop, but he cackles so violently that Duel pours off his chin, while the girl has zero power to fight back, only quiet tears slipping down her face. Suddenly, the demon lord slips in behind the villain. His ugly grin snaps onto the guard's face like a lock, freezing in terror. He clearly hates Yuck, and the hero ends it by driving a blade straight through him. Now he has to rush in and save the girl who is trapped under someone else's lust. Iruna is sure their demon lord will go to war for their smiles, no matter what it costs. The guard starts beating the girl right in front of her father's eyes. Pain rips through her like fire. The girl thinks she has to step up and help her father. After all, she's the kingdom's princess, and she fully believes everything will work out. She clings to one brutal hope. If she can take every beating and still stand, rescue has to be coming, because they're going to burst in and save them. Suddenly, she realizes the pain has vanished. Her eyes widen, and she steels herself to lift her head. A strange man blocks the doorway in front of her, then promises everything will be okay, telling her, straight to the heart, that she fought hard and didn't give up. Yuki lifts the princess into his arms, and she blurts that the gentleman is a hero. The king stares hard at Yuki's face and demands, "Who are you?" The young man bows to the king, who instantly clocks him as a demon, and then storms forward, shouting at him to get out before he touches the king's daughter again. The demon lord snaps that it's downright cruel of him, because he'd fought through all of this for the guy, and then he turns on the king, calling him useless for failing to raise his own son. Yuki storms up to the king and blurts out that his fool of a son has his gaze set on the forest, then promises to fix it, but only if the king swears his son will never set a hand on the forest. The king shouts, "Wait, is the demon lord of the cursed forest standing right there in front of him?" Yuki confirms it. The king then snarls that he's only a pathetic old fool who failed to protect his son, and he can't promise a thing. Yuki vows that his people will finally settle the score for his sins. Then he swears he'll slaughter anyone who dares step into his territory. The king just stares through the threats and swallows the silence. Then the young man leans in and demands, "So there's nobody here who believes in me? Not the townspeople, not even the maid I met in the palace." The hero blurts that even the church is rushing in to save him, and the king can't even process what he's hearing. Then Yuki fires back at the king, raging that he'd rather stay locked in a cage and quietly wait for his fate. The king is dead set on this. If a kid causes trouble, the parents are the ones who pay for it. The demon lord rips the king free and warns him, "Don't regret what you just said, or I'll kill you, your people, and anyone who dares to call themselves my child." His Majesty storms to his daughter, checks her over, and instantly knows she isn't hurt. Then he snaps, asking if the demon is blackmailing him with the threat, "I'll kill you and your daughter if you disobey." Yuki blurts out, "What did you say?" The young man bursts out of his cell, and the first thing he hears is the king praising him for saving his daughter. The hero explodes into action and slams the guards, then shouts that it's time to flee. One guard shrieks that he's been beaten, while the other yells for a doctor. Yuki fumes, convinced the acting is trash, and he's dead sure they're trying to get themselves hurt just to crawl out of the battlefield. The demon lord lets out a wicked laugh, telling the king they're actually starting to like him, and the young man decides to ride along with the king, even though he's got no need to be anyone's backup. The guards explode with rage at what he's doing, then snap, "Capture him!" And Yuki figures it'll be no big deal to just kick the guard a little. Once the royal guard captain gets beaten down, the soldiers panic and fall back fast. First, the young man blurts out where the prince is, and when he scans the place, he realizes something's off. There aren't many princess soldiers around at all. A soldier confirms it, grinning grimly as he says the prisoners are here too, ready to help. The man's sure the prince is either stuck in his office or guarding the throne room, while the prince's soldiers are totally ignoring the noise and chaos pouring in from outside. Yuki stops a soldier and asks what's causing all the noise, then assumes it's the church. He confirms it, and the young man fires back that they're definitely not wasting their time. The soldier begs to handle the prince's troops still trapped inside, and the hero nods, telling him to stand down while he escorts the king to safety, then warns him to stay sharp. Yuki marches up to the king and insists it's all running exactly as planned. The church moved fast, and then he urges him to sprint now because he knows he has to hide before anyone catches on. With his daughter clutched in his arms, the king demands, "What happens to our son?" And the demon lord grins, swearing he'll slaughter him with his own hands. His Majesty finally gets him, then drops the words like thunder. He's saying he wants to go with them. Yuki promises he won't bother them, and Yuki doesn't even protest. Captain Demare strides up and greets the king. Relief hits her like lightning because he's alive. Nell blurts out in shock, asking Yuki what he's doing right beside His Majesty. Then Yuki tells her he freed him, even though he had no idea that the man was the king. Kurata begs the king to run and hide, swearing their soldiers will get everyone to safety, and the king is thrilled until he turns it around and demands they also take his daughter. Captain Demare snaps into alarm, warning the king that this isn't some ceremony anymore. This is a battlefield, and if he gets captured or falls, the country's future dies with him. His Majesty shoots out a sincere apology for the trouble, then insists he has to see it all with his own eyes. Yuki flicks on his danger detection skill, and Carlotta pushes the king to rethink his call, because as the level climbs, the danger zone grows bigger every time. Out of nowhere, a total stranger jumps in and swings. Then the young man snaps his guard up and parries the strike clean. The man stares in shock. Yuki actually blocked his attack. Then the hero calls him out, telling him that striking from behind is a terrible habit. The fighter just laughs and fires back, saying he heard there's a woman and a hero battling on the church's side. He blurts that he's lucky, and right then, the Demon Lord clocks a terrifyingly strong fighter has finally shown up before him. Leaf, I want Yuki to burn his face into her memory, so when he's lonely, she won't forget him. Nell snaps to the young man, asking if he's all right, and warns him to stay cautious because this fighter is brutally strong. Then the man hefts his heavy sword and smirks that it's smarter not to come near little bugs like them. The Demon Lord realizes he can't dodge that showdown, and Carlotta Demare steps in, offering her help. He politely shuts it down and swears he'll figure it out on his own. The captain barks the order to whisk the princess to safety, then tells everyone else, "You're the ones who have to help her," while the soldiers tighten up, ready to shield their king no matter what it costs. Carlotta grabs Yuki and warns him they've already made it to the prince, then begs him, "Don't you dare die because I've got a ton of questions." Nell shoots her brother a sharp look and tells him to stay careful. The young man makes a promise that changes everything. The Demon Lord leans in and asks the unknown fighter, "Is it fine I let the king walk away?" And the fighter snaps back, "I was told to kill only the strong, and the strongest one is me." The stranger swears he's lucky he never imagined people like this could be here, and then Yuki tells him to take a break. You hear the roar of battle tearing through the air. Carlotta blurts out if he's really worried, and the girl shoots back, "Wait, are you seriously an adamantite adventurer?" The captain nods and adds, "I figured the guild would stay neutral." Then she lets slip the fighter's nickname, Warfan. She swore he's so out of his mind he can't live a day without picking a fight. And even with those skills, he has to be an Orkalak rank, because his reputation is a complete disaster, and the guild keeps getting smashed by the problems he causes. The captain tells her that if she leaves the soldiers behind, they'll only trip up the masked guy as he fights, so she has no choice but to trust his power. And yeah, she thinks it over, but she still signs off. The fighter bursts out laughing, stunned by Yuki's raw power and how lightning fast his counterattack comes in. He can't believe it. Then the young man snaps at him to shut up and stop wearing that amazed face. Yuki checks the fighter's status and finds a wall of strength. Then he realizes their stats are basically even, while the fighter's skills run higher than his. The hero realizes he didn't come here to trade blows to the death. He's out hunting monsters, and right now he's more focused on stroking Rear's fur than throwing a punch. The fighter asks why Yuki's so calm when he came to fight. Then the Demon Lord explodes forward and hammers him in the stomach with everything he's got. Right away, the guy starts groaning through the pain. Then he whips up a brutal stream of water, slams it straight into the fighter, and prays he drowns, only for the water to hit his own head and make him choke for real. Yuki realizes the fight is turning into a loss because he's got almost zero experience in real combat, and the only way he survives is by somehow using skills he doesn't even possess. The hero explodes forward and launches a lightning-fast attack on the fighter. He slickly slips the punch and whips the man back with an attack so sudden it leaves him completely off guard. The young man drives his sword straight into him, rips it out, and snatches a pistol. Yuki snaps the trigger, and the weapon bursts into a storm of blazing sparks. This fighter is unbreakable. He's back in motion, and this time, the edge of his blade stops mere inches from the Demon Lord's face. He thrusts his palm straight into the blade, and blood erupts everywhere. Yuki, snapping into action, deflects every brutal, heavy sword swing in close-quarters combat. He ends the fighter with nothing but his bare hands, and when the fighter crashes onto the ground, he smiles and admits it was. The young man finally exhales, and the weight on his chest vanishes. The hero flashes back to LeFay's adorable look, then figures the fighter has to be 1,000 years younger. Younger than the one who could ever challenge him. At the Demon Lord's castle, Liu grabs Layla's attention and demands where Lady Leafy went, only for the girl to bite her lip and admit she still hasn't come back. Layla realizes she's been slipping out to get alone way too much lately. Maybe she's got her own troubles, but she'll circle back the moment her stomach starts growling. Leafy perched on the hilltop, and a brand new question sparked inside her. She couldn't wait to tell Yuki when he got home that she'd been lonely without him. The dead man's showdown is creeping closer, and the fight is about to erupt. The hero douses the wound, grimaces like it's burning, and thinks, if it weren't for that enhanced potion, I'd be screwed. My bone's broken, and I can't even move some of my fingers, while Yuki refuses to get mixed up in it. The boy blurts out that the magic circuits Lyle built are pure magic. Those circuits gulp up every drop of mana poured into the blade, then burst into a blazing red flame that incinerates whatever the blade slices. Yuki admits the guy is strong, and says he only won because of the race and its traits. The young man nods, insists the fighter's build is basically on par with Nell's, and believes he could grow into a real hero. He closes in on the royal castle, then rockets up to the roof, eyes blazing as he cranes his head, and right there, behind one of the windows, he spots the prince. Captain DeMayer steps up and tells the prince he's being suspected of treason, then demands he come with them, calling them traitors who've plotted a coup and shouting for them to be captured. The guards bolt at the sound of their prince, and when they arrive, Nell is right there, watching with a hazy, unfocused stare at what's happening. Now take a good look. Those prince's eyes look totally off, like something's not right. She's convinced her mind is playing tricks, so she forces herself to zero in on the fight, because if she doesn't, capture is only a countdown away, and she can't afford to wait, not when Yuki is out there going up against an adamant, ranked attack warrior. Nell can only think about one thing. She has to get to him and help him right now, and then boom, one window shatters, glass raining in every direction. Yuki swoops in from the sky and hits the enemy like a storm, and the girl instantly recognizes him. The Demon Lord snaps to the truth. He struck too soon, but he still wipes out the cursed item that was messing with his powers. A necromancer suddenly steps into his path, and he can't believe it, because this time, the one thing he didn't expect is an analysis of him. Yuki snaps her gaze to the prince, locking onto the figure shrouded in the black cloak. Everyone stares at His Highness, and their eyes fill with thick, choking darkness. Captain DeMayer barks an order to shield the king at all costs, and never, ever retreat. One soldier slams his sword down and pierces the footprints like they're nothing. The young man shouts that he's already dead, and everyone better scramble back before they get too close. The prince surges upward into the sky, swelling into a creeping black cloud that casts a shadow over everything. Then he mutates into a full-on monster and charges straight at Yuki, tearing into her with an all-out attack. The Demon Lord is terrified. The necromancer is about to slip his chains and vanish. The necromancer smashes out through the broken window and disappears into the night. The young man shoots a worried glance after him, and Nell suddenly calls out to him. Yuki snaps back that the necromancer probably puppeted the already dead prince, and that the ring he shattered flipped his fate. He tells her about the ring of truth and lies, the one that lets fake changes slip straight into your status, and then the hero insists the magic spilling out of the prince was identical to the magic from that guy in the stable. Yuki tells Snell, distract them, because he's done waiting. He wants to launch up and finally catch up with him. But before he can act, thunderous stomps shake the ground. Those massive feet just ruined everything. They realize an artificial dead man blocks their path, someone they're warned not to name. The heroes snap to the truth, They can't catch a break, not now, and the next thought hits hard. How are they supposed to battle a monster that huge inside a space that small? Deadman, this huge, muscle-bound monster, steps out in front of the heroes, and you can tell they're about to throw down with the giant on the spot. It's a spirit, and its real name must never be spoken. Deadman brings superhuman strength and crazy regeneration, so this isn't some easy fight, it's a deadly opponent. Yuki was sick of it to his bones. Then he snapped his weapon around and swung. With a blood-chilling scream, he charged straight at the giant. Then, with a blur of black steel, he sliced off his own hand using his black katana. A severed arm crashed onto the floor with a sickening thud. Meanwhile, the enemy refused to fold, choking out words in some unreadable tongue, and then he lashed out with his last good hand, swinging for the offender. Spouting even more bone-chilling nonsense, the monster lunged to smack the guy, yet the Demon Lord barely slipped the hits, jerking back with a desperate dodge. Even though the monster was huge, Yuki clocked it right away. Its speed was still razor-sharp. At that exact moment, the masked guy's eyes lit up as he spotted something incredible. Thick, strange fibers started sprouting from the giant's severed hand, like something alive was waking up. As those fibers stretched out, they darted right toward the monster's hand and snapped into place, locking on like a lifeline. And that's when regeneration kicked in. With a chilling grin, the protagonist clocked the spirit's deadly skills, one name he wouldn't dare say, then mapped his next move, while behind him a girl stood with arms crossed, clearly on edge. Then the Demon Lord thrust his hand forward and barked the spell's words like they were about to shatter reality. The boy hurled magic at the monster, blasting the undead back, and the enemy was suddenly lit up like a beacon in the dark. But no matter what he did, the monster wouldn't budge. Yuki was already beside the girl, watching the spell bounce off the giant like it meant nothing, and Nell immediately demanded to know why it refused to work. The protagonist figured it out instantly, that this monster was artificially made, then whipped around to the girl and demanded to know if she had a stronger spell. Nell nodded and said yes, but warned she'd need time to prepare. Demon Lord lifted his sword, forcing himself to stall the monster and scorch it with his own blade. Then the soldiers behind him surged forward to back him up. Right then, the girl leaned in and hissed magic words, and glowing light erupted around her as she did. While the others battered the giant from behind, Yuki charged straight at him head-on. After he severed the spirit, the protagonist stared in horror as it regenerated at lightning speed, because it wouldn't let him land a quick hit. And sure, Ford is useful, but only if he has real firepower. Still, even the red flame couldn't touch the spirit whose name must never be spoken, and that left the guy staring down a wall with no way out. The Demon Lord stared at the people behind him and saw pure helplessness. They couldn't even lay a scratch on the monster, and then, under the blazing light, a brutal order to retreat thundered through the air. Mel's magic flared like a beam of light as she lifted her sword and hurled her spell straight at the enemy, charging in without hesitation. A surge of magic slammed into the enemy with brutal force. Then the monster shrieked through the hallway, slammed the wall like it was nothing, and tore a hole straight through it. The Demon Lord stared in disbelief, and before he could even breathe, the commander snapped into lightning speed and barked orders. "Send the soldiers in! Attack!" Everyone surged straight at the enemy who'd already risen, and Yuki swung in with his long katana to hack off his arm. Then the spirit lunged in, snatched the hero's sword with its muscular grip, spun him like a weapon, and launched him straight into the air, right into the ceiling, where it hurt like crazy. Doubling over and rubbing his bruised skin through the agony, the Demon Lord finally wheezed at Nell, who had rushed over just to let him catch his breath. The girl practically buzzed with excitement and said she could give it another shot. Carlotta and the rising protagonist, crushing Nell's hopes, talked her out of it. Then the commander stepped in, praising how terrifyingly strong her magic was, and dropping one big catch. The woman said Nell's spill barely scratched the monster, and its insane healing still didn't even blink, not slowing down one bit. Then Yuki shot forward with a plan. He asked the girl to say her spell one more time, even while he handed her a bottle and offered her a drink, and Nell nodded yes. The boy fired up his team and laid out the whole plan, while the demon lord told the girl to hit the monster again with those magic words, so once it crumpled, he could slice the thing up into pieces in a blink. Charlotte and her soldiers have to snatch up these units fast, then yank those pieces as far apart as you can. The woman stared at how wild this plan looked, then swallowed her doubts, because they had zero other options. While the old man leaned in over the wounded man, the commander snapped that they couldn't kill him, and they had no clue how much longer his regeneration would hold. Then she admitted the ugly truth. Maybe he was right, and that cursed spirit they won't name would never come back like this. Leaving Nell to ready the attack, Carlotta and Yuki charged ahead with unstoppable confidence, rushing straight in to pull the monster's attention away. Out of nowhere, the demon lords slammed their attacks into the soldier right in front of him. He crumpled from the impact, and the main character lunged forward, rage blazing, then stomped him hard with his foot. Turns out that soldier flat out refused the fight, and Yuki erupted in fury, yelling at the cowardly fighter, because if they backed down, everyone else was going to get dragged into trouble too. Back there, everyone buzzed with excitement over that thought. Then, right then, someone shouted at the masked guy. It was Carlotta who clocked the giant barreling straight for them, and the demon lord realized the girl's holy magic had only made the monster angrier. Then the boy sprinted forward to clash with it head-on. In the blink of an eye, the protagonist found himself face to face with the spirit whose name you don't dare say, and it slashed off his leg. The enemy dropped with a thunderous crash, and Carlotta, who'd been locked on the whole time, snapped into full seriousness. The woman snapped forward and slammed the crawling giant into a spin. Then the monster lunged after her, and she bolted for her life. The soldiers and armored knights caught fire from their captain's example, then rallied to her side, ready to join up and help. While the crowd pulled the monster's attention, Nell kept her sword up and kept chanting the magic words, until the spell finally ran out, and the masked guy snapped to it. Light surged into the roaring giant, ripping him open with unbearable pain. Yuki clocked Yagami's weakness, sprang upward, and sliced the who must not be named spirit straight in half. The monster split into two raging halves, and both of them hated that the contented protagonist kept circling around him. Suddenly, the demon lord snapped his attention to something out of nowhere. To his shock, the severed monster's hands snapped up and clamped down on him, crushing him into a tight, living fist. Yuki jerked his hands up, rage flashing in his face. The protagonist tore through the spirit's sealed grip, rage bursting out of him as he spat that he still wouldn't lose, especially after being cut in half, while the weapon the boy had dropped sat right beside him. Carlotta's eyes widened as she asked Yuki if he needed help, and while the demon lord fought tooth and nail to slip out of the giant's clutches, Yuki nodded yes, then handed the rest of the work to the commander. The main character was sick to his bones of his enemy, and he inched forward with slow, simmering fury. The guy spat curses and hauled the monster straight behind him until it got dragged into the hole. Now he clocked it, and Yuki's katana flashed through his line of sight. Then he snapped his arms wide, tore free from the monster's grip, and somehow caught the weapon mid-swing. The spirits panicked as the demon lord snatched it up and hacked it into tiny pieces in seconds. Then he tossed the sword aside, cursed under his breath, and hurled himself through that gaping hole in the wall into the night sky. The girl sprinted up to the masked guy, buzzing with excitement, and asking if the enemy could start regenerating right there, and Yuki shot back that it wouldn't work since the pieces were too small. As he staggered, trying to get his footing, he pressed down on one spot to recover, and then he spotted something that made everything click. Meanwhile, the soldiers flung one piece into the street through the window, and the commander snapped his sword up, ready to meet it head-on. The protagonist kept going with his thoughts, locking onto something that mattered more than anything. With everyone watching in awe, Yuki blurted out that they'd just crushed a terrifyingly strong opponent. While the ruler battled on, he still sat down in his castle and tore into dinner like nothing could stop him. After the fight, the princess's soldiers dropped their guard and surrendered in a hurry. With so many local lords backing him, he couldn't flip the whole country overnight. He'd have to reorganize in stages, and once the empty spots opened up, the church would step in and fill them. The king snapped back to his rifle, convinced one of the demons was the puppet master behind Rauda. In the living room, the masked guy sat beside the old man, convinced the moment the problem was solved, his own job was done. Yet he was drained, sick of all the demon's dirty little games behind the curtain. He had to convince himself, thanks to his mask and the way he kept his skills buried, they'd never truly pin him down. But if they ever caught on, it meant big trouble waiting for him in the forest. Yuki's gut twisted. What if they actually went after this country with Lefai? Right then, someone burst in and cut through his fear, calling him a hero. A little girl marched up to him with a bright, confident grin. The demon lord asked about her condition with a polite smile, then blanked on her name, until the girl beamed and reminded him, and I just roll. Plopping onto the sofa, the princess beamed and thanked the kind hero, and the king followed suit with the same delighted nod. With a gloomy face, Yuki faked heartbreak and flat out claimed he wasn't a hero at all. He was an evil demon lord, and then he spread his wings, totally shocking the girl. To the protagonist's total shock, Iroh barely touched him at all. Those wings were the only thing that landed. After she confirmed the boy was truly the demon lord, the girl lit up and told him she'd heard his kind kidnapped princesses. Then she couldn't hide her excitement, begging him to be the one who takes her. With a nervous smile, Yuki asked again. Then she stood up, leaned on the table, and said, resolutely, that she would wait for him. Then the king spoke to her gently, urging her to go play in another room for the moment, and the girl nodded right away and obeyed. The awkward protagonist blurted that he wanted the old man to train his daughter to stop acting so frivolous, and the king snapped into an apology, saying she'd only been surrounded by people who could never hurt her before. Right then, the guy clocked the princess's iron will. The king said it with real worry etched into every word. He quickly apologized for not being able to thank the hero the right way, then promised, if you need anything, just say the word. I'm here anytime. Grinning as he folded his arms, the demon lord shot him a warning. No matter what he did for his work, he'd never hesitate to ask for whatever he wanted. The reward for the grind came fast. First, a document declaring the cursed forest was hopeless, and second, identity cards for all its residents. So Yuki practically burst with joy, picturing himself finally strolling through the city with everyone. Meanwhile, the king leaned in and promised they'd never be found out as demons, and the main character nodded along, already thinking, good, my friends are totally different. Right after that, the monarch hauled him to a dinner feast and swore it would blow his mind. So the demon lord smiled politely, said he had people waiting outside the kingdom, and then quietly made it clear he didn't care about the old man's pitch at all. Then the king leaned in and proposed inviting them to. The boy beamed as he greeted the giant wolf, then lunged forward and reached his hands out to it, while the king and his daughter stared in stunned disbelief. The girl darted in to wrap him in a loving hug, and the monarch instantly recognized him, the legendary demonic beast Fenrir. At the same time, the wolf squirmed in embarrassment from the princess's sweet caresses, and the main character who caught it quickly stepped in to encourage him. The king ordered him to be registered as Yuki's companion, making sure they could slip through the capital streets in peace. Then, the demon lord bowed his thanks. Meanwhile, I'm gonna keep on happily petting that wolf. The moment the sight opened, relief flooded her father's face and lit it up with a smile. As the king headed back into the house, he told the guests to drop their guards and settle in, because they'd be staying there for the rest of the time. Nell stared in disbelief at the gorgeous chambers, and the main character right behind her leaned in, stunned with the same awe. Bowing low, Carlotta thanked His Majesty for the invitation, and the king blushed, saying he should thank them instead, and telling them to drop the formalities. Commander flashed a grin and nodded in approval. Meanwhile, the princess yanked the girl, and Yuki too, right along, determined to show them where they belonged. When the girl called the boy Demon Lord, Nell leaned in and shot the protagonist a skeptical whisper. Was it really okay to say that? The protagonist calmed her down fast, insisting Iroh was just a kid, and nobody would actually take her seriously. A feast of mind-blowing dishes hit the table, and every guest leaned in like they couldn't believe their eyes. Nell practically lit up at the mouth-watering dishes, and Yuki couldn't stop nodding in awe, while the king and princess beamed because their reaction was exactly what they wanted. With her cheeks stretched tight, The girl tried to swallow her excitement, and somehow it felt like she'd never, ever eaten anything like this before. I'll crack up because their chef totally nailed it. Meanwhile, the monarch lifted his glass and blasted out a heartfelt thank you for all the work they'd done. Then he raised his voice, told everyone to drink, and boom, the celebration exploded to life. Laughter flew, and everybody kept chatting like the night would never end. After 2 hours of partying and a solid buzz in her veins, Nell started hounding Yuki non-stop, begging her to take a drink with her. She started pouring him a drink, but right away he frowned, because she kept pouring like there was no end in sight. Once Nell clocked it, she flipped the switch. Now the main character couldn't drink anymore, and there was only one way forward. The blushing girl yanked him by the neck and pulled him in close, offering him a drink straight from her mouth, and the demon lord could only stand there awkwardly thinking, seriously, the hero shouldn't be this drunk. But he decided to grab a drink with Nell and drain the glass in one go. Nell was thrilled about it, until she shoved a meat fork into his cheek and forced him to eat, and the poor guy clearly hated every second of it. Yuki's skin crawled as Iroh latched onto his chest and drooled, while she giggled like she'd found the best prize, stealing the demon lord's scent and loving every second. After a little while, the sleeping princess got lifted by the butler, who carried her straight to her room, and when the moment finally felt safe, the main character thanked him with a rush of relief. As soon as he spun around, something snapped their attention like a spotlight in the dark. Yuki jolted when he spotted the king passed out behind a chair, and the memory of everything he'd endured hit him hard, so he swore he wouldn't touch him, just like Carlotta. At that exact moment, the commander was scratching the embarrassed wolf's fur, and she was absolutely drunk. Feeling how soft it was, she even found herself regretting it wasn't some loyal beast she could have put to work for the church. Carlotta looked sheepish as she promised she'd make sure Rear never went hungry for the rest of his life. And right then, after Yuki had found them, surprise lit up her face at the whole scene. Night dropped, and the main character hauled his beast out, cringing at the chaos still splattered around here, but the guy shrugged and said he'd still had an amazing time, and even handed him wine as a gift. The demon lord caught Nell dozing off right there on the chairs. When Yuki thought about the girl, he realized something. No matter how amazing this place was, one thing still didn't change. The main character thought of everyone he loved, then made his choice because no matter what, home always wins. With the beast hugged tight to his chest, the boy leaned in and asked if the wolf agreed. Then the two of them stepped toward the exit, swallowed by the night's dark. After the fights were over, the Demon King finally headed home. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the Night Castle calling Yuki, and just like that, the chaos died down, leaving only one thing left. The hero and the Demon Lord were about to say goodbye. Right then, inside the castle, the girls lounged around and braided each other's hair like it was the easiest day ever, while the Reading Leaf eyes watched on. Turns out the call was from Nell. She'd sprinted over like crazy, then grabbed the phone while her breath still came in frantic bursts. She stopped right in front of him, shocked him by jolting him awake, then she just let out a laugh while he barely managed to get her breathing under control. The Demon Lord snapped with worry, warning her to watch herself, especially when she's drunk, since boys can run wild, while Nell fired back, absolutely sure Yuki would never fall for that kind of excess. And she swore that if anything went wrong, she'd rush to tell Leify everything the second it happened, because just imagining that enraged dragoness made the protagonist reel in horror at how cruel his friend could be. With a soft pat on her head, he told her she could drop by anytime, soak in the bath, and hang out with everyone in the house. And Nell nodded right away, swearing she was dead serious about becoming a hero even the Demon Lord would end up fearing. Yuki promised her right there that he'd be excited for it, and her heart practically soared. And Nell's jaw dropped as the protagonist conjured a tiny portal. He reached in, grabbed a knife, and thrust it into her hands like a surprise present. Moonflower, this perfect white dagger forged by the Demon Lord himself, sang with a shining blade everyone swore could slice through even the thickest darkness. But the boy flat out admitted he couldn't handle it, so he handed it off to someone better suited, because worst case, the girl could still use it as a backup. Cradling the new blade in her hands, Nell couldn't stop herself. She thanked Yuki with all her heart, her smile lighting up like she'd just won something priceless, while above her, the night sky's bright stars glittered and painted her in a gentle glow. She traced the weapon with her fingers and, eyes shining, vowed she'd guard it with absolute care. The full moon blazed high in the sky, hanging over them like a warning. At the first blush of morning light, the demon lord stepped right past his doorway, only to be greeted by the people he loved most, and joy hit him so hard he could barely breathe. He ruffled the girl's hair with a warm pat, grinning because it was clear they'd finally warmed up to each other while he was gone. Then the kids nodded happily, and Yuki proudly declared that he'd brought them gifts. Then he thanked the maids for keeping the house running, and the moment they saw their master again, joy lit up their faces. They sprang into action, ready to haul out his bath and food to make sure he was cared for after his journey. The girls giggled as they clung to the boy's hands while he spun tales about thieves he'd run into along the road, and the kids begged for more, so the demon lord just laughed, cheerfully unable to say no. Right then, the protagonist's eyes snapped to some leafy thing silently standing out at a distance, far from the roaring crowd. Right when he closed in, she snapped her head away like she couldn't bear to look at him. Perplexed by how she'd been acting, he leaned in and blurted, loud and clear, that he was back home, like flipping a switch, and the girl snapped to attention, greeting him in a soft, quiet voice. Suddenly, the High Dragon grabbed Yuki's shirt and muttered, stiff with embarrassment, that she'd be terribly lonely without him. Lafai felt fine, but she couldn't shake the thought. Did she somehow snack on something disgusting in the forest again, like it always happens? The girl blushed and shot down his idea. Then when he claimed she'd broken something, she went loud and flatly denied it too. Then Lafane took a deep breath and finally mustered the courage to confront the guy with the question that had been gnawing at her. It turned out the Hydragans weren't scheming at all. They just craved to be near him, and her sickness was nothing more than missing him like crazy. Those words instantly sent Yuki's cheeks flaming red, while Leo and Lila, watching from behind, grinned and urged their friend in a hushed, delighted way. He was totally baffled, staring at her like, "What happened while I was gone?" And still, he couldn't stop himself from noticing just how adorable she looked now. The girl whirled back toward the main character. Still rattled, he reached for her, desperate to learn why she was like this, and then it hit him. He hadn't washed in ages. A restless tale crawled back into his mind, and it brought one thing with it, the dress of the supreme dragon. The dragoness snapped with fury the moment she caught a feminine scent on the boy, one that didn't belong to just the hero, and that accusation rattled the demon lord to the core. Sweat soaked him as he blurted out a quick explanation that the smell was just some intrusive kid messing around, but the moment the words left his mouth, they still slammed him with a lullacan. But Aunt Lei-Fai flipped over like a memory just snapped into place. She shook her head hard, like she could physically shake those intrusive thoughts out of her mind. Then she whipped around on a dime, rage melting into mercy, and asked, all softly, if he was hungry, and the guy, fidgeting with his hands, blurted out yes. The High Dragon snapped at him to sit tight and wait here while she grabbed his food, and the protagonist could only stare, because her mood had flipped so suddenly it felt unreal. The very next day, Yuki's house. Leify spotted something snagged in the boy's hair and yanked it free, and the demon lord immediately thanked her. Then the girl slid into the seat beside the main character, and right then, he was staring down at a sword. You couldn't figure out why she suddenly wouldn't let go. As Yuki scanned his stats, he cringed. His high drag rating screamed trouble, and it looked like they weren't even the slightest bit interested in watching. She pushed to leave, but the demon lord snapped back and refused. Lafai shadowed the main character everywhere they went, never letting a moment pass. That stunt absolutely wrecked the guy's pride. Eventually, he slammed one of the maids and pinned you hard against the wall. Yuki was 100% certain she'd cracked why Lafais was acting so weird. Turns out even the demon lord could get pushed past the breaking point, and the master's demanding, cutting voice instantly rattled the poor girl to her core. Leo stared at both of her master's hands. There was nowhere to slip away, not even a breath. The servant's heart hammered in her chest as the demon lord's Cabadon pressed her for an answer about how Lafais was acting. The girl tried to convince Yuki that the mistress was exactly the same as always, But it fell flat fast, because the protagonist snapped that she basically lived in her bed, stuffing herself, playing around and chatting away, while her old routine couldn't be more different. She never left Yuki's side for even a single step. The maid shot back, bright-eyed, calling it cute, and the guy, cheeks burning, quickly nodded along. Leo burst out, insisting she knew nothing, and as she wondered why that guy came to her only to tell him to ask Layla, she felt furious, because he always pinned the blame on her. The demon lord even mocked the fact that he still had to worry about a maid who couldn't do her job right, and you shot back in outrage, then boom, he was spot on about the maid being tied to the Lefice changes. That only fueled her fury, and the protagonist had to hit back with blackmail, because if she didn't spill what happened to the High Dragon, Rear would never come near Leo again. The argument hit like a charm. Right after it, the maid pinned Yuki down and pulled a promise out of her. She'd never tell a soul. Only then, with a heavy sigh, she finally admitted that the lady had been genuinely worried about him. He couldn't forget that quiet girl on the ottoman, quietly devouring reading books, and it left him totally baffled. LeFay didn't just have the book on her mind, she was thinking about way more than that. Before she ever met that guy, she'd always lived alone, so she's clueless about how to say what she feels. Now that she's hooked to Yuki, she just wants to prove how much she cares, and the demon lord takes it seriously. The maid pressed on, making it crystal clear they weren't doing anything shady, just handing out advice to get closer to Yuki. Then the protagonist stepped in and headed to LeFay, who sat on the floor at the table, lost in deep thought. Clutching a bottle and 2 glasses, the guy leaned in and offered her a drink. Meanwhile, Lou was winding down for the night, humming a sweet little melody to himself, like everything was finally calm, happy. Layla leaned in and demanded to know why her friend's mood was so off. She grinned brightly and said, "Nothing big happened, just a normal day." The maid chalked it up to how well she'd done today, and Layla clearly didn't buy it, but she still smiled and praised her anyway, while Leo kept pushing, insisting it truly worked. As she slipped under the blanket, she clocked every twitch of her mistress's worries, and felt a wave of relief when they finally seemed to vanish. She pushed her point further, saying the Supreme Dragon's Master was no stranger anymore. Right then, the Demon Lord leaned in and told the girl dragons gulp down so much, and when they're drunk, they rip into cities. Lafine cradled a full glass in her hands and admitted she barely drinks. Alcohol's too bitter for her. She much prefers sweet flavors, and she still can't deny how amazing this drink smells. Then Yuki filled his cup, raved that this wine tastes great and goes down easy, warned them to sip in moderation, and reminded everyone about Nell's experience. The girl shot back that she was the strongest dragon alive, told the main character not to stress, and ordered him to look after himself, since she knew he didn't even like alcohol much. Then the guy just smirked, saying he wouldn't claim he loved it or hated it. The Demon Lord blurted out, thrilled, that at least he wouldn't get beaten by that dragon, especially not while the dragon was busy bragging about how he could handle his liquor, and the girl shot back with the exact same look like, yeah, that's a solid point. Glasses clinked in the air as they downed their drinks. After several empty glasses, Lefi's condition had everyone on edge. Quake swayed, hissing like a broken snake, and tried to shove the main character into believing everything was totally fine. He caught her weirdly lifted spirits and, stunned, realized she was even weaker than Nell. The Demon Lord offered her a drink of water, like it was a bargain hidden in kindness. She gulped down drink after drink, greedily draining that glass without even pausing, then jerked it away and huffed hard through her breath. Then she flopped onto Yuki's lap, wrapped in pure bliss, with a smile so warm it felt like sunlight. Jaws clenched, the guy stared at Leafy sprawled across his lap and shot back, with sarcasm, "So it's really over?" But the girl refused to quit. She just needed a breather, and the protagonist flashed her a smile like he'd been waiting to see her breathe easy. He brushed a hand over her head, then snapped his attention to Lefi. Next, to her shock, he leaned in and told her, "Don't push yourself." She rose up and fired up, trying to twist the Demon Lord's mind with her opposite truth, and he just grinned, because they'd been together for 6 whole months, and she couldn't pull the wool over his eyes. As Yuki sat there reminiscing, he admitted he doesn't really know Leo and the others. Still, he knows her well enough. And Lefy? That guy's a permanent couch potato, doing absolutely nothing but playing around. With a grin, the guy admitted he watches her every move, so he'll catch the moment she's forcing herself to do whatever he wants. The boy and girl faced off as the demon lord slid his hand over her face, grinning while he teased her, but he never once explained why. Lefy barreled in and told him point blank that she doesn't force herself at all, and she knows exactly what she's doing. That high dragon made it crystal clear. She'd never do anything she didn't like, but now she was doing it with her own free will. Red-faced and honest, the girls couldn't help but admit they truly loved hanging out with Yuki. He didn't say a word, just blushed hard and stayed there, stuck in silence. Lefy jolted away from the main character and tried to blurt out a shaky excuse, then quickly shoved the conversation right back onto their argument. The high dragon snapped that she'd never lose to him, and the demon lord only smirked, but the girl shot back that she'd been giving in to him the whole time. At dawn, the maids stumbled in, completely shocked to find them there. Ryu couldn't stop smiling about how wild yesterday was, and Layla was ecstatic that the two finally talked to each other. Leo asked if they'd clean it up right now, and Layla nodded, telling them to do every bit of it quietly and fast before the rune ever woke up. Layla told her friend to go ahead for now, then, clutching a book in her hands, she decided to head back to her room for a bit. After a while, the maid jerked awake and rushed to wake the mistress and master. He jolted his eyes open, and the shock hit him hard. Leo loomed over him, grinning like she already knew the secret, and Yuki hesitated before finally squeaking back, "Good morning." Lefy is out cold on top of it, while the demon lord keeps his armor strapped right at the girl's waist. Soon, the supreme dragon yawned, stretched, and fully woke up. Drowsy as she was, she ended up just a millimeter from Yuki's face. Then he awkwardly cleared his throat and mumbled, "Good morning." She blushed hard, and Leo immediately shoved her hands over her eyes to block the awkward scene. Then Lefy jumped in and asked for something. The girl begged him to let her go, so the protagonist darted to help, and while the sun climbed over the sky to brand this new day as real, the gap between them shrank faster and faster, until it was almost gone. Yuki and Lefy were finally soaking in carefree peace, until it all got shattered, and the demon lord was reminded the hard way that messing with a dragon always brings chaos and danger without warning. Later, while Yuki dug into his stats, he quietly clocked the insane power of the human heroes. Those brutal old clashes still haunted him, and the thought of facing more brutes, or those special demons, filled him with dread that this could be the time he finally falls. So he stared the situation down and came to one clear, urgent decision. He had to level up, fast. After he said goodbye to the girls, who were laughing and frolicking on that sunny lawn, Yuki's mind raced with one thing. This lesson meant double progress, leveling him up and giving him the perfect chance to try out new skills built to harden his dungeon's defenses. Before long, his figure vanished into the thick forest they'd picked for the job. One of his powers lets him command traps and trap-like devices. The second one lets him control monsters, then summon them on command. Next up is mastering plant effects and poison. Control them, weaponize them, and don't let them backfire. After size up his skills, Yuki realized his power would skyrocket if he stopped fighting solo, so for now, he trained with his loyal wolf companion, already locked in on the mission to find 3 more dependable allies. A wild idea sparked in his mind. Build an insanely brutal dungeon no adventurer could ever survive, then drop 4 terrifying bosses right behind anyone who crossed the gate to send intruders sprinting in panic. But cold reality hit when he had no DP to summon them all, so he had to scrap the whole grand scheme and go back to grinding for levels. The giant turtle was the first to go, gunned down like it never stood a chance. After wiping out the threat, Yuki ruffled the mighty wolf like a victory trophy, grinning at how far they'd come. Then he slammed a warning into it. Those traps hit any target, no exceptions, so don't get caught. Next, he urged Riru to stay clear of the nets and stepped himself right into position. He leapt onto the giant wolf's back and barreled back into the hunt, gunning to steal a few more levels before his companion could catch up. Yuki lunged at the chained flying monster and tore into the fight. After that, The other forest creatures crumpled one by one, and Yuki just clocked how effortless the wind felt. Those chains pinned everything in place. Then he glanced at the map and saw it. A much tougher enemy was right there nearby. Charging toward the threat's origin, he spotted it fast. Among the trees stood a massive winged lion, looming like a nightmare. A ferocious manticore tore through the air, part scorpion, part dragon, all nightmare. Sting ready, leathery wings spread, a brutal body beneath a roaring lion's mane lined with sharp horns and fangs, and it sat at level 96. The high level of power sent chills down the demon lord's spine. He braced himself, knowing a brutal fight was coming. Meanwhile, in the royal chambers of the capital, the air felt heavy with secrets. The king leaned in as a messenger delivered a heated report on the demon weapons, where they were made, and how they were built. The evidence screamed that the Rogald Empire forged this weapon. Cushioned at the massive table, the king stared into the void, wrestling with the endless war between humans and demons, while Rogald clung to the palm like he'd been through the longest feud of all, and the question burned in his mind. Could they actually team up with demons? Rogald Empire, little states stitched together, then the kingdom of Alicia, the demon forest, and the demon's own land. So yeah, it screamed warring empire to him, and since the demons weren't on their side, their so-called alliance just looked like a money grab. While Yuki tore into the fight beside his wolf, the ruler watched and decided they had to tighten their grip, because as king, he refused to let his people suffer, and he felt insanely lucky to have found someone who could save them. The monarch knew hope was a hollow illusion for this rescue, but if defeat came, he clung to one final plea, that this powerful someone would look after his daughter. And at that exact moment, deep in the forest, Yuki had already activated a deadly trap right beneath the claws of a furious manticore. With pure fighter fury, he hoisted his katana for the deciding strike, while down in the office's eerie silence, the king kept clinging to hope. And the voice he'd been calling out to in his head would finally prove he'd chosen right, a ruler worth trusting. His hope surged as the demon lord's triumphant smile snapped across his face the moment the monster crumpled. Yuki let out a breath like he'd been holding it forever, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and flashed Riru an encouraging wave, while her tail wagged the air with pure joy. When he turned to his katana, the flame of sin, the blade looked like it darkened right before his eyes, and the moment he noticed, doubt crashed into his mind like a wave. That sudden telepathic link slammed straight into his mind, and the demon lord was genuinely thrown off guard. He couldn't stop grinning. Somehow a weapon had started talking to him straight through his thoughts for the very first time. The sword swore that this connection had always been there, and Yuki snapped back hard, wrestling with the blade in his own head. He couldn't help thinking it was some kind of promotion, the kind that doesn't feel like a win. Demanding answers, Yuki lifted the katana up to his eyes and stared it down. Then the flame of sin flared back, rolling out confusion and begging him for a moment to get his thoughts together. The protagonist stood his ground and waited with unshakable patience. Seeing the sword practically screaming confusion, Yuki caved and told them to save the talk for later. Katana looked so relieved and immediately agreed. The moment he realized the weapons in this world might have souls, guilt slammed into the demon lord so hard it hurt. What if that katana hated how he'd been swinging it all this time, like it had finally become sentient? Confused, the boy decided to craft a sheath for the flame of sin, but his mind raced. What kind of girl would actually fit it? Yuki's powerful katana shimmered into view, like it was calling him forward. He dashed back home, all fired up, and decided to grab the sword's scabbard. Turns out the flame of sin didn't want anything to do with the black scabbard. The patterned ones didn't stand a chance either. They failed just the same. Her demand to stop landed like a punch to the hero's annoyance. She flat out said she didn't like anything, and then the demon lord's brain sparked with an idea. After countless tweaks and painful trial and error, they finally nailed a design that made the katana practically glow with warm approval. A blazing red sheath hugged the blade, sealing it at the tip so it wouldn't snap when the load got brutal. Staring at the finished masterpiece, Yuki couldn't stop herself from gaping, because in that dazzling design, the flame of sin didn't look like a weapon at all. It looked like pure art. With an eerie chuckle, he pompously bragged that the cute disguise would snap shut into inevitable death and make his enemies fear even more. Katana just stared and called him strange. Then he leaned over his sword like he was weighing fate and asked if he could call her in. Katana came to life again, felt herself as the flame of sin, swamped by the same furious rage and gut-punch despair that always hit whoever dared to wield her. The weapon forced itself to drink only the darkest emotions that were devouring her. But Yuki didn't even see it coming. She suddenly became a shield for her, blocking that crushing sea of darkness. And in that moment, he handed her a brand new purpose, a whole new reason to keep going. Flame of Sin figured this had to be what humans call a fateful meeting. So she silently begged the Demon Lord to stop asking questions and let her stay his servant, alone. Katana locked eyes with the unwavering Yuki, like she was about to push through anything. Then she reached her hand toward the light, like she was chasing a destiny only she could see. Suddenly, right on Yuki's stunned lap, a tiny girl in a stylized dark kimono popped into existence. The protagonist went stone still, staring in stunned silence as a system message blared across his vision. Unlock a new skill, and then the words hit him. Weapon anthropomorphism. Just like that, another mysterious girl popped up in the Demon Lord's domain, staring at herself with wide-eyed, childish curiosity. The girls lit up the moment they finally met En. The new girl fired back with a bold, no-nonsense answer. Yuki was thrilled. 3 little girls right there with him, but that calm got smashed the instant Leify's face twisted with suspicion, and she demanded an immediate explanation for what was going on. Even though their lives and temperaments were worlds apart, the kids somehow clicked fast and found a way to talk to each other. The High Dragon didn't even blink, kept staring at the tiny kimono figure, and shot Yuki a direct question. Where did he steal this new girl from? Yuki's jaw dropped, rage flaring as he scrambled to set the record straight, saying they weren't looking at some random girl at all, but the living soul of his trusted katana, Flame of Sin. When I look back at the weapons, the changes scream right out at me. The Demon Lord kept talking, just learning his katana was an intelligent weapon, so that's how he unlocked the anthropomorphism skill for DP. Leify just shook her head, utterly stunned, like she couldn't believe the perverted ideas he was cooking up. And of course, it wasn't enough to do it with one girl. He'd turned a weapon into one too, while Yuki tried to talk his way out of it. Liu burst out, thrilled by the moment, shouting that the master had misbehaved again, then immediately scrambled to reassure her with total loyalty no matter what he'd done. Lila, standing right there, backed her up in her head, swearing she'd give her life for the master, even as his tastes seemed to flip fast and get painfully specific. That kind of talk didn't sit right with the protagonist, and you could see irritation creep across her face. His face darkened, and he dropped into a squat and blurted that he wasn't a lullicon. Then he hurried to explain that he did like cute girls, just not in that other, unacceptable way. At that moment, she tiptoed closer, eyes sharp, ears wide, hanging on every word as she grilled his excuses, desperate to know if something was truly wrong. Yuki snapped back that nothing was, then insisted the whole thing was just a misunderstanding. En's face hardened into something almost stern, and that former weapon, now a tiny girl, swore in her head that no one was allowed to lay a hand on her master like that. Despite looking fragile, she lunged forward with steel in her eyes, wrapped her arms around Yuki, and stood between him and the rest like a living shield. That heartfelt show of protection hit the protagonist hard. He broke into a warm smile, instantly. Irdruna, afraid they'd misunderstand, hurried to insist they weren't mocking her brother at all. Talk about it. With a bright, joyful grin, the girl insisted, we're all friends here, and it instantly made Katana stop and think. Meanwhile, the kids finally started making contact. The boy saw their hard work, raised his hand, and basically told the girls, do whatever you want, just make sure you're happy. Leify, standing off to the side, snorted and thought, so you finally admitted it. You're a pervert who collects, quote, cute girls. The Demon Lord shot an objection right away, but his words got swallowed by the general's roar. End of story. With the happy girls guiding NA her way, she spun around mid-step. A barely there smile flashed across her usually emotionless face, quick, unmistakable, and impossible to miss. Sunlight poured down on a perfect, clear day, and everything cooled under the shady trees. Aruna grabbed her new friend's hand and blurted out, "So what do you love doing?" She stared at the ceiling and started figuring out what truly made her happy. The cheerful girl leaned in and started rattling off examples of what she might be into. Then the katana shot back that it loved nothing more than cutting loose. Aruna told her friend, "After a brutal day, I crave a warm bath. Then I crash and sleep like a rock." Then she leaned in and asked, "So, what do you love doing?" Her mouth hung open, and she couldn't find a single word to answer. Katana said she had no clue, and the second Iruna heard that, she pushed, "Then let's hunt for something you might love." Right in the middle of the clearing, Iruna threw her arms wide and beamed. Like if she found something she loved, every single day would light her up, and she'd anxiously count down until tomorrow to chase what's new. En's eyes snapped open with fire at his words, because deep down, she'd always feared the world was a brutal place. Katana was convinced he'd trap you with his chains and lock you away inside some twisted, dark castle. Iruna took my hands in hers and said, "Let's find something we both love together." That simple gesture hit the katana like a promise, and it meant everything. Yuki grinned as he watched the kids laugh and play, while Lefeon lingered just behind him. Even the maids were grinning, like something big just happened. She looked around and realized the world was totally different, and then the afternoon sun lit up her new family as they set out for a picnic in the countryside. Deep in the mountains, far above the peaceful sunlight, nature's blind rage exploded. Thunderstorm after thunderstorm smashed down onto the rocks. The cave's darkness started to peel back, like it couldn't hold on any longer. Rope-wrapped stalactites and stalagmites started crawling into view from the dark. Deep in the cave, a massive stone platform rose up, and on it, an ancient dragon-like beast curled into a tight coil, sleeping soundly, its aged, light-drained hide wrinkled with time. Out of nowhere, the old man's pale, blind eyes snapped open, and his head drifted around, slow, certain, like it could read the dark, locking onto an intruder's presence. Then his voice rumbled through the cave, asking what Kyoko was really hunting for. On the platform's edge, another dragon loomed, ancient and unshaken, black scales slick with menace, his eyes sharpened with cold calculation, and a massive ruby blazing on his brow like a third eye. When the blind old man warned Kyoga about the ban on showing up in this sanctuary, Kyoga didn't flinch. He stayed icy calm. Without even firing back, the black dragon shot a question right at him, like a dare, and demanded to know why this elder, the one rumored to have the power to bend the whole world at his feet, still hadn't done it. The blind dragon growled again, and this time pure rage cracked through his voice. He fired back at Kilga, who'd never even left the village and never seen the real world, so Kilga couldn't dare talk back. At the very bottom of the platform, the young man threw his wings wide and snapped, "What's the point of ruling the world if it doesn't even pull my interest?" The elder chuckled and threw a sharp reminder at the brat. "I was accepted here once, raised here, sheltered here." Then he shook his head, because this kid was still too young, too spiritually blind, to get how things really work. Right after that, Kyoge summoned the dragon, only for it to shoot back like a miserable old man with zero ambition. The next second, the cave erupted with inhuman roars and brutal claws smashing against the stone. Blood streamed down Kogi's face, dripping fast as if the fight had finally caught up with him. The black dragon slowly stretched his wings to their monstrous full span, plunging the cave into shadow, and then, from his chest, burst a thunderous, victorious cackle that slammed through the walls. He was practically glowing with joy, because he'd finally ended the pitiful old man. From this moment on, he crowns himself the king of dragons, then lets out a black roar that's about to rattle the entire world. The girls burst into cheers as they welcomed AN into the Demon Lord's research classroom. Yuki burst in wearing a crisp white coat, and before anyone could blink, he decided to introduce his assistant first, while she and Yuruna stared at the outfit like it was completely bizarre. Leifai showed up in a robe way too big for her, then slapped a price tag of 4 chocolate bars, until the main character swooped in and talked it down to just 3. Layla leaned in, curious as hell, and asked what science even was. And when the main guy realized words wouldn't cut it, he grabbed a match and struck it against the box to show her. Then he struck a match and lit a candle inside the jar. He shoved a candle in front of the crowd and demanded, "So, why do you think it's burning?" Iruna shot her hand up and swore it was magic. Yuki grinned like he'd already guessed it, then spun to the yawning dragon and ordered his assistant to sniff out exactly what this magic was with his own powers. Leafy leaned over the jar and swore the flame inside was the easiest one there was. The kids shot their heads around, baffled, and started firing off questions like, "Wait, what's going on?" Then the main character slammed a plate over the jar. Right after that, the candle inside died out. Layla said, "If the candle is the power source, then that flame shouldn't die the second you close the lid." So she insisted the lid must cast some sneaky magical effect, because the fire goes out anyway. Then the guy demanded an expert's take, and LaFai snapped back, "There's no magic here at all." Then the Demon Lord leaned in and declared, "Fire doesn't just happen. Oxygen in the air is the key. It's fuel, oxygen, and heat all working together that keeps a candle alive. But the moment you seal it shut, the oxygen supply dies, and when it runs out, the flame flickers out." Yuki figured magic would flip the rules of reality upside down, but nope, the world's laws and core principles still match the one he came from. Jarnus seized the protagonist's hands and somehow made the candle blaze even harder, lid locked tight or not. And when he demanded to know what was really going on, the answer hit like lightning: magic. After that, the guy broke it down for them. Turns out they know way more than just magic now, like oxygen, the stuff that lets them breathe every single day. Iruno beamed at the new information. Everyone else was buzzing with questions right after that statement, especially her and En. He marched up to Shia, slapped his hand on her nose, and the Demon Lord instantly realized she didn't have lungs at all. She was basically one solid stomach. Then the unsettling question hit him. Could she even breathe? Like, through her skin? And in this world, were there really people who never breathed at all? Then Yuki went straight to En, and En told her the wild truth. Turns out the katana didn't need breathing at all. The girl stared at him, her eyes screaming, "What's going on?" After he was sure of his theory, the protagonist realized the little ghosts weren't just silent, they weren't breathing at all. Staring at that hand like a lost kid, he finally snapped and decided to bite it. And that totally stunned her. He bolted into screams right out of nowhere. With a playful toss, she flung him onto her shoulders, laughed, and proclaimed he was hers now. She was an evil scientist, and she was about to make them feel real terror. Yuki grinned and sprinted after the kids, and they cackled as they darted away from him, shouting faint screams. The katana perched on his shoulders, catching the light like it was daring the world to look closer. With a maniacal cackle, the protagonist tore up to LaFay and yanked her into a hug, declaring she was his now, her mind wiped clean, ready to become the evil scientist number 2. LaFay bristled in fury, but he talked her into joining him on the dark side, because, of course, they had cookies. After that blow-up, LaFay leapt into the game grinning, swearing he'd catch people and run experiments too, while the girls recoiled in horror, realizing their sister had turned evil, and begged Layla, the good scientist, to come help them. The maid smiled softly, and you could see it in her eyes. Now she was going to step up and protect every single one of them. Then she spun toward researcher Liu, ready to bring him in to help them. Surprised, sure, but she accepted the role without hesitation. Meanwhile, the girls kept circling Layla. And just like that, they kept the game going, right up until lunch finally came. Out of nowhere, someone shouted Yuki's name. The protagonist dropped into his book like it was war, and then, right on cue, he responded. Leaning on the table, Leafy leaned in and dared the guy to go out with her. The Demon Lord gave a calm, effortless nod and agreed without a second thought. Then it hit him, slow at first, but the full picture finally started to click in his head. Yuki's jaw dropped when Lafayette asked him out on a date, and with a fresh wave of embarrassment and thrill, he hesitated, then finally nodded yes. Lafay blurted out that they should head for the mountain, hiding right behind their own. The main character beamed and agreed on the spot. Then the dragon snorted, telling him not to go, just fly instead. He totally didn't get what she meant when she proposed they fly. until she grinned and told him there was a killer beehive up on that mountain. Lefy told him their honey was so good it practically sang, and then boom, the Demon Lord finally got it. The dragon practically buzzed with excitement about the sweet treat coming next, then grinned and told Layla to whip up goodies using its honey, while Yuki's joy crumbled because he saw the date for what it was, nothing but an excuse to get those sweets. Reaming with happiness, Lefy rushed over to him, only for the guy to suddenly flip on his pillow and blurt that he'd changed his mind. The girl's jaw dropped when she heard the refusal. The Demon Lord lounged there, lazily dragging his finger over the floor, and then coldly said he didn't like honey or any sweets. Lefy pounced on the sprawled guy, yanked him around and screamed until her throat burned, begging Yuki to get up and help her partner. Yet he stayed eerily calm, saying she was just using him as a cover to go chase the bees. After that, the dragon, burning with embarrassment, offered to share the main character's bed tonight, hoping this crazy argument would finally win him over. But the Demon Lord stayed stone cold, and with the girl gaping at him, he demanded to know why this would even matter to him. Stuck for words, Leafy froze mid-breath and fell into an awkward silence. Then she stumbled out the truth of why she called Yuki. She just wanted to be alone with him. After all that chaos, the main character finally let out a relieved smile. Stepping outside, he declared he'd not just sleep with the dragon today, he'd wrap him up, cuddle him, and hug him tight. Together they shot through the sky toward the spot, and Lefy pointed ahead, grinning as she said she used to live right there. He couldn't wait to finally peek into the girl's den, because he was dying to see how she really lived before. His companion blushed hard, then nodded and agreed. Before they even realized it, they were already deep in the mountains, surrounded by towering peaks. Yuki fought to pull in steady breaths, and he realized the air in this place felt completely wrong. We stumbled on his old home by pure shock. The mountain was dead flat and stripped bare, just a messy mat of leaves and a few bones scattered across the rocks. The girl said, cool as ice, "There's nothing to see here," but the main character still couldn't help smiling, because he'd looked anyway. Then he jabbed at something and demanded, "What is that?" Right outside the lair sat a mountain of weapons, shields, and armor, like trophies from people who dared to fight her. Leafy made that painfully clear, and the dragon let Yuki do whatever he wanted with the wreckage, since none of it was hers. Yuki grinned, then traded it all off to snag DP. With a sour look on her face, the girl said there was once a time when people swore her blood could make them immortal, while the Demon Lord just smirked, amused at how fun she'd been living. Then the main character spots something else lurking far off in the distance. A flash of pride hit Yuki. Her pieces felt brutally strong. Then she snapped her head toward Leafy. Yeah, if the dragon could snatch her scales and everything else scattered in his lair, he'd take it, and the girl didn't even argue. Turns out, the guy had secretly wanted to forge blades for Aruna and the others for ages, just in case disaster came. The Demon Lord stared at Lefy's particles and knew they were freakishly powerful and perfect for what he wanted, then grinned and admitted he just naturally wanted the same boost for himself. The dragon's cheeks flushed. Then it couldn't stop gushing over her scales, stronger than divine steel, and the way only she could shatter them. The girl let the protagonist take whatever he needed, and he hurriedly, warmly thanked her for it. Up next, a bright lake hugged by a meadow and tall trees, all glittering under the sun. Then, tucked behind it, you could spot a little cave waiting in the shadows. Yuki couldn't stop staring at the breathtaking scenery, and yeah, she had to confirm it for herself. The Demon Lord couldn't wrap his mind around why the water turned golden. Then, right at that moment, his hands crept forward, reaching for the girl's hand. The boy caught a sweet scent in the air, wondering where it was coming from, but when he tried to grab Lefy's hand, she kept lifting hers up, grinning, because they'd finally found honey. Then something lit a fire under the main character. Right above the beautiful lake, a whole cloud of vicious bees erupted from nowhere, and I explained to Leaf that once they find the right spot, they'll set up a hive instantly. Then, as the excited guy kept yelling like crazy, the dragon ordered Yuki to wipe them out, so the honey would be theirs. Turns out the sweet prize was a trap. While the high dragon Lefy basked in bliss, licking honey off her fingers like it was pure gold, Yuki's eyes widened, because out of nowhere, a nightmare he could barely believe burst from the thicket. Bees, but not ordinary ones. Monstrous swarms the size of a big motorcycle, flying straight toward him. The shocked hero snapped his hand to the katana's hilt and mentally begged the blade to go all out, every last reserve, max power, while behind him a mass of vicious insects surged forward like a thundercloud rolling in. The flame of Sin blade snapped to life at once, blasting intensifying light across its dark metal as a low, hungry hum crawled through it, pulsing with stored power and roaring to start a brutal fight. But the guy surged forward and blitzed through a horde of enemies at lightning speed. Steel screamed as it slammed into one of the bees, and a horrible thought hit the demon lord, his nervous, almost hysterical laugh cracking the air, because weapons like his were basically useless against insects. With her eyes glued to what's coming, she drooled at the feast, and the dragon warned her of the real terror of the sting, the kind that slices straight through metal like it's nothing. Crouched over the prey, the girl snapped into explanation. Those stings were laced with poison, and if anything went wrong, Yuki would have only 5 minutes to regret it. Meanwhile, the protagonist was getting swarmed from every side, furious that she'd kept this life-or-death detail to the very moment he was already trapped in the nightmare's epicenter. While she calmly helped herself to another spoonful of honey, Leafy casually blurted that she used to show up here all the time, uninvited, and somehow that forced the local bees to evolve. With sharp brains, ruthless combat skills, and non-stop battles against the disrespectful dragon, the girl, grinning like she was in heaven, even mentally thanked the guy for keeping the angry swarm busy so she could claim her trophy. And right then, the demon lord finally understood the truth. He wasn't a hero, he was just live bait. Then Leafy finally snapped her gaze onto the drained Yuki, and, with zero shame, told him to step aside, saying he was ruining her honey, while the still brawling protagonist went wild, screaming at her to brace herself, because the moment they got home, he'd take full advantage of her. Surrounded by a pile of defeated opponents, he heaved for breath, drained to the core. Then his eyes narrowed as he demanded answers. Why were there so many of them? Leafy lazily pushed herself up, brushed off imaginary dust, and quietly called the demon lord pathetic. Boom! An indignant fire flashed in his eyes. The dragoness just smirked and started needling him, saying she'd changed her mind about helping, even though she was literally on the verge of doing it. Then Yuki, sensing his strength was slipping fast and trouble could erupt any second, dropped his pride and begged her to show the supreme dragon's true power. The main character talked her into it, and the moment she agreed, she unleashed the roar. A dragon roared, and a magical beam tore into the world, its might being the strongest dragon attack of all, shattering countless bee swarms and even a chunk of stone, blasting it into a towering cliff that stretched from miles away. The impact burst up a cloud of dust, and Leafy bragged that her scream was pure power, while the boy shot her a glare, annoyed she hadn't used it from the very start. That evening at home, the girl sprawled on her bed, muffled groans spilling out as her fingers clutched the blanket like her life depended on it. Heat surged into her cheeks, and her breath came in shaky, ragged bursts. Tears pooled on her lashes as she silently begged Yuki for mercy and forgiveness. The main character slid beside her with hungry interest, her delight showing as she toyed with the base of her enormous, twitchy wings, completely drowning out every desperate plea for her to stop. Leafy's cheeks burned as the demon lord suddenly shoved his face into the soft underside of his wing, straight up admitting he wasn't accidentally ignoring her protests. He was doing it on purpose, and he was loving every second of it. Like an explorer on the edge of discovery, he couldn't help thinking, did her long, flexible tail feel as soft and pleasant as her wings? The dragoness shivered from head to toe, still firing off useless pleas. Then the guy swallowed his pride, chose a compromise, and headed back for the wings, while Leafy screamed, seething with pure indignation. And it kept going like that, straight through the night, until morning finally slammed the doors shut. The very next day, right back at the demon lord's castle. Her usually emotionless eyes have blown wide in silent awe, fixed on the structure like it's something she can't believe. The old katana was blown away by how huge the building was, Girls were swarming around her, and one upbeat girl, seeing her friend staring, beamed and proudly said this castle was built by Yuki himself. Without a second to breathe, Yoruna snatched En's hand and yanked her along, desperate to show their new friend every secret wonder of the castle from the inside. Inside, the place was dripping with luxury. Everything was dressed up in rich, beautiful furniture. Right then, 3 terrifying ghosts rose into view. The kids marched up and introduced the ghosts to En, Rei, Rui, and Rui, and the second they did, they greeted their guests with bright, fearless smiles. Still wearing her usual unbothered vibe, she nodded in silence, gave a quiet, restrained greeting, and the ghosts went wide-eyed at how totally calm she stayed when they showed up. Then Aruna told them everything their friend had said about the castle, and pushed the idea that the ghosts should take her around and show it all at once. At that exact moment, Ro, the most mischievous of the trio, grinned with mischief in her eyes and decided to see how tough the newcomer really was. She shot forward and slipped right through En, trying to scare him at least a little, but the weapon's soul didn't flinch, and Iruna's whole body went cold with fear. The kid's jaws dropped as the Ro shot off in a blur, vanishing in seconds. Right then, Yuki sprinted up to the girls and shouted, "Come on, let's eat!" As she drew in, the protagonist realized she'd barely see her at all. She made it crystal clear. They were playing hide and seek. Leaning down toward the girl, he grinned and asked if she'd made friends with everyone, and Katana nodded, confirming it with a smile. The Demon Lord grinned and soothed the flustered En with a gentle pat on her head, his fingers lightly brushing through her dark hair. When they heard it was time to eat, the others burst out of hiding, and Yuki immediately called Rei and Rui, then immediately wondered if they'd gobble it all before she even got there. He was about to yank his hand away from En's head and head to the house, but then that tiny hand, belonging to the former Katana, shot out and clamped onto his palm, refusing to let go. Spotting that quiet, powerful gesture, Yuki scooped the girl into his arms without wasting a second, while Profuse lit up with joy. Yoruna clocked it instantly and grinned, telling her she was lucky. She nodded, eyes sharp with thought. Then the ghosts, the children, and the boy slipped away from the castle. Cards were torn from their hands and scattered across the floor. The Demon Lord was busy playing cards when the dragon demanded he pull a joker, so Yuki asked what that meant, and the girl shot back that she'd make him her servant, but the Demon Lord refused. Suddenly, a strange sight snatched Leaf's attention like a lightning bolt. She shot up like something yanked her, eyes locked on the door, and Yuki stared at her, baffled, trying to figure out why she'd just flipped like that. A map suddenly materialized right in front of the main character, and his shock hit like lightning at what it revealed. The dragon wasted no time. She made it crystal clear this was her old friend, then charged right in to talk. Then the Demon Lord shot up on the spot and demanded, no, insisted, on walking with her herself. Right at the doorway, Li Fai hissed a warning to Yuki. This dragon was famous for scorching rage and wild moods. Then Yuki cut her off, flat out insisting that that was exactly the reason she couldn't face it alone. The girl told him to stop panicking because she was the supreme dragon. The guy refused to back down, demanded his own way, and reminded her he was her partner. Leifai caught his unshakable determination, and with a small, slightly worn smile, let out a resigned sigh as she mentally pushed the thought aside. A savage crunch and a sharp rustle ripped through the forest. Yuki and the High Dragons crouched at the cave mouth, ready to tear into the fight, and then a giant shadow surged across the rocky ground. With a thunderous crash, dust exploded upward as a massive black dragon with a diamond on its forehead dove from the sky and landed right there. It looked exactly like Kyoga. He glared at the two standing right in front of him, and then he realized it. His next opponent had just shown up. Leifai and Yuki stared up into the sky as a colossal dragon swooped down toward them. The main character and the girl locked eyes with the monster that tore into their peace. Then he turned to her and revealed, with a fierce certainty, that Gerodio Giawoga is the new usurper king of the dragons, and that he'd finally tracked down the ultimate dragon, Lephysios. The dragon was totally thrown off. Why was Leifai walking around in human skin? The girl wasted no time, grilling him about why he was there, like she already knew he'd taken control of the dragons and came to gloat. The boy stood right beside her, katana in hand, ready for whatever came next. Lefai demanded to know why he did it, snapping that the ancient dragons wouldn't ever bend to him. Then Huoga grinned and said, "I fixed it the hard way." Because after he wiped them out, the dragons finally obeyed his every command. He roared with raw heartbreak, loudly claiming the crown as the king of dragons. Then he blared that he'd come to the High Dragon just to seize control of the world, leaving Lefai totally baffled and seething at his wild behavior. The Dragon King pushed for the girl to join his side so they could conquer the world together. Then she burst out laughing at the whole plan. Then the Demon Lord barged into their talk and snapped at him to shut up, totally uninvited. Yuki snapped, fed up with him fantasizing about conquering the world. Then she demanded, "Who are you, really? What dragon are you even talking about?" The protagonist snapped that conquering the world takes forever and eats up all your effort, so Lefai would never touch it, and the girl blinked in shock at that reaction. Still, a tiny smile tugged at her lips. Lefai straightened up with a confident grin, vouched for every word, and told that mouthy guy to go back and brag. Maybe it'd help him land a girl. Guogu's blood boiled, and that definitely set him off. With a menacing grin, he swore he finally understood. She wasn't pretending to be human at all, and that could only mean one thing. She'd chosen death. This ignited the Demon Lord's fury, and Lefai snapped to her partner's side, ready to launch into battle. The High Dragon snapped that he was the fool, but Yuki wasn't even worse than that, so somehow he had to live. Then they'd crawl back to sleep. With a sly smile, the protagonist asked why Leify was suddenly dragging him down to the very bottom with her words. So Leify grinned back that they'd known each other forever, and she finally knew exactly what she was saying, while their opponent burst out laughing at the whole squabble. Looks like Guogu just made his move. Final decision locked in. He slammed the Demon Lord with everything he had, and the impact took the Dark King by surprise. Yet he still snapped his katana out just in time to block it. The guard didn't save him for long. He got blasted backward, and when his wide wings flared, he finally steadied himself as he sailed through the air. The usurper figured he'd squash that boy like some pathetic bug. Then Yuki snapped his wings wide, blade poised, and cursed the dragon. Then the girl lit up with excitement, but all she could think about was her partner's safety. Gyogu admitted she'd grown so weak, and now that she'd turned human, she'd lost her place with them. Spinning back around, Lefai snapped with fury and set out to teach angrily a lesson. Suddenly, right in front of her, he showed up, and to the girl's shock, he told her to breathe, calm down, and leave it to him, even as the Supreme Dragon started to protest. Yuki, all fired up, cut in with one thing on his mind. He wanted to protect her himself. Then Lefay slid her fingers across the back of his hand. She let him step in for her, brushed past him, and told him to go for it. Then the Demon Lord bowed his thanks for that fearless trust. From far away, Lefay warned Huogi, "Don't cross swords with the boy." And with battle already in his eyes, Huogi asked the girl to trust him. The dragon strode forward with total confidence. Sure, a tiny bug like that couldn't possibly make him drop to his knees. He shot back with a defiant grin, saying it was hilarious, and that man's never going to pull it off. With a glare that screamed annoyance, Yuki snapped at him to shut up. He'd had enough, and he wasn't holding back anymore. Right then, the enemy swung, and their strike split the nearby pine trees clean in two, and the protagonist instantly regretted every word he'd just thrown out. The Demon Lord stared down the toothy monster diving at him and quickly counted his odds. Since the dragon's level was 5 times higher, he figured he had a measly 1% shot at winning. As Yuki spiraled in his thoughts, he realized Graijai didn't treat him like some weak opponent. Thanks to his Demon Lord body, he could at least slip past the strikes and dodge. But one tiny slip in his defenses, and he'd be minced meat in seconds. Then a panel flashed in front of him, screaming that every stat jumped to 1.5 times if the enemy was labeled a criminal. When the dragon struck, he burst into laughter, mocking where the Demon Lord's courage had vanished to. That blast nearly tagged the main character, but he snapped out of the way at the last second. Then the man lunged in and snapped a strike across him, grinning like he'd just won, while Yuki teased the boy, laughing, "How's it feel to get cut by an insect?" But out of nowhere, something caught the boy completely off guard. He got hit so hard he took a brutal wound, and the impact nearly sent him flying, thrown up by the blow. Back on his feet, the Demon Lord spotted Gwogi streaking into the sky and bellowed at the top of his lungs for Lephios to look. He stepped up to the girl who'd been staring from a distance and snapped that the guy in front of him was nothing but a weak loser, then boldly claimed he was the one who was perfect for her. I stared at the dragon, my nerves screaming the whole time. While he recovered, Yuki figured it was smarter to focus on her for now, because Gyoji was just too damn strong. Then the main character caught something off. His eyes snapped to it immediately. He snapped out of the way and barely dodged the vicious spear hurling straight at him. What he saw lit the guy up like fireworks. To his shock, dozens of copies were trained straight on him. A demon lord's terrifying scream tore through the grove. The girl didn't move. She kept sitting there, tense and stubborn. Leaf. I stared into the far distance. Olga Grint and Evely. Who are they, and why do they matter? Breathing hard, Yuki clenched the spear and tried to rip it free. Severe injuries shredded him, and he crumpled on the ground, clawing at his breath like it was slipping away. His opponent clocked the guy's sheer resilience and still couldn't believe he'd actually lived through the hit. The main character just flashed a grin. The sun was still blazing over the mountain, bathing everything in daybreak light. The Demon Lord shot to his feet and erupted into wild, hysterical laughter. Hwoga froze, convinced he'd watched the last of his sanity, because this was the most pitiful sight imaginable. The moment the landing hit, the dragon burst into view right in front of Yuki. He stood tall in front of his opponent, grinning wide, and told him, "Don't talk, just stare at your feet." Right then, to the dragon's shock, the ground dropped out from under him, and a massive, bottomless hole tore open beneath his feet. Jagged peaks jutted from the trap's floor, but Hwoga still clawed his way up into the air, fighting every inch, only to find another brutal surprise waiting up there, as magic signs started flashing into existence right next to him. A deafening explosion ripped through the air. The charred monster with that terrifying grin clocked the man and smirked like, "Wow, you're smart for an insect." Yuki was up there too, cackling as he told him he'd burned through tons of DP on this trap, so he told him to quit clinging to life. As he dodged, the protagonist remembered the mines he'd set up to outplay him, while the Demon Lord clung to one desperate hope. He could somehow bridge the brutal gap in strength between them. Then he marched up to the dragon with a second-round proposal, only for Olga to snap back instantly, swearing that one more dirty trick like that would never work on him. A pentagram suddenly blazed in front of the enemy, trapping him in brutal agony until his head snapped back and fell. That enraged the dragon, and it started to build terrifying power in its mouth. You'd feel it, his dragon roar blasting the air as you started to lean aside, and Yuga snapped, "Not today. You're not getting away." Suddenly, the magic ripped back into action again. A thunderous explosion ripped through the air. He stared at the blazing smoke in the distance, grinning hard because the dragon had snapped into yet another magical trap. He mentally clocked it. His strength and speed were insane, right up there with Leafy, but Quelgo was way ruder. The Demon Lord only regretted one thing. He didn't have enough combat experience. And Leaf, while looked up. In her head, worry hit hard. She looked to Yuki and practically begged him to stop being so careless. As he stared at the panel, the main character realized this wasn't just the choice, it was his shot, and he took it. Then, with a deafening roar, his opponent burst out of nowhere, hanging high in the sky. A blur of scales thundered toward the calm man. Then he forgot to watch his back, swung his toothy mouth open, and the fear hit him hard. Jabaka slammed him with a brutal strike. The Demon Lord crumpled to the rocky ground with a savage grimace and coughed up blood right after. With the last hit still ringing, the dragon blasted toward Yuki on the ground at lightning speed, ready to end him. Then the Demon Lord snapped back and saved himself at the very last second. As he flew off, the spot he left behind was already littered with dozens of spears. Luckily, none ever landed on him, so the main character stared, tense, and knew he'd probably pushed his opponent into a full-blown rage. He didn't even get a second to catch his breath before Hu Yong's fire tongues blasted straight at him. That roaring fire didn't sit right with Yuki at all. He shot higher, dread clawing his thoughts as he realized the dragon might just turn him into coal. But he realized he was faster than his enemy. The hero hauled himself up into the glaring sunbeams, and the dragon snapped his eyes shut without even meaning to. As soon as the demon lord clocked it, he swooped down from above and went straight for you, ogre. He spat out another burst of flame, but the guy wouldn't budge, so he shot through the air to the side and landed the hit from there. A dragon bellowed from the wound on its face, carved by the flame of sin, and then it whipped its tail out of nowhere. The man saw it coming, cursed under his breath, and tried to dodge. Yuki's stomach dropped as horror crashed over her. She finally saw exactly what was coming. His opponent's tail viciously whipped into his back, leaving a sharp, stinging impact. Blood tore across the sky while the protagonist screamed at the top of his lungs, and inside the house, the girls and maids were calmly assembling puzzles on the floor. Lou and Layla were on edge, terrified for their master. They remembered, right before they left, the demon lord had warned them, "Don't go anywhere until I'm back with Leify." Layla's face tightened with worry as tremors rocked the streets outside, and Liu confirmed it with a grim, heavy nod. The girl fidgeted in panic, crumpling her dress tight in her hands. She was shaking with worry, crying because Yuki might have been hurt. Then Aruna grabbed her and reassured her. En went with him, so he's going to be fine. She clocked it with a soft smile, and then just like that, she and I finally slowed our tears to a stop. Aruna insisted her brother and sister were fine, but right then the demon lord crumpled on the ground, no arm, wrecked wings, and his katana slipped out of his hands. The kids finally dozed off, clinging to each other like a warm, sleepy hug. Right then, End bowed to her as her master, dragging himself forward, slow and heavy like every step cost him. Katana felt real relief. Yuki was alive. Then right then, his eyes snapped open, and he stared at the sky like the weight of the world had finally caught up with him. Then the main character shot to his feet, despite the pain screaming through his body. The weapon by his side made the boy's stomach drop, like a warning that he was hurt, and it urged him not to move. The demon lord let out a shaky laugh and begged En for mercy, swearing he couldn't, while blood came spurting from Heiwo's mouth. Yuki strode onto the battlefield with his head held high and declared, "I'm not done yet." Panting hard, he clamped the flame of sin between his teeth. With his left arm gone and two wings missing, the main one grips a katana in his mouth, fists tight and trembling for the fight, because he's made it clear, until he wins, resting is off the table. The dragon screamed as blood sprayed out. Then he lunged upward toward Leify, but smashed into the rock with a brutal crack and immediately lost his balance. The high dragon stared at him cool as ice and flat out called him a fool. Then Guoga erupted in rage, demanding the girl stop because he'd already killed her man. Leif demanded answers, asking that confident smile who he killed there. Then the demon lord slipped in behind the dragon and caught him off guard, leaving a bloody trail in his wake. Guoga spun around in shock and saw the protagonist standing there, determination burning through pain and tears, unshaken. His opponent roared with pure rage, fed up with humans, and then he shoved Yuki away with his tail. The boy hauled himself up again, and the dragon snapped in fury, snarling at him to stay down and stay away. Across the battlefield, the opponents faced off. Then Haugas grinned and said, full of excitement, that the main character was worse than a dead man. So the dragon bellowed, aiming to pulverize him into dust, and then started to scoop him up in its mouth. It didn't work. Some brutal force slammed the stunned opponent to the ground, and the demon lord flashed a cruel grin, blade in hand and fangs bared, finally thrilled that his plan had landed. Swang. Yuki realized the owner's influence was his territory to command, and he stepped in to help make it happen. Turns out the air was leaking carbon monoxide, tasteless, odorless, and floating like it weighs nothing. But if enough gets in your system, it slams you with crushing headaches and vomiting in just 10 minutes. And on top of all those symptoms, this stuff starts poisoning you the moment it hits 1% in your body. So the protagonist snapped into wind magic, forged a clean air shell around himself, and didn't dare use any more magic. The boy clocked that Leify noticed and backed off, but Juogu didn't. muscles, not brains, while the demon lord inched toward the dragon on the ground, still lying and shaking, desperate to speak but barely able to breathe. His opponent trembled and begged him to stop, but Yuki had already yanked the katana from his mouth and snapped it into his hand. Just like that, it looked like the fight was done. Then the protagonist hurled himself into the darkness, and after what felt like forever, he finally clawed his way back to his senses. Lei Fai's calm, unmoving face loomed over him like a wall. Yuki shouted her name, and that's when she realized he'd finally woken up. The main guy was sprawled in the Supreme Dragon's lap, and her hand was softly cradling his head. He asked, voice trembling, whether he'd slipped into unconsciousness, and then, right then and there, his defeated opponent lay motionless out in the distance. Leaf answered his question with a big yes, then said that as a caring woman, she'd turned her lap into a pillow, set his head there, and urged him to be grateful. The guy shot his hand up, praising her as the best, raving that her soft lap felt amazing, and he thanked her, for real, for all the care she gave. Pressing himself into the High Dragon's lap and rubbing there, the Demon Lord admitted he'd only been testing her wings as comfy pillows before, never sure which was better, while Leafy watched and realized Yuki seemed to be back to normal. Once he quit squirming, he stared down at his injuries. Nothing, not a scratch, and he shot the girl a question. "Did you do this with your own hands?" She flashed a smile like a promise. He'd owe her one day, and somehow, healing him didn't cost her a thing. Turns out the High Dragon even cleared out the carbon monoxide, and the boy can finally breathe again, free, easy, alive. Li Fein wore gratitude on her face, even as she admitted the Demon Lord's wounds were healed, but his condition was still rough. He'd saved her with everything he had, and now he needed more rest. Yuki, panicked, asked whether he could truly keep protecting her. Running her fingers through the protagonist's hair, Lei Fai nodded with real pride. Because the enemy was dead. She didn't just protect him, she raised her head like she'd won something, and the guy decided that her reward made all that trouble totally worth it. But the girl's smile faded fast as she admitted she was secretly worried. Then the Demon Lord erupted in laughter, teasing that she should hand her over to him next time, and the High Dragon's indignation flared hot. Sunlight burst through the leaves as Yuki snapped her gaze up at the High Dragon. To her stunned silence, the main character finally blurted out that he liked her. Leaf's face flared red as those unexpected words hit her like a lightning strike. He said it straight from the heart. He knows he's not worthy of her yet, so he grinds harder every single day, chasing her level and refusing to fall behind. He reached out and brushed her cheek, and the Demon Lord leaned in, asking if she'd come with him right now, all the way to the end. Closing in on the smiling Yuki, Lei Fai told her he wanted it. She leaned in close, shut her eyes tight, and kissed him, right there. Lei Fai vowed to stay by his side all the way to the final moment, and it felt like their bargain had just leveled up into something bigger. The girl flushed with embarrassment because it was the Dragon Clan's oath, and she had no idea, so Yuki grinned and pressed her again. After some time, Lei Fai finally caved, and the protagonist practically burst with excitement, asking if she'd be his wife from that day forward. Hydreigon awkwardly stared at her brand new status, like her brain couldn't decide what to do with it. The guy grinned, feeling the new meaning hit him like pure bliss, and it left the girl completely baffled. She barked an order at the Demon Lord to halt, because the shame still burned in her chest. Leify closed in, and Yuki blurted out that they could finally make children. Then the girl shot back, cheeks burning, that he was scaring her. Now that they're together, nothing can tear them apart. They're locked in forever. In frowning, he stayed stone-cold silent. The heroine of the house swallowed her pride and apologized. He blurted out again, "I'm sorry," as if the words could undo everything. Perched on his lap, the girl confessed she was worried about him, and the guy blurted out another excited apology. Turns out that katana didn't just wait. It leapt in the moment she realized he was seconds from dying, saved you, and then stumbled into a loving couple locked in a kiss. Rattled and trying to make things right, the Demon Lord swore he'd spend the entire day with her, then asked what she wanted to do. Then she decided she just wanted to stay here with him. Yuki couldn't believe that was all. Right then, her friend turned toward her, softening her voice so Yuki wouldn't worry. Iruna couldn't forget the shock on her face when her brother came back badly hurt and utterly drained, only to crash and sleep for days. And then she confessed she was worried sick about him, and she just wanted to wrap her arms around him. She reached for the main character, and boom, 3 ghosts shot up from behind her, matching her exact intention. LaFi strode up to them, and the wife snapped in shock at her husband's wild outburst, because the guy still couldn't see what the big deal was. The demon lord practically purred when they called him husband. He opened the tablet, and there it was, fortitude. Once his HP dipped under 20%, it slammed the damage he took way down and buffed everything by 1.5, but only as long as he chose to keep fighting. Then the second ability hit next, the Monarch's Intimidation, letting him intimidate every enemy in a set radius, slowing them based on how he stacked up against their status. When Yuki saw that, pure relief turned into confidence. He was stronger than ever. Turns out the main character got the skill to terrify the Monarch because he's the Lord of Demons and Dragons, and that power lands right on top of his grim past, since the Dragon King was murdered. The boy was totally lost in this new role, panicking because he had no idea what he'd do if he refused to rule the dragons, while the girls nearby kept their eyes glued to every move. The Demon Lord even got the title Consort of the Supreme Dragon, and the description basically screams that only a fearless brute would dare take that dragon as his wife. So yeah, in this world, this madman isn't scared of a single thing anymore. Then Yuki's curiosity flared up. Where do titles like this even come from, and is it something the local side wants? Right then, the girl slid in beside him, and the 3 ghosts stacked into a creepy tower hovering right over his head. Afterward, the main character hunted down the answers, because the real win for him was boosting the dungeon level, turning the dragon's corpse into DP, and pushing the rating level all the way up to 10. He couldn't stop wondering what LaFi's rank was. Her highest dragon level hit 987, and the titles now screamed the truth. She'd become the Demon Lord's wife. Yuki couldn't help but beam. He was shocked by how ridiculously strong his wife was, and he was still grateful that now, at last, he could make out a couple of numbers in her stats. Hunched in a yoga pose while the kids slept on his lap, he tried to keep his face steady. Pain shot through his eyes as he grieved the DP he'd lost with Leafy, yet the outcome made his chest lift, and then, right then, Layla came up to him. The maid swept the sleeping girls away, and you grabbed a blanket to cover them. Lee grinned at Yuki, like he already knew something she didn't. The maid gushed that the gentleman was incredible and launched into the ring, but he burst into laughter, grabbed her cheeks, and teased her like she was only kidding. Then she hurriedly apologized. That wedding ring was forged just for the Supreme Dragon, Lephysios. Then, still lying in bed, the girl begged Yuki, "Don't push yourself. You're not fully healed yet." Suddenly, I jolted awake, leaves everywhere, like the whole world was whispering to me. Meanwhile, Leo started to awkwardly sneak glances at the couple getting intimate in the bedroom, like the Demon Lord had crawled straight into the dragon's bed. Meanwhile, the main character, N, steps into the spotlight. Hold the katana in your grip and keep a stone-cold, serious face. The boy went for the risky move, fusing his sword with pieces of LaFi because he was betting it would supercharge his magic-granting skill. Then the Demon Lord swung the door wide and stared straight into the roar that came from the exploding flame. Then he swung around to Anne and asked, "Would you mind if I gave you my new magic?" And Katana didn't mind one bit. After the upgrade, the Flame of Sin burst into a whole new look, boosting its magical and physical power straight to the max, while still keeping what made it legendary, a top-tier magic sword with mind-bending telepathy and vampire-like skills. And even Anne earned the title of Dragon Slayer because she is the blade. Yuki was bursting with relief. The katana had already climbed all the way to the legendary class, the top of the weapon hierarchy. He grinned like a maniac. If he slipped the ring LaFi gave him into place, then that self-healing magic plus boosted power would turn him into something untouchable. And with his HP already sitting at nearly 20,000, he burst out laughing, swearing nothing could ever break his body. Then he threw himself into a test run and used N, and the katana snapped to his command without a single doubt. The Demon Lord got stronger, and right away he cashed it in, ripping the Manticore apart with brutal efficiency, tearing through the hunt while Hachi watched his madness with worry, then blasting off using En's wind magic that supercharged his flight. That guy, grinning like a maniac, was absolutely shredding with the new power in his hands. Yuki urged the wolf to slaughter every living thing in the forest, every single day, and that wild demand set Rear's heart racing. Still, the main character, cheeks burning, confessed he'd rushed into it. Evening came. Happy Leaf, I read, lounging on the ottoman, while she stared at the big world of adventures, something she'd chased for years and still couldn't fully reach. Right then, the girl froze when she saw her husband back home. En was sitting on his neck like he owned the place. Yuki bragged that they'd beaten the Manticore in Alicorn today. With an acquaintance's name on her tongue, the dragon realized this. Only because of the main character did she finally understand what it really means to live free. With the Demon Lord gone, Leify could have just stayed up on that mountain, doing nothing at all. Yet the boy grinned and glanced at his wife. The girl flashed a warm, heartfelt smile that felt completely real. She leaned into her loved ones and declared with a full heart that the world is beautiful. Dawn spilled through the leaves like a spotlight, cutting the forest in glowing slices. The protagonist snapped, asking Dreer if he was ready, and Dreer shot back a loud, confident yes. He yanked open the panel and strode ahead, shouting that the pets were his for good. The guy barked an order at the general, demanding he come out. The hero boomed that he was their ruler, and he couldn't hide his excitement as he met them. He wants them bunked in that dungeon, hunting monsters and any intruders, but the threats are way too brutal, and the traps are everywhere. So he slaps the responsibility on the rear and makes them obey. Listen up, follow every single order. The guy swore he was putting his faith in Rear. The girl grabbed everyone's gaze, and the hero snapped, "So why are you hunting me?" He figured they'd shown up to meet his brand new comrades. The girl confessed she was scared he'd pull another prank, and that somehow another little girl would be waiting at home. Iruna grinned and said everyone here looked huge and tough. Then she introduced herself and told you, "Nice to meet you." The girl gave one of the monsters a bizarre new nickname, Smooth and Shiny. She shouted at the monster, asking if he'd give her a ride, and he just nodded like it was fate. Iruna said he grabbed her and lifted her up so high it felt like the sky was within reach. The hero praised the girl as fearless, and she shot back that she was just like him. Then the guy blurted that it made his face burn with embarrassment. The girl told him point blank to learn how to behave like she expected, and he shot back, "So you want me to sleep all day?" She barked at him to hurry and pull the girl away, because if anything went wrong, she'd catch her from underneath. The girl snapped, "If that monster hurls me off, I'll tear him apart." The heroine blurted out, "I'm late, and the ball is mine." He was up in the sky, and she snapped that it wasn't fair. Then the guy shot back that it made total sense because it was football from another world. He leaned in and grilled her about that wild zeal in her voice, like she could wipe them all out by herself. The girl shot back, "The game just started and I can still take it all." The crowd started yelling at the team to hold the line and protect the goal, while everyone kept their eyes locked on the score. The girls told him his cruelty had smashed every boundary they had left. The hero leaned in and demanded what she planned to do if that happened. She grabbed his hand and told him to hang on for dear life. They decided to corner the Demon Lord with an interview, grilling him on how he spends his days. Then he smirked and said he started stretching out on the bed with his wife more often, using her like a pillow. Anyone who dares invade his forest gets slammed back out by his generals, and the traps finish the job. So the attackers started dropping like flies, and the numbers kept shrinking fast. The hero demanded to know what the royal guard from hell was hunting him for. She watched him snap to recognition the second he saw her, and she didn't even blink. Of course, the Demon Lord who wiped out one devil tribe in Alicia's kingdom would be this sharp. Yeah, that's what she wanted from him. So she leaned in and said, "I'm here to talk." The girl told him his words would matter most, and then dropped the crucial intel about the enemy that was about to strike them any second. The hero demanded the price. Nothing this good ever comes for free, especially when she stormed straight out of hell to find him. She shot back that she'd come straight to him to forge an alliance, because they both had the same enemy to crush. The girl said she'd brought their tea, and the guy snapped back with a quick, grateful thank you. The demoness clocked Layla from the sheep-horned clan in an instant. This wasn't just any demon, it was a demon of knowledge. Layla told them it was a nickname she'd carried since she was young. The girl swore she'd heard that she slipped out of the demon world to hunt research materials that only exist in the human realm, and ever since that day, nobody's heard a thing from her. Layla got hit with a brutal question. Why'd she become a maid, and how did she ever sink that low? She said, "So much has happened," and the other girl kept pressing, only for Layla to fire back, "Yeah, everything just happened, right now." The girl leaned in and demanded I spill everything about the Demon Lord, what he wants, and why he's got business with the main character. She shot back that she needed to speak with them, about every region their king ruled. The guy said the underworld now looks like a civil war is about to ignite, and he won't get himself involved, while the girl insisted it's smart to assume the enemy already knows about him, and already knows about that dungeon. She pointed out that after everything they'd pulled off as an alliance, wouldn't it make way more sense for him to team up with them instead? The guy leaned in and demanded to know what Layla really thought about it. The girl shot back that hell still looked exactly the same since the day she escaped it. The hero figured that if they came swinging in to take revenge on him, he'd be absolutely furious, because they wanted to turn the Leaf Eye into a weapon. The girl snapped that she and he shared the same enemy, so she'd come for help. Then the guy shot back, "Yeah? And what's in it for me?" Once they followed through, they'd track every move and report it all straight to him. Then the girl blurted out an apology. She told him she had nothing to give him, only information, and said that for questions like these, he'd be better off going with her and speaking straight to their kings. The boy demanded, "Why didn't you come yourself?" She shot back, "Because the king can't leave the country while I'm like this." The hero asked if she could wait while he talked things over with his wife, and he didn't mind at all if she stayed the night, so the maid promised, "Then I'll get you a room." The girl snapped back, refusing without hesitation. She snapped, "That's not what I meant," and then made it clear she just didn't want to go there. The hero confessed that the only way to mend his broken, aching heart was to take one more journey with her, alone. He swallowed his pride, apologized, and told her he truly believed she'd love that compliment. The maid leaned in and demanded, "So how long are you planning to stay in hell?" He said, "I don't know, but guessed it'd be around 3 weeks, then added, "If I hate it there, I'll drop back immediately." The hero told himself, no matter what, he'd always have an emergency route back to the dungeon. She shot him a question, "Are you sure?" because she fully expected him to hit it off with the king in seconds and roll right into agreement on everything. He told her not to worry about guarding the dungeon. He said the girl would handle every single thing. He named every person he loved and told them he'd never let any of them end up fighting. The hero swore he'd protect his wife above everything else. The guy admitted that the word love totally throws him off. The maid snapped that he'd already gone, and the girl swore that if he took Layla with him, nothing bad could touch them anymore. She thinks the hero's power can't be too risky, but the worry still gnaws at her. The girl demanded, "Why are you always trying to help every girl?" And the maid burst into laughter, basically telling her, "Because you don't mind him staring past you, do you?" The heroine shot back that being a maid meant keeping the house running, not turning chores into chatter. The maid promised everything would be handled, and pointed out that from now on, Layla's duties were hers. The girl snapped her head toward the hero and warned him, if he so much as tried to pull something shady, she'd spill every detail to Lafai. Today, they checked into a hotel and called it a win, because tomorrow they'd tear off to a whole new city. Hilaria grabbed the protagonist's attention and ordered them to rest. He asked her if the way he raced his pets made her sick, and she answered with a straight-up yes. The maid swore that in this city, carts roll everywhere, and they're yanked along by all kinds of monsters. The guy leaned in and asked Anne if she'd fallen for Layla's stories. The girl grinned and said Layla always has the best stories, then added that on the way, she'd spin even more crazy good tales. Hilaria finally owned up and apologized for making them wait. Naya spotted the guy and snapped, "You've been staring at us the whole time," and the hero immediately started denying it. The girl slapped him with the words, "Bad boy," and somehow it hit him harder than any punch. She leaned in and asked straight up if the girl was her biological child, because they looked disturbingly alike. And like she was his own, the guy leaned in and asked, "So, do you like it?" The girl practically burst with joy, saying she was insanely happy about it. Naya blurted out, "Are we really relatives or not?" And someone snapped back that questions like that were a big no-no. The hero leaned in and said the girl carried a massive staff. Clutched in her hands was a list of everything Lefai needed to hear. She swore it was their tool, because every witch carries it right up until they become adults. She claimed it made magic way easier to control, and the hero shot back, asking if she was an adult. The girl shot back, "Wait, do you mean I'm still little?" "Yeah," and then they asked how old she was right now. She shot back, "I'm 15. The hero said he could still see her leveling up, and the very next thing on the list was what to tell the girl about the guy. Louise says witches never get super huge, but honestly, she finds it totally adorable. The hero snapped that they had to get out now. Robbers were hot on the carriage's tail. The boy snapped that it wasn't what she thought. Then the carriage got shoved, and the girl toppled right into his arms, so he couldn't help but catch her. The hero spat that the bandits were nothing but pathetic, helpless cowards. She leaned in and asked if she needed to transform. Then he snapped back that she had one job: protect Layla. The boy ripped open the air with magic and hurled himself at the earth dragon, striking it down with sheer force. He spun toward Layla and declared he'd mastered a powerful spell, and Layla immediately lit up with praise. The girl blinked in disbelief. Someone pulling magic on that level didn't even bother reading the spell, and he said he wanted to learn it too. She just smirked, saying she wouldn't mind dating a man that strong. The guy said, "Bandits are here, so hell's not safe," and the girl snapped back, "They only showed up recently." The hero stared at everything that was wrong and knew he couldn't let life stay like this. He had one job: make hell a whole lot safer. The boy grinned and said, "Bandits saved me from boredom." And the girl laughed back. Yeah, it was seriously fun. He leaned in and asked Layla if she'd ever been to the capital, and she lit up, saying she'd gone there several times for research. The guy leaned in and asked what she studied, and Layla shot back that it was everything, covering a huge range of research and scientific works. The hero admitted he had no idea she was such a brilliant scientist, and Layla shrugged. "I was just curious," so she plunged into the research. He asked, "So, if you ever lost interest in them, you'd just walk out and leave them, right?" Layla promised she'd only spill him one secret, and it wasn't some game. She wasn't with them for fun. The man put two and two together and guessed the stranger was the Demon Lord. Then the guy strode up and introduced himself. His name was Final, and he was the Lord of Hell. Final said he was genuinely happy to meet you. He figured the hero had already been filled in by Hilaria, and Lord Ada wasted no time. Since the hero was worn out from the road, he'd go straight to the point. He bragged that he could mastermind plots and vanish on covert missions, but admitted his body was all weak, so yeah, he'd be useless in a fight. That's why he's pushing the hero to rise up and become the face of their nation's military power. He said they were trying to turn him into the scapegoat. He fired off a question: why they thought he was strong, and how they even knew. The hero demanded to know what he was supposed to gain from that deal. The demon bragged that the answer to question 1 was easy. Then the girl he'd summoned with the appraisal skill showed up, and no matter how hard she looked, she saw nothing, proving the gap between them was enormous. He said, "If that guy beat me, then there's no doubt he's got real power." Question 2. First, he finally gets the information he's been waiting for. As far as he knows, the hero was born inside a labyrinth, so yeah, he's basically clueless about the real world. And that's why he gets more than answers. He can give him whatever he wants, too. The demon leaned in and swore he'd grant me anything I wanted if I asked. The boy blurted that he wanted gold, silver, and a mountain of treasure. Then the ruler nodded like he finally got it. He promised he'd set up trips for him and even line up a guide. Then he heard the big news. He'd just gotten married and couldn't wait to see him soak up that honeymoon there. The demon bragged, I can hook you up with girls, claiming the hero's a total softie. Then he smirked like, yeah, but his wife? She's strict as ice. The guy figured the demons were out to get him, but there was no way he could face them solo, because if he played it right, he'd get paid big. The hero fired off the last question, about the demons running wild in the capital, and whether they answered to the Lord, and the demons snapped back that he'd never given any orders like that. Even if he'd managed it, that guy would have never had a clue about his plans. The hero figured that any shady move would get him killed, so he nodded and said he'd cooperate. The guy demanded a first consult with his maid to nail every last detail, and the ruler gave the green light. He told them straight up, I'm thrilled. Having a hero on my side means everything. The man snapped that he'd kept them waiting. The hero shot back with a quick apology, admitting the talk dragged on too long. But that guy refused to help them. There weren't many demons like him left. He marched him right up to the Lord of the Mountain Dwellers and introduced him to the King of the Dwarves. He also unveiled the ruler of the forest, the Queen of the Elves, and the brutal ruler of the Beastmen. He even hyped the main character as the dungeon's master and the Lord of Demons. The man snapped that he'd never back a greedy, worthless demon lord, and the dwarf nodded hard, saying he wouldn't trust him either. The king shrugged and said, sure, there are exceptions everywhere, but I'm the one they don't dare question, like he owned the rules. The girl snapped that the rulers are stupid and admitted she's scared only because she can't see their true intention. She said, if he swears he can be trusted, I'll follow every one of his orders. The king suddenly remembered she had appraisal, and when the protagonist checked, she revealed appraisal level 9, like she could read every single trait about him. She asked if the demon lords in the dungeon could ditch it and head straight to hell, and the boy instantly thought, good, anything but this. The hero told them to breathe easy, then handed it off to his wife, because right now, that was the safest place on Earth. They dove straight into the Supreme Dragon, the kind of legend people whisper about like it's real magic. The girl insisted the elves were always ready to join forces with him, and the dwarf nodded along too. Then he couldn't stop thinking about how monstrously strong his wife really was. The man burst into laughter and claimed he looked nothing like himself. Then the king leaned in and asked, so can you be friends with Yuki? He said friendship isn't soft and simple. It's the kind of bond where you can trade fists, and everyone should know it won't be accepted easily. He told them they had to throw down in a real head-to-head showdown. The king declared, now that we've crossed paths, let the meeting begin. The girl said the Queen of the Elves handed it to her, like a sacred act of trust, proof she's partnered with her, and the second she shows that elf, they'll be honored. He said he'd give the elves and dwarves elixirs on his side. The girl said that at the meeting he decided he'd team up, joining as the Dungeon Demon Lord's military aid for the Hell Demon Lord, and they'd call another meeting soon to lock in the remaining details. Layla shot him a question. Are you really sure you want to join us with your military force? And the hero shook his head, flat out saying no, because demons had already mugged his life with surprises more than once, and he wasn't about to wait to get hit again. He shoved a gift into her hands, an escape device that could yank her straight back to the dungeon. The girl froze when the teleportation device blinked to life, and the guy immediately told her, just pour mana into it to activate it. He called N a beauty, and the hero warned, if anything goes wrong, you ditch me, turn into a human, hit the necklace, and teleport home. Yeah, Layla needed one of those too. She straight up told everyone she'd never refuse it. The girl begged him to keep it locked away, and not a word from it reached Mrs. LaFay. Layla crushed the negotiations and walked away raking in a fortune. The girl insisted the hero should stop trying to do everything alone and lean on the people around him. He swore he'd love nothing more than to have Layla right there with him during the negotiations. The moment the girl spotted him, her whole face lit up with pure joy. He asked her why the church's identity-revealing items weren't working for the evaluation, and she snapped back that the church was the one who gave them to her. The hero leaned in and said, I know you, because we both had the same business back in the capital. Nell waved her friend in, and the hero grinned, saying he couldn't wait to meet her. The girl snapped that Ronya talks to people like they're nothing, and begged me not to take it personally. Ronya shot back that she isn't insulting anyone, saying most people simply don't grasp what she's really trying to say. Nell insisted she wasn't bad-mouthing them. Ronya snapped back that it was all their fault, and the guy just stared like, wow, she's stubborn as hell. The girl practically lit up when she saw Layla again, then pointed at the stranger beside them and blurted out, "So who's she?" And the guy stepped in, introduced the girl, and went, "That's my daughter." He told her, "Don't forget your weapon," then leaned in and said the girl is a spiritual mirror, like a living reflection, not just a person. And with a piece of leaf eye, he rewired it all so she'd become tied to her mother in a way that's anything but simple. The girl snapped that she'd never even heard of a weapon like that. The hero said, "I just tried it, worked like a charm," and the girl snapped back, "Stupid ideas, just like always." Then Nell chimed in, "I swear the main character is crazy sometimes." He snapped, "Why do you keep making me look like the bad guy all the time?" Anne insisted that no matter what anyone says, he's a good person, so he froze in shock, because just recently, the girl couldn't stand him either. Nils shoved the letter into the guy's hands. The warmer the weather turned, the more it kept asking how he was doing, while every single day she couldn't stop thinking about him. One day she even slipped out of the castle to find him and spill her overwhelming feelings, but her father's soldiers caught her fast. Someday she'll reach him. But until then, she's begging him to come see her, because she's been counting down to the day she finally gets to see him again. Nell said she'd linger there a bit longer, then told me to write her back a letter. She told him, "If you don't write, then you'll write anyway." And she swore the moment he didn't, that girl would be crushed. The guy leaned in and asked what she'd forgotten there, and the girl said she didn't think anyone would snap, just make sure he understood. Nobody else was allowed to know. They were dispatched to hunt down the mastermind behind the dinner scheme in the capital, because only a rare few can slip through hell and stay trustworthy, and that's exactly why they sent her. The guy was convinced they just tossed the hero straight into the enemy's heart. He told the kid the Demon Lord had invited him, then the boy spotted demons lurking in the capital too, and the Demon Lord wanted him there to help wipe them out. Nell said she'd heard the two sides in hell were in some weird arrangement, but she never expected him to actually jump onto their side. Meanwhile, the heroes insisted that anyone who hated the ruler's enemies was automatically their enemy too, so there'd be no trouble. The girl leaned in and asked the guy to spill whatever info he had, right then and there. She pressed him, asking if he really trusted his info, and the hero shot back, "I don't know at all. I'm not the intelligence of the Lord of Hell, and honestly, the final outcome is telling me everything." The guy said he trusts her with his whole heart, so he's ready to spill every last secret to her. She shot him a thank you smile, and he teased her to call him handsome brother, but she quickly promised she'd hold back. The guy told them, "Let's meet here next time," and pushed the plan forward on the spot. He handed them the warning ball and told them, "Trust me, it'll save your skin when you need it." The girl blurted that these texts were nothing like anything she'd seen, and she had no idea he could pull off powers like this. Then the hero shot back, "The white light is how we communicate, and the red one means danger." Nell spotted the ring on his fingers and fired off a question about what it could do, and the guy shrugged and said Leafy handed it to him because he chose to marry her. The girl gaped when she realized N was really a sword, and the boy barked at her to brace herself because something was about to come crashing in. He told me it felt crazy familiar, like he'd seen the exact same thing before, just like that night in the capital. Layla told him that after using it, he kept absorbing mana. This stuff turbocharged his magic and his body, and it cranked up how much mana he could draw in. Once they take it in, they can't stop. Mana surges into them until it finally spills past their own limits. About 10 years ago, something just like this hit the scene, and they sprinted to seal the tenderness and push the full production of the substances through. The new Demon Lord has outlawed it, no exceptions. He swore the substance could do crazy regeneration and crank up his strength, and said they didn't see any other side effects at all. He said it meant every monster like that had to start at level 1. Then the girl snapped that this wasn't the moment to sit and talk. 10 years ago, the hero leaned in and demanded, "How did you even survive those monsters?" Layla said they chopped them up and torched the bodies, because those monsters were still people, and people bleed the same. He finally understood. There was no clean way to just kill them. The girl drew power straight from the deep, dark swamp with her magic. The hero couldn't believe it. Somehow, the distance between them shrank fast. Now the undead finally tore free to stretch their limbs wide. When I asked how the main character was doing, he insisted, "I'm fine, just thinked her." And that answer shocked me, especially when the monster had stretched out its limbs and snapped his bones clean in two. Every time she tried to strike him, it got harder and harder for her to even land a hit. He spotted the defense fused to the creature's legs that could blunt the girl's magic. Then it changed on the fly, evolving to match every twist of the fight. He swore the old body's owner could never pull that off, and panic crushed him, because he feared the monster would still keep tweaking things. The girl unleashed magic and pulled those undead back from the brink. Back when he was still nobody, this guy would dominate every magic battle and take the win, time after time. He said it'd be pure madness to try taking him on without Nell. The girl snapped that regeneration wasn't working the way it should, and the hero shot back that they'd absolutely crushed it. People started screaming that the guy had snapped, and the hero grabbed Lila and told her to chase him down. He told everyone he was fine, but deep down he thought they should end it. The girl said, "All right," then paused, only to remember they never actually paid for the food. Layla shot back, "I already paid in advance, so don't stress." They were thrilled she pulled it off, saying this was exactly what they expected, so they told her, "All right then, we should split up." Nell said the hero's gotten ridiculously strong, way stronger than before, and if they actually fight him head-on, they're going to get crushed. The girl couldn't wrap her mind around it. He was way stronger than her. Because he'd been in the loop before, and because he knew that girl, he had to be the one who swung the Civil War, rocking that clown mask like a warning sign. And when she finally saw him up close, she understood what real demons look like. The girl warned me that the king would go to any length to dodge that person. She swore she trusted him, but she couldn't shake the fear of not knowing what he'd do. Then Nell assured her not to worry, because he was one of their comrades, and once she talked to him, she'd realize he wasn't the enemy at all. The girl shoved him a report, and she'd scribbled every single thing she could see down on the page. He swore that, just like he promised, he'd spread bogus info about the Elven Forest, because it would buy her some time. The man clocked that the main character was stacked with title after title, and it genuinely hooked his attention. The girl snapped that the Dragon King title was what truly got under her skin. She pressed, "So you know everything about what's going on?" And the bishop shot back, "No, I don't. I've got zero evidence." He told her she couldn't possibly spot every trait. The girl agreed, then said it had been ages since she'd come across people like that. She told him that if there's any way, she wants to keep their relationship strong for a long, long time, because he might still come in handy. The stranger claimed he carried a report for the demon, then ordered him to spill the whole story, ignoring the girl like she didn't matter. The man told him Yuki had finally reached a human hero, and after they ran into the artificial undead, they tore him down. He asked if the girl who'd shown up in their land a couple weeks back was a human hero, and they swore she was, but it didn't feel like some grand planned meeting, more like pure bad luck or an accident. The man figured they were both going to be a huge help to him, because they'd already proven they could crush those artificial undead. He told us the hero's party isn't coming after them, they're only going after the other faction, so now he's weighing his escape, and leaving the hero to Yuki. He finally got it. The artificial one wasn't alive at all, and before it could tear into them, they had to set the guards just right to slow it down long enough to buy a little time. Then he dispatches a special squad to hit different locations, without the enemy ever catching a whiff. The girl gasped that he'd soaked up all that knowledge from a single report, and the king smirked that he'd been built for mental work. He said it burned him up just sitting there on the defensive, forced to hold it all in and never show what he was feeling. Leify snapped and asked how much longer they'd be in the air because she was already worn out, and he told her there was only a bit more left, like they weren't stuck anywhere. Then that guy just laughed. The hero called her Agatus, and the second he did, a rush of relief hit her. Then he shrugged it off and swore it was only his imagination, and right then, they finally arrived at the place. The girl pointed to the spot and said, "This is where we'd hang out with our friends back then." The guy nodded, then smirked and tweaked the story just enough to make it feel different. The heroes claimed they swore the dragon's oath, but it sounded like empty talk, so he picked a venue for the ceremony and made it his own way. He asked whether the demon lord would agree to take Lefizio as his wife, promising to stay by her through sorrow and joy, sickness and health, until death tore them apart. He told her straight up that he'd love her for real and stay by her side until death do them part. The girl snapped that he scared her so badly. The hero shrugged and said back in his homeland, "That's just how they do things." Then she shot back that his second voice was downright awful. Leafy told her he didn't need all these fancy formalities anymore. He just wanted to finally say the real words that were burning in his heart. He said they mess around every single day, bicker over pointless stuff nonstop, and half the time it feels impossible for them to actually get along. But he fights tooth and nail to keep peace and harmony in their life. Like a real husband should, he tells her they'll live, so their love will keep burning on. And even when every fight turns into a fresh test of strength, she swears she'll stay with him until the day she dies. As long as she drew breath, she'd keep the peace in their family. She had a loving wife who grabbed his hand and made him swear to the world that it would never change. He claimed she'd lifted half her vow from him, and the girl shot back that those words were the real deal, then demanded to know what they should do next. The heroes said, "We've already got the rings, so now we've got to seal the deal with one last kiss." The king said the boy had a brutal day yesterday and asked if he was worn out. Then he realized the boy looked surprisingly fine. He swore he slept like a rock and woke up grinning because the dream he had was unreal. The Lord said he'd heard the rumor. He didn't want to help with the succubi at all, so the hero was stunned that they only called him for that, and he couldn't stop wondering if they wanted to grill him about what happened yesterday. The king said, "I'll get to that later," then straight up leaned in and told the hero, "First things first, I've got a request for you." He told him straight up, "Join the tournament, I want you in it." This is their age-old event, where demons clash to measure their strength. And this year, the alliance of the four races joins in too, turning it into a celebration bigger than anyone's expecting. The demon floods the tournament with a huge wave of his followers to pack the stands, so he pushes his plan, making sure he joins in and wipes out everyone. The hero figured they were just mocking him, like there were too many brutal demons and he'd never wipe them all out, but the king cut in. "Don't stress, I checked everything already. Not a single one there is stronger than me." The boy claimed he was abusing his power. The man replied that he could tell him everything about his opponent, skills, fighting style, and weapons. Then the hero snapped that he was already starting to feel bad for his subordinates, and with intel like that, nobody would ever forgive him for losing. The king called it the best kind of fun, but the boy instantly realized he should have said no. He told us the meeting hits in 2 days, and the tournament kicks off in 5, but somehow, the crowd already packed the place. The girl said the capital was celebrating, so she should cut loose and have fun too, and the guy snapped back that he didn't want her chained to work all the time. He told himself that next time, he'd come back there with everyone by his side. The hero watched the girl grab 3 chunks of meat and immediately shake her head, saying it was too much to have it all to herself. She didn't argue for even a second, just turned away while the smell hit his nose, because that meat was insanely tasty. And he asked if she'd eat. She lit up and said it was delicious, so she dove in and ate everything, then even suggested they team up as friends because she loved meat just as much. Mel told me she'd found someone kind to people. He even promised to cooperate, and said they'd meet soon. The guy then warned her to be careful, and made it clear he was hoping she'd count him on her side. The girl said she wanted to see him fight in the tournament, and he flashed a grin. "Don't worry, I'll win," then promised his name would echo all the way through hell. He snatched meat from her, and the hero shot back, promising him a whopping 70 points. He told her, "If anything pops up, we'll meet again later, so keep your eyes out for me." The girl said she'd been convinced it was the young lady, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She was safe. Layla told him they hadn't seen each other in forever, and the guy practically froze, because the one standing there was someone who actually knew her. She told her straight up, You're basically my little sister. And back when they were together, she really taught her everything. The hero begged the girl to calm down, but she snapped that he'd stolen her sister's innocence and wrecked her honor and dignity. Then she ripped into him for daring to work as a maid. The guy snapped that she was insulting him, and Layla shot back that she had a wildly rich imagination. In the dungeon, the girl instantly clocked him, the demon lord. The hero snapped, "Are you in your right mind?" And Layla swallowed her fear, telling him she was terrified about what came next. And she snapped back that she wasn't the Lord's child at all, just a friend. But the girl insisted, saying she believed she truly was the Lord's child, and the lady too. She said only a fool with no brain and not an ounce of reason could cling to common sense, while Layla's beauty was breaking every last rule. Layla snapped that it was rude, insisting the main character was a genuinely good soul. Then you swallowed your pride, apologized, and told her you were the one who needed to say sorry. They called her baby and told her not to worry. Then her outrage flared, and she vowed that one day she'd become just as gorgeous as Layla. She said she'd never seen it happen before, and the girl admitted it made her nerves explode too. Then M snapped that it was outrageous and that it genuinely hurt her. She leaned in and demanded to know whether Layla was really planning to come back to the academy. She shot back that she was done with this. This was a closed-off place, not anywhere near good enough for serious research, but she was already plotting how to dig into it for the main character. The girl promised, "Then I'll carry my words straight to the old men," and ordered them to trust her. The boy asked if she could at least head home once, since someone might start worrying, and the girl waved it off, telling him not to fret, because ever since she could remember, they'd both belonged to the Sheepshorn clan, the ones who charged ahead on pure curiosity. If she really wanted to go home, she had to talk to Lou first. She bolted from home, got caught by strangers, and now her parents are probably tearing their hair out with worry. He said it was the first time he'd ever heard she'd run away from home. Then Layla snapped that she'd totally forgotten she promised to stay quiet. Layla figured the girl came for the tournament, and she even said everyone's been hyping this year's festival like it'll be unforgettable. And yep, that's why she showed up. But the biggest thing, Layla was secretly thrilled just to see Layla. The girl asked if she'd come, and MU grinned. "Yeah, I'm here, and I packed good luck charms too." Layla grinned and told them the master's talismans were just as incredible as ever, that they'd be staying for a while and living right in the castle, so if they needed anything at all, she'd be there for them. The girl blinked in shock, realizing she was even talking about the Demon Lord's castle, until Layla cut in, saying she was only tagging along with the protagonist. He spots Naya at the festival too, and she tells him, "Today, I'm not hanging with the other girls, plus, we don't have to stay together all the time." Naya spotted the main character's companion and blurted, "Wow, what a total heartthrob." She demanded to know why he wouldn't go with her, and he shot back, "I can't, I'm married." The girl leaned in and pushed harder, begging him to give in, but the hero shot her down, saying he'd never do it while he was still stuck working with an employee. Then he warned her, his wife has a killer sense for lies, and she'd sniff the truth out one way or another. Naya said, "If that's the deal, I'll ask his wife for permission first." The guy snapped back, "No way, you don't do that." Then Naya grinned and said, "Relax, I was joking." Layla said the guy couldn't stop chatting with her, but the hero snapped back that it was nothing like she thought. The man said the Demon Lord of Hell was messing with their vision, so they couldn't make proper observations, and then the stats skyrocketed anyway. Now he's convinced they've hit the exact limit they were aiming for. He wanted to test them even more, but the Demon Lord crushed every plan by cranking up the Guardian, and everyone had warned them. The Demon Lord is no joke. The man pressed him, asking if he was truly sure about handing over everything to their plan. Then the man snapped back that it was the only way he could help. He still craved one more chance to test them in combat, but that's gone now, so he shoves them into his hands, even while regret gnaws at him for not knowing if they'll be finished in time, because he only wants their leader to get the very best. The monster snapped that he had to move fast, because the clock was running out. The king swore that once he puts it on, his eyes and hair change color instantly, so he's terrified his enemies will spot him, and that's why he begged him to wear it. The hero thanked him, then leaned in and said, "To activate it, you've got to pour mana into it." He blinked in shock, then admitted he loved it. Leela burst into a giggle. She said he finally started looking just like his wife. The hero insisted he didn't mean to. He just wanted some bright color for himself. In just one day, 24 demons got wiped out, and he personally annihilated 12 of those artificial undead himself. Then the enemy stormed into the castle with over 20 artificial dead at their backs, ready to unleash a full-scale assault and bring the Lord down. But the finale had everything mapped out and sent them back to the castle just in time. Then, with his help and the castle's forces, they smashed every undead threat and hauled in a whole load of demons. Their mission was simple: get back alive to their comrades, then rise again stronger than ever. Their leaders demanded they live no matter what, because their real mission was to seize control of the army. He said the finale made it clear: someone had to reign over the dead, lurking out in the shadows. And after he looked around, that guy made the right call. He said fear turns people into fools and cowards, so the guy behind the mask, he already knows exactly what you're doing. The king bragged that his plan was pure genius, so he stayed locked inside the castle. Then he couldn't believe the enemy never caught on. And the guy demanded, "Did you notice how everyone else went wild while you just sat there playing it safe?" The man claimed over and over that he only did mental work, and he couldn't even picture himself serving on the front lines. He told them the passages were already empty, and he'd heard it straight from the prisoners, so the Lord is convinced they'll find and wipe them out soon, and then he'll need the hero's help. But first, the guy begged him to rest for a bit. The Yard told him, "Build muscle, eat meat, and toughen your body," because even though the demons around him were terrifyingly strong, he was painfully frail. She shoved food into the main character's hands and made sure he didn't go hungry. Lila dared herself to finally taste the very food she'd been hoping the hero would try, because this girl insisted it hits different when you share it, and she pushed Lila to taste it too. The man leaned in and asked the girl, "Is she your child?" Then he nodded, said she looked just like her, and claimed his daughter was around the same age. The man said kids are pure goodness. Just being near them melts the cold, warms the heart, and brings your soul back to life. She introduced herself as Sinful Flame, and when the man heard that, he pressed, asking if it was truly her name or just a cover she invented to look tougher. He leaned in and asked if she liked meat. She lit up and said she gets happy the moment she eats it. Then Divorce dropped the truth like a hammer. Even a little girl knows meat is life's foundation, and once it's taken in, it turns into muscles. He told you straight up, eat right, hit the exercise, get your rest, then watch yourself grow up insanely strong. The girl called him Uncle with that fluffy beard and promised he'd eat non-stop and grow bigger. The dwarf burst out laughing. The man insisted she had an amazing future. The boy claimed she'd always have one because he was the one who raised her, and the woman demanded to know why she needed a powerful, muscular body. She demanded, "Look at me," and declared she was the perfect woman he should chase. The girl dropped the bombshell that the main character was going to enter the competition. He'll step into the arena, and the opponent gets picked at random. No warning, no choice. Then the preliminaries kick off as a royal battle, with around 40 fighters crashing into the ring all at once. The hero said, 40 people is a lot. And right away they told him the crowd was full of challengers, so as long as he held steady, he could sail right through the preliminaries. A couple of the managers slipped in, and if he needs anything, he'd better ring the bell she handed him. The guy snapped that if anything goes wrong, they had to sprint right back to the dungeon. Then he told the girl to look after Layla. The girl realized he was only doing it because the bishop vouched for him. She told him, touch the ball and pour mana into it, just to make sure it registers. They shoved him into a waiting room and told him, pick whoever you want, then wait for the moment. He figured the vibe there was perfect. Then the registrar dropped the bomb. 40 people were battling in that one round, so he'd be thrown into 3 fights. The girl leaned in and swore that, by afternoon, the Lord of the Final would come straight to them, and he wouldn't be alone, because the Lord himself would be there too, so they just had to sit tight and wait. The guy figured this wasn't supposed to happen, 2 faction leaders showing up at the same time. The girl spun around and declared, we're starting the first fight. then yelled at everyone to step out into the arena. And snapped that he was a lot stronger, and he agreed, but he warned that you can't underestimate certain opponents, and you'd better not drop your guard. The girl told him again and again that the guy was slipping, his guard was breaking. The girl blasted out the start of the third fight, then told everyone to step into the arena. He said, "You can't stand out." Then he pushed, "Meet Lala, take her out for dinner." People kept staring and whispering about the guy in the mask. Then one of the men leaned in and said he'd been called to the final just a few days ago. Another guy blurted that his powers were straight up unreal, and this was the very one the tree had warned about. They couldn't figure out why he'd shown up at all, so the man jumped straight to it. He must have come to wipe them out, or he had some bigger scheme brewing. The man said he had zero ideas, yet all the analysts had already gone through everything, and now they were just waiting to deliver their report. Another shot back that if he dared get in their way, they'd wipe him out. The girl leaned in and demanded, "So you're crazier than pretending, huh?" The protagonist blurted out, "I was told not to stand out, so what did I do wrong?" And she snapped back, "You mopped up everyone in under a minute, so yeah, you definitely stood out." The girl snapped that it was all because of him. The whole enemy side had gone into full motion, but the king had seen this coming, and he'd already moved first. She said they were short on help, and now the work was all dumped on her shoulders. The king had them baffled beyond belief, and a bunch of them even swore it was an honor to die for him, like she wasn't tempted to agree. Still, one thing hit her hard. She did not want to drop dead from sheer overwork. The hero apologized to her, but she snapped back that sorry won't fix a thing, and she drove her point home. Everything between them was running smoothly, so they kicked it into overdrive to smash the enemy. The king claimed he'd dispatch someone extraordinary there, and he'd be over the moon if they came back victorious. People were buzzing that it was the one who ended the fight in a flash, while everyone else was on the edge of their seats, craving the next showdown. The man told them to dive into the tournament because there was so much in store that would shock them. He couldn't believe he looked more like a demon lord than himself, and that fact drove him up the wall, especially since he couldn't even make out his own features. The man said the finale didn't even budge his expression, and the king snapped back that his face was still as stupid as ever, so he should probably keep it hidden. He burst into laughter and bragged that only he let himself get treated that way. Then the king snapped back that meant he had hardly any friends at all, because in his mind, everyone was his comrade, and they talked with total freedom. The man snapped, "This is why nobody respects me. I'm a joke to the ruler." Then the king shot back, "At least I've got a very loyal staff." The man shot back that he didn't buy it at all. After all, he was hiring God knows who. The king snapped that he didn't want to talk to him, because in his eyes, everyone was just a pawn. Rage lit up his chest as they dared to mock him like that. The girl insisted that before the competition even started, they should meet each other with a handshake. Gojo said he can't wait to see that look, pure suffering, pain, and humiliation, while Geto nodded, grinning, because he's just as eager to watch Final's face at the end of the match. On one side, there's the guy who, without even drawing his weapon, wipes everyone out with a single shout, and on the other side, he plays his part all 10 times. Palgro leaned in and asked the boy, "Are you scared? Got anything to say? This is your last chance?" The hero winced and apologized, saying his breathing was blasting through his nose so hard he couldn't hear a word, so Palgro should repeat it. Everybody kept firing questions. Who was the main character? Because his opponent got wiped out in one brutal strike, never even getting close. The presenter hyped the main character as an incredible opponent, because he wasn't intimidated by anyone. He even stepped up to compete with the audience. Yuki stared at his item, then decided right then was the moment to unleash it. The boy finally got what spatial magic really looked like, because he was seeing it for the first time, right in front of him, and the man just praised him for being sharp enough to catch it. The hero locked eyes with the man in front of him. He wasn't just any guard, it was a demon, and somehow his presence carried real strength. He looked at that demon and knew it was unbelievably strong. The man grilled the hero, demanding why he'd called him, and Yuki snapped back to the first reason he ever showed up. He told him to scan the audience like a hawk, find whoever was trying to hit him, and wipe them out on the spot if they were the enemy. From his side, This guy's planted in the third row, and the hero points out he's wearing glasses, sitting right beside a whole crowd of kids. He meant to add one more thing, but it slipped his mind. Then the guy quickly apologized. The man waved it off, saying it was totally okay, and that he already had everything he needed. From that moment on, he promised he'd handle it all himself. The demon flashed a wicked grin, and a sickly dark aura clung to him as he praised the protagonist's razor-sharp eye. That guy claimed the final test has weird little subordinates lurking around it. The girl who blurted out the results leaned in and announced the main character had won again. She said Epsilon snatched the win in the blink of an eye. Some people started chanting for him, but others pushed the exact opposite, begging for the main character to lose, and lose fast. He clocked that everyone got split into two camps, and he shrugged like it didn't matter. He couldn't stop fixating on one terrifying detail. The killer had actually finished the job. The protagonist asked what she thought about the tournament, and she snapped back that it was insanely noisy, so Yuki just burst out laughing and admitted she was spot on. Anne snapped that she hated anyone who laughed at him, and the guy shot back, "Don't sweat it, I don't care what they think." He told her to buy the act. He wanted her to believe he was just playing a part. The girl snapped that he needed to act more serious since he was a demon, and the hero grinned and said she was right. He still couldn't bring himself to reveal who he really was. The hero was grabbed and confronted. "Step into the arena," they demanded. They handed him a paper to sign, and he flat out refused. "Anywhere" demanded. "So this is what a demon lord is supposed to look like?" And the protagonist shot back, "Yeah, this is exactly it." The girl who spotted the battle swore one side has a monster who can end it with a single hit, while the other has a deadly killer with sick ball control. The protagonist leaned in and demanded, "Are you Neil's guy?" The man nodded, and without missing a beat, asked if he was the demonic helper the protagonist had been talking about. The boy froze in shock, because that man seemed to know everything. Then he shrugged and admitted he'd only heard stories about the sword. He cursed that it was a shame the hero was still standing, but he clung to fate's gift, this chance to spar with a monster of an opponent. Then he pulled his sword free from the sheath. Yuki told him he had zero reason to fight, and his opponent snapped back that that's exactly what made it such a cruel shame. He knew for sure he couldn't pick a fight in the middle of the tournament, because this guy was a monster. His sword skill sat at level 10, the absolute peak, and he came packed with titles. The hero couldn't even tell if his opponent was human, and his mind spiraled back through everything he'd lived and everything he'd been doing. Yuki figured this was just a distraction, that his whole act was fake. Then a terrifying thought hit him. Maybe he was the strongest guy out there. In the end, the hero had one job: beat him. He spun around to face what was coming next. She clocked it in an instant. The girl pointed out that Epsilon finally unsheathed his sword. The hero landed a crushing strike, and the man couldn't believe how fast he moved. The boy lunged at him, but the man deftly sliced through the stone like it was nothing. Yuki couldn't believe it. He actually learned how to cut magic. He said, "Carelessness is the one enemy I can't afford to face." The protagonist let out a hard breath because he managed the dodge in the nick of time. He realized a clean sword fight wasn't enough to beat him, so even with a far lower status, he forced himself to come up with a real strategy to take down his opponent. He suddenly figured out he could spread wings and take flight. He wheeled on N and ordered her to unleash her magic. She snapped to it instantly and obeyed. The guy unleashed red flames. The man snapped that it pissed him off, and the hero shot back that it wasn't his place to get into it. Anne leaned in and asked how badly he'd been hurt, and the guy said the wound wasn't that bad at all. Then he turned to the girl and demanded to know how much mana they had left. And they told him they had just 1 minute left. Then the guy snapped back, "That's not nearly enough." He said this was the first time he'd ever laid eyes on a weapon like that, then leaned in and asked, "So, is it smart?" The boy said, "I guess." And the man shot back, "No, don't guess. I can feel it." He swore the sword was calling to him, like they had a bond, and that blade wasn't just any weapon. It was the kind of real treasure you'd kill to have. The main character leaned in and declared, "This is my treasure." and he won't dare lay a single finger on that wonderful daughter of his. The guy asked, "Can I come down?" since he kept talking trash, and the other dude snapped back, "You're crazy. If you step in, you're asking to get defeated." The old man snapped that if it really came to that, he'd have to drag him down himself. At the peak of sword mastery, he believed he could finally slash from a distance. Then his gaze snapped back to his opponent, and the big question hit again. Was that guy even human? The man realized the boy had dodged it, but that move cost him every ounce of strength. The old man's jaw dropped because the main character parried those attacks. Once he'd even seen them. He admitted that he can't just spam spells through the sword anymore. Now he has to pick his attacks with surgical precision, because he learned the hard way that what he thought was simple doesn't work like that. Up until now, he'd watched every single one of his attacks miss. He wouldn't land a single hit, not once. His opponent kept slipping out of every strike thanks to that sick special foresight of his. He figured there was a massive gap in battles and experience between them, but he still had one ace up his sleeve, way more mana. He chose to unleash the spells, and this wasn't just one, it was a whole barrage, because there's no way the old man could dodge everything at once. The hero ordered them to cast a spell, straight to the old man's final breath, the 1 foot already buried in the grave. The man said, "You better start showing real respect to your elders." The girl chimed in, calling it an incredible battle, and then leaned in, asking who on earth was going to win. He launched another brutal attack, praying the guy couldn't dodge this time. He figured the only way he'd win was to bet everything on the most basic moves he had. The main character snapped his fingers and summoned an earth dragon from the ground, like it had been waiting for him. He cackled, convinced there was no way he could have dodged that magical Amina after all. He swore, loud and clear, that he'd never, ever let this guy beat him. He planted his foot on the man's chest and declared, loud and clear, that he'd won. The man snapped to the truth. He'd already lost, and bitterly admitted that everything had begun great. He figured that if he'd been younger, he'd never have stood a chance at winning it. The hero shot him a warm smile, reached out his hand, and blurted out how thrilled he was that he'd made it to old age. He thought he'd learned everything, then reality hit. Humans are built with weak bodies and even weaker time. To make up for it, they relentlessly sharpen their skills day after day, turning it into their ace. That's how they pass knowledge down generation after generation. And yeah, demons and demi-humans don't just look powerful, they endure for ages, and that longevity is exactly what gives them the edge. He said real strength isn't about flashy stats, it's about skills and knowledge. Then he let out a tired breath and admitted he was worn out, and the hero told the girl it felt like he was trapped in a nightmare. She nodded along and told him the old man was a monster of an opponent, pure power in human form, and before he could even breathe, he agreed and said the wild thing was, that guy apparently wasn't planning to die either. The girl caught the hero's eye and asked what he was feeling. He shrugged and said he was fine, but that he'd be better soon. He spotted the girl and blurted out, asking what happened to her. She shot back that Layla had just sent an urgent message. He demanded to know what was so urgent, and she replied that the ball was glowing a fierce red. Nell told them, "We've got your backs," and then she asked everyone to stay neutral. Ares led the manwings and declared the humans were weaker, then leaned in and demanded, why did they think they'd ever agree? The girl said she'd heard demons always cling to the strongest, and the monster snapped back that he respects anyone stronger than him, so if someone treats him right, he'll actually listen. Nell snapped, "Can I tell it like it is?" And Ludacreel just stared, totally clueless about what she even meant. The girl smirked and declared she was way stronger than him. A monster sized her up, calling her little, and then accused her of laughing at it. He snapped that she was way too confident, then challenged her. Did she really think she could take on everyone? And she didn't hesitate. "I can." Nell said, "If a fight breaks out, I won't hold back, neither against them nor even against myself." She said, "That's the whole reason you two have to buy into my proposal." The girl had heard the man valued duels more than anything, so she swore that if she couldn't win, then not a single soul after her would either. He asked her straight up if she knew she couldn't beat him in a clean one-on-one, and Nell shot back that she was ready to gamble with her life if she had to, because that's exactly why she came. And if she pulls out the win, she's demanding they stay neutral. Manwing snapped into laughter and told him she'd found courage. He told her she wasn't scared, praised that, and nodded along as they settled on neutrality. The man blurted that the leader had snapped, and the other guy shot back, "Shut it, this is my call." The leader swung around and ordered them, "Don't touch that girl or her comrades. One finger, and you're dead." Then he slammed the truth into the air. "From now on, you're family, brothers and sisters." Lu Tuan promised them a room and said they'd feast together that evening. Then the girl bowed and thanked him. The leader demanded they not twist his words or get the wrong idea. She and her comrades were the only ones they ever called their own, so she turned back and told him, "I get you." The girl flopped onto the bed and groaned that she was completely wiped out. She heard they'd smashed it with hard work and that the meeting went perfectly. Then she admitted, "I gave it my all. And now you're telling her, but you were absolutely terrified." They're telling us they've finally found a way to keep the demon people at bay, for now. The girl declared they'd stay neutral, because that decision could shrink the war's footprint when two factions finally clash. And yeah, that already says everything. Nell shot back that they still had to go all in. The girl bragged that she'd done a great job, and Nell shot back, "If that really turned into a duel, there's no way I would have lived." Makina shot back, asking if he was truly that strong, and Nell answered with a grin, saying only Romero could stop him. Back when he was still young, he'd been the top adventurer in all the land, an Oracle.com ranked legend. So even though he's an old man now, she still has a mountain to climb before she can ever match him. Makina blurted out that she wanted to be even a little useful in the fight, because when demons were involved, she felt like nothing but dead weight, like there was simply nothing she could do. Nell told them, "You do things I can't, and I'm honestly so grateful you choose to help." The leader announced she'd won, and the girl immediately beamed as she thanked him for that brutal fight. He got the news that he was losing ground. Then Ludicrous shrugged it off and said it was a good experience, and he couldn't believe it. Even among humans, some were insanely strong. The girl said Nell busted her butt and went 3 for 3, and then she beamed, saying she was super grateful Romero trained her. The leader snapped that she was a human girl and pointed out loud and clear just how unstoppable she really was. He promised that this would make everyone believe her, and once the feast kicked off, they'd dig in with full hearts. So just rest up and enjoy it. Nell said that if that was the case, she wouldn't pull any punches on him. She'd go all in and make him pay. The girl slipped into a calm, peaceful sleep and drifted off like nothing could touch her. She felt this huge wave of relief because she'd prepared ahead of time. Nell shot her a thankful nod, and Makina fired back, calling her a savior. Ronya told her, "This whole miracle is thanks to Makina," and the girl shot back, "I'm only good at sniffing out what's hidden." Ronya snapped that the heroine must have had one too many drinks and asked if she knew they hadn't come here to chill, so the girl grinned and said the place was delicious. They stared at the attackers, baffled, because those wings weren't human at all. Makina said it was crystal clear. They weren't human, they were demons, and he urged them to go straight to the leader and ask. The girl stared out the window, and her stomach dropped when she realized something big was going down right there. A brutal massacre erupted right in the street. Makina hissed that they weren't the only ones out there ready to kill. The girl admitted she hadn't checked the other area, then apologized, swearing it was all her fault. So Nell snapped, burst out the window, and said sorry wouldn't fix anything, only action would. They offered her the chance to activate the communication ball, and Nell snapped that before anything could happen, she had to help the leader first. She clung to the hope that the leader was safe, because what she'd been told was clear. He was stronger than her, so there was no reason to panic. She told them, "Stay down, stay hidden for me," and then she added, "If anything goes wrong, dump me and run." One of the winged men leaned in and demanded, "Did you do the attack yourselves?" Nell snapped back, "No, we didn't." The leader claimed they'd struck a neutral pact with them and insisted it was absolutely not them, then demanded they check the attackers. They just showed up out of nowhere and begged to join. Then, after they got shut down, it looked like they decided to go straight for the kill. The leader swallowed his pride and apologized for dragging them into all of this. Nell declared, "We're allies now," and promised they'd tear that problem apart together. He nodded in full agreement with her. He claimed that, at night, you couldn't see a single thing. She leaned in and asked, "You got any light sources or magic like that?" And they grinned, telling her they had bird vision. The girl shot back that, then fine, she'd take the whole problem on her own shoulders. She unleashed a sacred glow that lit everything up. The leader was completely stunned. A huge mansion towered right in front of them. The girl snapped around and confronted the leader with bold words. Without warning, someone struck him from behind. One of the winged men drove a sword straight through his back. The girl and another monster sprinted straight at them. Mel snapped her gaze to Mechina, and the girl got it instantly, right there. Ludacryl then turned to the others, demanding why they do something like this to his father. Ranius told her that, if she was remembering right, their very first meeting was the moment he showed he didn't exactly want to be friendly. Begarus snapped that his father just wouldn't fit into his plans. He snapped at the girl, saying she was driving him crazy. The leader snapped to the truth. His own son had led those murderers right to them. He insisted, "This is exactly it, and they're not murderers. They're brave comrades, and together we'll forge a real country of demons." And because his father isn't cut out for the job, he'll step up and rule the winged people himself. The leader snapped that he was a fool, insisting he'd been lured by demons with sweet-talking lies, and somehow he swallowed every word. The leader leaned in and swore he'd make him learn one last lesson. The girl spun toward him. He snapped back, telling her to get out, hauling her comrades with her, because this wasn't their battle to fight. He swore he was counting on her, then praised her as a real-life human hero. The leader snapped his head toward his subordinates and commanded them to haul the rest to safety, and they swore they'd do exactly that. The leaders begged for survival so they could all sit at the same table in peace again. Nell snapped that they'd hit their limit already and demanded where the reinforcements were. The girl snapped that Ronya should use the communication stone. The girl raised the sacred arrow and ordered it to pierce their enemies. Then the crowd surged in behind her, blocking every enemy attempt to get through. Ronya snapped that everything was going downhill fast because the stone was shattered. Nell pointed at the stones and asked if either was red or white, and the girl answered with a blunt punch. Both of them were already smashed. Machina swore he was strong enough to take it on. Then she waved the next guy over like it was showtime. Ronya quizzed him about the stones, and she shot back, "I can fix this, just give me a couple more hours." The girl told you to come find her if you needed help. Nell grilled Regri about what was going on with their opponents, and he shot back that he'd thrown up a barrier, sparked chaos, and pushed them back, at least for now. He said they'd get it soon, just a question of time before they got spotted, and the nearest settlement? 2 days of walking at minimum. She decided they wouldn't get saved unless help came from the outside, and she pointed out that Ronnie was trying every possible way to bring the connection back. The leader leaned in and demanded to know, could they truly, without a doubt, count on the people they were calling? The girl said that the moment he spotted their distress signals, he'd rush in right away. She said he was way stronger than her, and until then, they'd just have to survive the storm. Then the leader snapped, "So you're saying only one warrior will come to help us?" One wingman swore, "If that's real, then he's a beast of a warrior." The leader nodded and said, "If you don't mind, I want a training duel with you later." And when his subordinate stepped in, he echoed the same challenge. The scout who went ahead reported it instantly. An enemy detachment was closing in from the southwest. He promised they'd be there in about 10 minutes. Then the girl snapped back, "That's super fast," and immediately asked, "Is there anywhere we can hide?" They told her there was a valley just a few hours off, perfect cover, but with so many wounded, they'd never last long or move fast. The guru slammed up a barrier so massive it felt impossible to break through. She got asked what she was up to, then snapped at the leader's subordinates to handle the rest of them. The girls swiveled toward Nell, begging her, "Don't do this, don't be reckless." The girl told Rania, "If you want to help me, fix the ball. No one else can do it, only you can." She told the girls, "Don't panic, I'll survive for sure." Then she snapped, "You can't kill me, so now move, go." Mel insisted she deserved to be sentimental for just a little while. The demon snapped, asking if she'd raised that barrier, and she shot back, "Yeah, I did," then swore she wouldn't let a single one of them slip through. She truly believed it was over. She tried to end the commander in one deadly strike, but her attack missed, and the battlefield swarmed with too many enemies. With her back jammed against the wall, she couldn't dodge every arrow. No time to think. She just had to move and smash the enemy right in front of her. She has to dart out of the cut's path, but she burned way too much mana on that barrier, and now the demons are stepping in with backup. The girl was in serious trouble. Wounds ripped open her chances, and blood kept draining out fast. The barrier was finally down, but the demons didn't seem to rush the others. Good news, because they tracked like predators, and that interference barrier wouldn't stop them for a second. She had to bolt, vanish, and break free before they caught her. She had to live, no matter what. Nell's a hero. No way she's letting death snatch her up like this. The main character greeted her with a sharp smile, then told her straight up that the girl's affairs were in total ruins. She snapped, "You're late," right in his face. The protagonist snapped that she looked awful. Then he blared that she was a ruthless killer. The girl fired back, "Shut up." The guy said Rania was terrified for him, fighting to keep her tears from spilling, and everyone else was panicking too, while the girl finally let out a breath of relief because everyone was safe. The hero jogged her memory with their promise. If she needed him, she should call right away. Then Nell shot back, "No time for that," and apologized in a rush. He told her, "To heal you, I have to pull the arrow out. If I don't, it'll stay inside you, and it's going to hurt like hell. Are you ready?" The girl declared she was ready, because once you're a hero, you don't quit, no matter what life throws at you. She laughed and told him, straight up, that his hair was the exact same color as Lafai's. He told everyone he was stepping into the tournament as a silver-haired demon, mask and all. The protagonist said he'd handled the girl, and when she heard it, relief hit. She thanked him and declared she could fight again. He teased her as silly, then insisted the potion mended wounds, never restored stamina. He smiled at her and told her not to worry. He'd take care of everything by himself. He told her the hero needed rest. Then the guy thrust the mask into her hands and said, "If you want, put it on and become the Demon Lord." After that, he showered her with praise. The girl shot him a grateful smile and blurted out that she was honestly relieved. The protagonist shot an apology to Anne, telling her she'd have to stay hidden in the inventory for a bit. Then Anne nodded along, agreeing without hesitation. The main character leaned in and swore that everyone was going to die in brutal, unbearable agony. Nightmare is a brutal spell that blankets nearby enemies in pure terror. Then they start crippling themselves, thrashing in non-stop agony until someone cancels it or the nightmare finally wears off. The girl blurted out that there were only 2 fights left and then pointed at the next one, the semifinals. The boys raged themselves into dust and became worm food, everyone except their commander, the real tough guy, while the hero couldn't get his head to cool off. He couldn't stop thinking he should have made him suffer even more. The girl declared, "We've got a winner," and the guy just couldn't settle down. Now that he's an evil, greedy, arrogant demon lord, he dyes his hair, slips into full villain mode, and even straps on a mask because he's done holding back. Crowds erupted, and suddenly everyone started shouting for Gojima by name. He heard he had the option to refuse, and the man shot back, "I know." The ruler burst into laughter and declared it was a truly glorious sight. Gojim shot back, "Was this your doing?" And the ruler just shook his head, swearing it had nothing to do with him. He was stunned and totally caught off guard, but the whole spectacle was still wildly interesting. The ruler demanded if he'd bolt, like always, and he snapped that it'd be awful if he got hurt. "Go," Jim snapped in anger, convinced he was just running away, and demanded he quit saying that. He said those little tricks of his wouldn't stand a chance on him. He swore it wasn't some cheap trick, just plain, ordinary smoke. He's forced to strike back because they want revenge for his friends, and the hero tells him his people already spilled every single detail. He told him to pick his performers with way more care, and the man started thanking him for the warning, but before the words even left his mouth, the hero slammed into him. "Go, Jim. Tell him to stop acting so impatient." He said it was for the best, because he swore he was still the same. The boy couldn't stop thinking about that cursed magic sword. Its power was way beyond his own, and he knew he had to keep his distance before it swallowed him whole. The man lit up when the boy finally noticed his living weapon, then it pleaded with him to drink its blood. The boy was convinced he was unstoppable. Then Gojim leaned in and asked if he wanted to go head-to-head with him in willpower. The hero snapped into action and slammed him with a blast of magic. Gojim wondered if he was even any good at magic. Then the shock hit when he found out he had a grade, even though he'd never had any real way to know he was terrible. He told him, "Don't worry, then I'll smash you flat. No magic allowed." The hero spotted blood, but it wasn't from his own strike. Something was seriously wrong. A curse had to be behind it, and if that was true, then Gojim was a pretty pathetic magician too. He believed he had to punch a hole straight through his defenses. The man grinned and said pain felt amazing, because it proved he was still alive. Gojim snapped that he was sick of the whole damn thing. The guard barked that the main character had to be captured, so the guy tried to bolt, but they wouldn't let him escape. Gojim swallowed hard and apologized for running into him like this, but he still had to meet him, so the hero snapped, "Come back, fight me." The subordinate grabbed the chief's attention and asked if he was hurt, and the chief snapped back that he was fine, while the real burn in his chest was that he'd picked the moment to step in and mess with him. He bowed low, apologized through clenched shame, and swore he was ready to swallow any punishment because that arrogant side of him had gotten way out of line. The man warned him that if he kept swinging that sword too long, death could slice his life short. Gojim snapped that he just needed to clean up the mess, and the subordinate swore he'd obey without hesitation. He told her, "I know it's far from here, but I'll still make sure you're safe, no matter what." He said he was relieved she was safe, but his frustration burned because he couldn't do a single thing to help her. The old man shook his head and declared there was nothing anyone could do, because the main character was slammed with other stuff right then. The boy insisted that Nell and the others had shown up by sheer luck. Nobody expected the winged people to jump in on the opposition too, and then he fired off, "So what are you planning to do next?" The old man swore that he and his two companions would come back to the land of demons. Yet first, Lady Rania and Lady Makana would rush home to report everything. He told him both of them wanted him to thank the hero for them, and to tell those two hello the moment he sees them. The man thanked him again for saving them, swore he'd help if anything ever came up, and told him to just say the word. The hero shook it off, said it was no big deal, and admitted he just did what he had to. He offered the old man a deal, teach him how to use a sword. He said that guy was Nell's comrade, like, sure, they'd cross paths again someday, no doubt, so it didn't bother him at all to start training the moment they met again. The hero admitted he wanted to learn how to control his baby better, and the man nodded, ready to help right away. He flat out said nobody could have guessed that girl was a sentient weapon, and then declared she was the best one out there. The hero said, "We've reached a deal, and now we've got to get back home." The disqualified guy rushed to the finale with an apology, and the other man waved it off like it was nothing, because he'd already worked hard enough. Then he tried to bring up one more thing, but he held back and promised to ask next time. The hero bowed his head and thanked him for looking after the girl and opening his doors with full-hearted hospitality. The guy swore he'd watch the girl start to heal, and then bam, she clocked him and snapped that he better start knocking. LaFi leaned in and demanded to know why he was kneeling in front of her. She practically begged him to finally have a shred of conscience, and the girl was shocked to her core that not a single soul cared about her. Li Fei was furious. He dragged that woman back into the dungeon again, and when they tried to seduce him, he didn't even bother to say no. Nell said the hero was kind to everyone. Then it hit her that he was talking about her. He straight up asked, "What do I do in a situation like this?" and told me the Beastman's head and another girl tried to seduce him, but he didn't refuse. The main character said he still only likes the people who are trapped in the dungeon, and above everything in the whole world, the only one he truly loves is his wife. He made it crystal clear that no other woman stood a chance with him. Leia Fate warned him to watch his step with women, and he smirked back that he'd keep doing exactly that, while the girl just prayed he finally understood what she meant. She called him her precious husband and demanded he be brave and worthy of her. Then he promised he'd listen and do everything he could. Leaf chimed in that if she was really good at flattery, she'd still forgive him, even if it meant marrying Nell. The girl insisted it wasn't over yet, and the guy snapped back that she was spouting pure nonsense. She demanded, "So that's why you tossed me into the dungeon?" He froze, shocked she believed everyone in there was his future wife. Leifai finally admitted, "I've already been confessed to, and now I brought the girl." And right then she understood that's exactly why. The girl blurted that Nell loved the main character too, then panic hit. She bolted and screamed that she wanted everything kept under wraps. He demanded his wife explain why she married him, and she shot back, "Because you always come home with treats." Then he leaned in and asked what she fed Iruna while he was gone. Leafy snapped, "Don't stress. We made it through an entire week without you." And the girl grinned, saying they'd been busting their butts every single day, learning how to cook together. Iruna promised that next time she'd lay out everything she learned. Li Fei shot back that she'd already talked to Nell before he even showed up. She told me that just a couple days back, Nell teleported straight to them, wiped out, battered, and barely standing. The girl was filthy and drained to the bone, but somehow not a single scratch marred her. Lefai's eyes lit up when he realized his potion had cured her, and he wasted no time sending her over there. Nella rushed to apologize for showing up so suddenly, and the girl looked shocked, but Lefai immediately told her, "Don't freak out. The only thing that matters is that you're alive." The girl snapped that it was Yuki's fault. He didn't ask her or warn her at all. Nell burst out laughing and shot back, "So why'd you dump salt in the porridge instead of sugar?" And then Leify's eyes widened as she realized, once again, she'd mixed them up. She first swore she could fix it again, then changed her mind, said it wasn't needed at all, and promised she'd eat every last bite. And then she admitted the main character saved her life. Lefai beamed, saying she was glad her husband actually served a purpose. Then Neil added that she'd heard the girl ended up marrying him, and Lefai talked about him with a warm smile that lit up her whole face. The girl asks straight up if Yukim liked her, and she shoots back, "Don't you dare pretend you don't." I told Leaf that the moment Nell's name came up, she couldn't hide her excitement. Her whole vibe gave it away, and the girl insisted the other always wore a face that screamed, "I don't care." Mel told him the main character changed everything for her, and she couldn't stop her heart from falling in love. She choked out an apology, furious with herself. Those weren't the words you ever dare say to your wife. Her heart was crashing with emotion, and she had no idea what to do next. Left leaned in and asked Nell if she remembered Reese's 3 daughters. Nell shook her head. Then the girl said there were 2 more maids she barely knew anything about. Even so, more girls than just her were trying to land the main character as their husband, and deep down, she feared that one day they'd all win. Leifai said she didn't mind, but that didn't mean she was indifferent. She cared about him and the mess they were in. She just loved him, lived for the moments with him, and made her life shine. She said, "If Nell wants to marry him, I'm all for it, no objections." The girl blinked in shock, because the hero himself was chasing that very outcome. Leaf, I figured as much. She thought he deserved someone to love in the gap left behind, and she sure as hell wasn't stuck living in that dungeon. She told her to slow down, really think it through, and when morning finally hit and everyone woke up, they'd sit down and hash it out. Nell thanked her and told her she loved seeing that side of herself. Leifai said, "Think about it, this isn't really about feelings." And then he pointed out that every living thing is driven by instinct, pulling the boldest attention toward the males. He turned to Iruna and asked, "Are you okay with that?" The girl explained how they reached that conclusion, but the final call still rests on the protagonist, and she also sensed Nell's doubts. Still, honestly, she doesn't believe love is something you can just shut off, so she's choosing him, and she'll be with him forever. Even as she promised them a happy ever after, Nell, being a human and a hero through and through, would never let that dream stay simple. Before she crossed paths with him and the others, she didn't give a damn what he did, until Nell showed up as a hero, and suddenly her whole life felt like it could snap at any second. Her life and feelings hit the main character like a memory, because he used to be human too. Yuki told me his wife is absolutely wild, and then admitted he's crazy about her. The hero blurted, "I love you, so you're all I need." And even then, Nell didn't deserve his hatred. Leifai pushed the idea of finding Nell and talking to her while she waited somewhere else. The boy shoved the sword into her hands and she snapped, saying she'd feared the enemies stole it, so the hero told her, "Don't cry, it's still right here." And there it was, close by, not far from her at all. Then Yuki leaned in and demanded, "So why'd you fight in the first place?" Now she admitted that without the dagger, she honestly didn't think she'd have made it out alive, and because he'd forged it, she thanked him with her whole heart. He snapped that she was just making it up. She shot back that she wasn't joking. She was terrified. Right then, she was fully set, ready to die as a hero. But Yuki swept in and saved her like a prince, riding in on a white horse. When she finally saw his face, relief crashed over her, and it hit her. Right then, she wasn't feeling like a hero anymore, and her feelings might end up messing with him. She thanked him and confessed she liked him, clinging to that same love she felt for the one who saved her life. So he didn't need to stress about what Leifai said. She figured everything was fine, like always. She'd swallow her feelings and move on, because she couldn't bet on anything more. He said he had no clue what she was talking about, but he wasn't all that different from a human, because the moment she said she liked him, he loved it. Even though he didn't feel for her the way she felt for him, the moment it came to her, love took over. He'd cut down every demon that dared to touch a hair on her. He bet she'd buried her feelings deep, because she was the hero type, and he was the demon lord. The girl leaned in and promised him, heart first, that she wanted to stay with him forever. He asked if she wanted to stay with them a little longer. She nodded and agreed, and the hero told her to stay as long as she wanted. The guy said he'd learned how to talk to people like a pro by watching that demon lord's example. The hero said, "I was told not to come home till dinner," but his stomach was already growling, and the girl nodded right along with him. Leaf told them they were free to head back. She told them to shut their eyes, swore it was all going to be okay, and urged them to trust her. Nell grinned and said everything looked so delicious, and the guy practically gasped when he realized Leifai made the whole meal. Leifai just smiled and admitted she cooked it with a little help. The girl said, "It's been almost a year since we met, and now you can finally call it a holiday." He asked her straight up if she'd refused to go with him to the demons to learn how to cook. Leifai just smiled and said she was catching on fast, and now she could finally help around the house. The main character scooped her up in his arms and said, "My wife is the best in the world, so sweet it almost hurts." He swore he'd never let her go, so she had to get ready fast. Then she begged him to stop, because they were clearly being watched. Leifai said, "We're celebrating Nell's arrival, don't just stand there, come join us." The girl told her that Nell would sit beside Aruna, and she, still grateful, thanked them both. He told them, "Raise a glass for the day we met, and for the next year that's coming." The girls dragged Nell into their game and demanded she play. The guy leaned in and demanded to know if it was really true she'd fled her home. The boy finally figured out her guardian was really her father, the chieftain, and he was pinning her to a marriage she never chose. So she tried to bolt, only to get snatched on the road by an evil man. And when the hero met her for the first time, she spun a whole different story. The hero told Leo to go home, then the girl insisted she wanted to stay. The guy shrugged it off, but gently made her think about how her father must feel. The guy swore that if anything ever happened to Aruna, he'd crush the entire world for answers. But he'd find her, and her father would be left terrified wondering where she was. The girl just nodded and said she already knew. The girl's like, "If you want, you can see me off. After all, you're the one who got me stuck staying with you." And he just grinned. She then asked, "If I'm forced to marry again, can I still go back?" And he shrugged like it didn't bother him at all. The girl leaned in and demanded, "When did I become irreplaceable to you?" The hero said, "It's because she's my priceless employee. Without her, I'd drown in housework." Then the guy leaned in and told her to get her mind ready, because they'd be gone next week. The hero beat himself up thinking he should have helped them, then begged to let him go, swearing she was totally safe where she was, and urging them to part ways peacefully. The man laughed and said he was just messing with them. Monsters everywhere, and nobody was talking about safety. Then the other guy snarled that they were his, because he wasn't some regular man at all. He was a demon lord. The chief never revealed that the hero was the very same demon lord who snatched his daughter. The guy insisted they could settle this without spilling a drop of blood, but the man shot back that he'd kill him right here, right now. He practically burst with relief, saying he was so damn glad Leo was safe. The man admitted he panicked the moment he heard the demon lord had taken her hostage. Then the girl reassured him she was okay, and his joy exploded. Leo insisted that nobody had kidnapped her. She'd come on her own, willingly, and then the girl finally clocked it. Her father had already pulled the strings. The man drops to his knees, apologizes to Yuki, and pours out his gratitude for taking care of his daughter. He admitted it. He was partly at fault because he never knew she'd escaped. So, in the end, it was all fine. The protagonist forced the girl to apologize for messing with her dad's peace of mind, and the man couldn't wrap his head around how the demon lord could be this sharp and this kind, so much so that he felt sick with shame for how ignorant he'd been. The guy said, then we both said way too much, and just like that, everything was fine now, because the man swore his pricey potions erased every last scratch, even pulling the seriously injured back from the brink and healing them completely. He told him he owed him everything, even his own daughter. Then the hero said, since we're done deciding, and offered Leo a place at his side, because she'd already settled into life there and refused to go anywhere else. The man shrugged it off like it was a whole different story, and Leo snapped back that she didn't want to get married. Her father raved that no man in the entire village even came close. Then she snapped, shut up, because the truth was, she didn't want to marry anyone. They threw out a full apology to the guy, taking responsibility for the showdown they'd kicked off. He insisted it wasn't his job to meddle in family drama, but Leo was already grown. She could choose who to marry and how to live, while he'd handle the rest on his own. The man snapped that this was wrong. Among the werewolves, men decided the fate of their children, and he vowed he'd never forgive her if she ran again. He finally clocked it. Liu had no other option at all. The hero swallowed his pride, apologized, and swore he wouldn't hand over the girl. All he wanted was to tell him this. For now, she was working for him, and she wasn't going anywhere. The man thanked him for taking care of her, then said he was the one taking her. Leo begged them to stop bickering over her. The man spun toward the main character and declared he was issuing a duel, straight up, no backing down. The girl lunged to stop her father, shouting, "Why are you doing this?" But he brushed her off and told her she'd never understand anyway, insisting he was only trying to make her happy. Her father snapped at her to stop talking and barked at the hero to fight like a man, then ordered Lil to apologize to Yuki, but when the guy said the duel would convince him, he made it clear there was no need to apologize at all. The girl started chanting good luck for him, and Leaf joked that if he lost, she'd mock him forever, while Nell told him, "Don't go overboard," and the hero then asked about that picnic they'd planned. The boy stepped up and offered to kick things off. Then the man shook his head and said he wouldn't be his opponent, and only after that did he wish Lynott good luck. He thanked them for saving his comrades with tears in his eyes, but it still wasn't enough. This was too far, because he swore he'd never be forgiven for kidnapping his own fiancée. The guy shot him a challenge, demanding a duel right there. The hero swore he'd escaped one brutal game. Then Lin outwhipped around to the girl and told her to watch him tear down the demon lord, fear nowhere in his eyes. Leaf told everyone Leo was crazy popular. Then Nell shot back that she hated the whole idea. Leo roared at the guy, "Don't you dare call her your future wife." And when the guy claimed she was just shy, Leo snapped back that the demon lord was basically begging to get his teeth knocked in. The girl snapped, "That's exactly why I won't be with you, because you're stupid." Lynette said the hero was teasing him for whipping out a wooden sword, and the guy thought he'd win, until the hero absolutely wiped the floor with him. The guy blurted out that Yuki was way too strong. The man said, "If that's how it is, then I'll have to handle it myself." The boy snapped that Father Lu had to know exactly how strong he was. Then he got right in his face. Was he really asking for surrender? The man snapped that he couldn't do it, but the truth was, he just wanted his daughter smiling, because as a father, he refused to give up. He thought he had the guy figured out, but the truth was brutal. He never learned to listen, yet somehow he still was a good person. He fired back, "Do you get what it means?" Because he'd already begged Lewis for permission, and now he was about to start the oath. He swore that whatever came for him, even if it meant losing his life, he'd still throw himself in front of you and protect you. The man demanded, "Are you serious?" And the guy snapped back, "Trust me, Liu is irreplaceable to me." He swore on his mother, father, and ancestors' blood that his oath was worth more than his own life, and if he ever broke it, he'd cut himself off from his family for good. He said this was his will, and begged her to hold on to her promise, because if he ever made his daughter cry, then by their oath, he'd have to die. The man swore he'd be back in a year. Yuki shot back that Liu could come visit her any time. Then Liu's father promised that once the time hit, he'd step in and officially recognize him as her fiancé. Fury burned in his chest because it felt like everyone kept getting him wrong. LeFay called it a proposal ceremony. Nell insisted it was a proposal, and the girl burst into congratulations for Lo. He told her he only wanted her to keep working for him. No proposal, no questions. Then Leafy snapped back that it was way too late for her to prove herself, and she should have figured this out back then. Leo told her she was on top of the world, because she'd always felt Yuki's love, and she knew he'd never, ever abandon her. She blurted out that she should have proposed to him first, and the guy just smugly believed he was living at the height of his popularity. Then he turned to Leafy and demanded, "So what would you say about all this?" She told him, "Yeah, that's my husband, and he's strong," then leaned on the local law like it was a shield. He could marry as many wives as he wanted, and it didn't change a thing for her, whether it was Liu or some other name. He snapped his head toward Nell, and she shot back that she'd found him after Liu, so she couldn't possibly argue with him. The hero blinked in shock. He didn't mind at all, and he realized it felt just like before, like nothing had changed even after getting several wives. The man shot him a grateful look, and Yuki said, "You're done being scared of this forest. No more fear." Father Leo murmured that marrying the owner of Fenrir was anything but normal. Then he urged her to live well, stay healthy, and never start a fight with anyone. "And when you see them," he added, "tell everyone I'm thinking of them." The man spun toward Yuki and warned her that the neighboring country's political chaos was getting worse by the day. He never expected them to come crawling into his forest, but now he had to stay razor-focused and ready. The girl snapped that she won't be holding the first marriage meeting today. She said there's no hierarchy at all between them, no ranks, no gaps, everyone's equal, so they've got to live in harmony. Nell said she was thrilled Leafy finally said that, but deep down she knew, out of all of them, she was the only lawful wife. The girl told them to grin, because from this moment on, they weren't separate anymore. They were one family. Nell said the main character basically broadcasted on his face. LeFay said she loved how he rolled it over his shoulders, and Lou promised she'd grill him about it next time. Then she asked why he always stared at her hair right after her bath. She shot back that if she teased her hair up big, he'd just be staring at it. The main character demanded answers, and the girls panicked so hard they scared the life out of him. Lafayette just helped him snag some cash, so he could coast for a while without having to work. But the other day, the girls were acting super strange, and he has no idea what kind of games they're playing. Even his own wife is acting weird too. His past life was worthless, yet it still clung to existence, and only he knows it's real. Leaf asked if the guy was having a nightmare. His past life felt pointless to him, and then he leaned in and told me he wanted to show me the place he was born. The girl gushed that it was delicious and thanked him. Then Nell snapped to it. She was a vampire. The guy nodded, saying, "Yep, she really was one, but up close, she looked just like a normal human." She even told him, "I want to drink your blood too," because Iruna swore it was delicious, and this girl went wild, claiming it tastes better than juice. The hero clocked it instantly. She wasn't just hungry, she was a vampire, and her favorite drink was blood, so he swallowed his fear and agreed to hand some over. He had 0 words for what he was feeling. Then the girl leaned in and swore she'd planted 3 stars right inside his blood. He told her he felt seriously flattered by her praise. Then I'm going to ask him if she'll try his blood too. She admitted she was only wondering if she tasted as good as they claimed. Then the hero snapped back, I'm not human. He never pictured it would turn out like this, he told her. If you hate it, don't spit it out and don't puke. Lafai said she didn't mind at all, but she warned them to pick somewhere more secluded next time. Nell's face burned with embarrassment, as she couldn't even believe she'd gone and made that choice. She's Layla, Eldegoria's disciple and the Sheephorn clan's pride. Right now she's stuck in the Demon Lord Master's dungeon, working as a maid. She hadn't finished her observations yet, but she shoved her notes into a report anyway. Her boss is a demon lord named Yuki. He's only had the title for a year, but his skills and knowledge are already on another level. This seals it. Turns out the dungeon doesn't just sit there. It spawns a fully grown administrator to guard itself from the threat. He doesn't have many familiars, but every single one of them brings terrifying power to the table. One of them can actually understand human speech in its raw form, and it slips into the body of a little girl, because the weapon it uses is alive. It can wear that same girl form, then vanish and become a sword whenever it wants. 5 more residents showed up, her included, and 3 of them were the ruler's wives. One of them is Lefizios, an absolute legendary dragon everyone knows as the ruler of all dragons. Layla suddenly realized she'd skipped breakfast, whipped her head toward Nell, and demanded to know why she was still out here sleeping so late. She told him flat out that sleep just wouldn't come. Layla promised she'd brew her some herbal tea to knock her right out, and the girl thanked her with real relief. Now, the Demon Lord's second wife, Human, and somehow still a hero to her kind, has been quietly freaking out lately. She whipped around to Layla and demanded, "Promise me you'll let him stay here, forever." The girl shot a question about doubts, and Nell snapped back that the main character's feelings were crystal clear. She felt amazing there. They treated her like gold, and it was downright fun, so leaving was the last thing on her mind. Layla insisted she was right, but she couldn't tell if she'd ever stay there forever. She was only there out of curiosity, and if the hero's spark died, she'd have zero reason to keep hanging around. Everyone around her soaks up the protagonist's attention and feels lucky she's there, yet she can't shake the truth. Nothing will hold her in this place. They all carry a past you can't forget, and a future nobody can see. And yeah, it hits like heartbreak, but it's also the most thrilling mystery ever. Everything there felt warm and safe, and she refused to let it end. Nell snapped and said she was right. She should have loved herself harder and jumped into life with both hands, not held back. Layla said, "Next time I want to hear your heroic deeds," and the girl shot back, "I won't, because that sounds boring," only for someone to tell her, "No way, they're going to be interesting." Suddenly, the main character got yanked into a child's body, and he erupted in a scream, clueless about what was happening to him. Lafai burst into laughter and ruffled his head, telling him he was acting like a kid now, except he wasn't even worth that standard. The protagonist shot back, begging her to stop mocking him and to finally cool off. All he can think about is last night. Right before bed, he sorted his inventory and stumbled on a potion he'd never seen before, the kind that could make his child. It was top-tier quality, so tossing it out felt like a total waste. He took a drink of it, figuring there was no way that would be the thing that killed him. The hero swore he'd done nothing at all before bed, and he had no clue what was going wrong, so Lafai shot back that he'd definitely done something. Lou tossed out, "I'm cute," and every girl in the room instantly agreed. At last, the main character is back to being normal again. Leaf, I swear I thought it was boring, until Layla snapped that the potion's effect only hits the boy's body, and it's all about time. He finally came back, safe and intact, and that joy hit him hard, so he called everyone over to bathe because they were filthy. Nail claimed Leify said it's totally normal for a couple to swim together, but Leify wasn't used to the local customs, and Leo admitted she felt a bit awkward too. Leafy asked the main character if he'd take Layla as his wife too, and he totally froze. Why was she bringing that up? Layla shrugged and said, "We're all sitting together, so I figured you'd think the other girl would get hurt." He leaned in and declared he loved every single one of them. Leify admitted that, as a little kid, something pure and honest snapped to life in him, and the protagonist confessed it still takes everything he's got just to speak that truth. He couldn't believe it. While he was busy researching, she was secretly stuffing her magic power into a product, and then she swore she'd forgotten, like that made it vanish. Still, the hero swallowed it himself, so yeah, it was his fault, but that doesn't erase the truth. She had a hand in it. Nell blurted out that she was done here. She wanted to go home. He asked her to ditch the place, saying she was getting bored, and she snapped back, "Don't joke around." She swore the letter was already sent, but she just had to face it in person, because deep down, her loved ones were probably losing sleep. The hero leaned in and said, "Tomorrow, we go." She was shocked he'd even come. She could handle it herself, but he insisted he wanted to explain everything about their situation too. The girl thanked him, and he promised them they'd hop onto a special fast transport, while she shrugged and said it wasn't urgent, and the guy insisted it'd be fun anyway. So Nell said if they just stuck to normal speed, they'd still enjoy the whole ride. The hero patted his pet and promised, "With the return device, we'll be back, so don't worry," then told him to guard the house while he was gone. The guy promised, "We'll hop on a cart from here and just relax," and the girl shot back, "Trust me, anything's better than sitting there getting shaken non-stop." The hero spotted the commander and said the girl's behavior proved she had no clue what was happening back in the capital. Then she demanded to know what had gone down there. The man snapped that they wouldn't talk about it here, so he ordered them straight to the estate. The hero leaned in, saying it had been ages since they last saw each other. Then boom, he and the girl are married now. The man groaned that the headache was back again, and the boy hurried over with a potion for him to drink. Then the man waved him off, saying he had nothing special to offer, only wishing the boy happiness. He said that once the main character became her partner, it pulled him into it too. Then he ordered them to sit down and promised he'd lay out the whole story. Their rebellions dragged in way too many people, and once their strength cracked, nearby countries swooped in to exploit it. Fighting flared on every border. Raiders hit the trade routes, while officials scrambling to fix the mess were green no matter where you looked. And meanwhile, spies and corruption spread like wildfire. The girl wished she'd stayed in her country, then the boy snapped at her for saying it, reminding her that this was exactly how she carried out her duty as a hero. Nell couldn't shake the feeling that she, and the people with her, wanted life to stretch forever. The protagonist admitted it was all his fault. He trapped her in the palace for a whole month, and he should have found another way to reach her instead of hiding behind letters. He swore the hero's disappearance was a total secret, but somehow word still leaked out and everyone found out anyway. They couldn't track every move the hero made, and it felt pointless to spell it out to everyone, because to make matters worse, the current government barely had the muscle to crush the growing outrage. Everyone was buzzing that the hero was back, and one voice claimed his own men had confirmed it, so right now, she was racing from the border town straight to the capital. They were talking like this was a city where the king's dog owned the place. Then the other guy shot back, "No point saying that, his plan is already rolling." Before she can even head back to the capital, it'll look like there's nowhere left for her to go. The hero leaned in and asked the girl if she finally felt better. Then she just stared, stunned that any of this was really happening. She felt utterly awkward as the guy gushed that the local hotel looked rich, but when you compare it to the castle, it still felt downright weak. Van asked if they could share just one room since they were married, and nobody dared to object. The hero snapped that the room would have to wait. He said monsters were closing in, and, no joke, he guessed we had under 30 minutes before they hit. He barked orders for the guards to fall in line, because they were about to storm the city ruler's mansion. Nell demanded to know which way the monsters were closing in, and the guy snapped that they were coming from exactly where they'd come from. Only now, after all this time, there hadn't been a single sign of them. The girl vowed she'd defend the city, so he had to back her up. Then he told her, "Put your trust in me." Rage flared in his chest as they came barging in and ruined their rest. Different races packed the place, and you could tell they weren't working together. They weren't even synced. The hero snapped on a mask and declared, "From this moment on, nobody can know the hero and the demon lord are in this together, because if they do, our lives get messy fast." He spotted the monsters coming at them, and it was mostly goblins, though others were mixed in too. Yeah, there were a ton of them, but they could still take this. He promised he'd slip into the back and fight without anyone even noticing. He leaned in and demanded the girl prove her worth, show them exactly what she could do. The hero snapped that something was lurking in the city, and it wasn't a monster. He told them he'd keep a close watch, so there was nothing to fear, sure. The guy didn't think he'd ever dare to strike, but that didn't mean he could drop his guard. The girl blurted that she was terrified, and the hero shot back that with his strength, even a fall wouldn't hurt her. Then someone spotted them dropping, yelled for light, and swung the gate open. The girl stepped up to trust her, and then slammed up an impenetrable barrier that nothing could break. The boy clocked the barrier magic, and realized it wasn't just any power, it was her one-of-a-kind skill. She said, "Now we can go all out, no more worrying about the city getting wrecked." The hero pressed a potion into her hands and told her to drink it. Then the girl smiled and thanked him. He swung toward his gun and apologized for startling her. She waved it off and said everything was fine. "Now go on. Ask the hero what he was doing." He just smirked and said he thought it was enough. Then he poured all his magic power into it. The guy told her, "When an enemy shows up, don't panic. Try waving at it and picture the magic flying straight into it." The girl clung to his instructions, and then it clicked. The magic blade wasn't just a weapon, it was supposed to launch itself through the air. She felt the hero had crossed the line, because that power was absolutely terrifying.